We had almost a 6-hour live stream last night. Now we are up 3 hours later to get a 5-hour stream going before the games. Injury update, sadly, not too different from last night. Kamara, Olave, both good to go. We already know that. But Mixon is still a game time decision. Now, of course, I'll be checking out the injuries every 15 minutes or so until the games kick off. But for now, we are going to go ahead. We're going to look at some teams. We are going to be making some trades, and we are going to be fixing some lineups. But thank you so much if you somehow were up with us in the stream like 4 or 5 hours ago. If you're back out here already right now, I really do appreciate it. Going to be excited to get this going. And the first team that we are going to be looking at here is going to be from Joey. This is Neighbors in Paris. Looking at the squad, we are the number one team with the league analyzer. Saying, so trades I made so far before week 1. Pacheco, Hollywood for Kyron. Smash. We got Kincaid, CMC, DJ Moore. And different trades throughout the weeks, possibly looking to go grab a running back upgrade. Couple different things. One, this is a 10-team format, so options on the waiver wire should be better than a 12-teamer. And 2, we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So it's not like wide receiver depth doesn't matter at all here. You can still definitely go out there and look to grab, build around some deeper receivers. Last but not least, if you look at the league analyzer here, I expect us to have a dominant team. We have approximately double the value of the teams here at the very bottom. Like looking at this team at the bottom, they have Jacobs, Aaron Jones, Puka Nacua, Ladd McConkey, George Kittle, CJ Stroud as their top options. Whereas we're looking at our squad. Starting off at quarterback, we are elite. We have Jalen Hurts. Now, obviously, with Hurts, he may end up struggling in the short term. But in the long term here, when you get A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith back, which will be right after the bye week, should be in week 6, he still goes back to being the QB2 rest of season. Really not too much hesitation in saying that either. Going over to tight ends, we have Kincaid, where with Kincaid, we can start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. He is that elite level option. I don't necessarily think he's going to come out here and give us 20 points per game, but I don't think any tight ends coming close to that at this point. Going over to wide receiver, we are sitting with Lamb, Neighbors, and Marvin Harrison Jr. So we have 3 locked and loaded top 10 receivers every single week. We have Deebo Samuel as a quality wide receiver 4. We had DJ Moore as this depth option. I would say if this was a league where you had to start 2 wide receivers and only 1 flex, there at that point, 100%, we look to go ahead and we look to move off of Deebo Samuel, move off of DJ Moore, and get an additional running back upgrade in a 2-for-1 deal. However, because this is a league where you can start 4 wide receivers, it does give you an extremely high floor ceiling combo every single week for you to just go out there and roll with Lamb, Neighbors, Harrison, Deebo. It's a really comfortable spot overall. I mean, I'm fine having that high quality bench option like Deebo Samuel weekly, because going over to running back, Kyron's a fine RB1. We have Jordan Mason as another RB1 in the short term. McCaffrey is a RB1 in the long term. Running back, we have Zach Moss as a quality depth piece. We have Charbonnet, Bucky Irving as depth pieces. So, I mean, this is a phenomenal team. And there is very little that you could possibly say with it. Now, because we are in a situation where it'd be impossible to make a waiver wire move, it's probably still advantageous for us to try to make a 2-for-1 deal if we possibly can. Because here, if you were looking at this, for the waiver wire this next week, I have no idea who we could possibly even look at dropping. Like, for us to pick somebody up, we'd have to either move on from Keon Coleman or Bucky Irving. And even if we don't have a waiver wire option we like at running back or receiver, we're still going to have to pick somebody up to play at quarterback for the bye week. So to free up some roster space at the very bottom end of this team, if you were really interested in seeing if you could sell like DJ Moore and Kyron Williams to go get a top 5 running back, to go get a top 3 running back, to go pivot over to someone like Barkley or Brees. I think that would be very interesting if possible. Going through looking at some of these teams that have those top end RBs, seeing if there's a trade that makes a ton of sense here. Yeah, this team with Brees, their wide receiver 1 currently is Amari Cooper. And they have Jalen Waddle, Calvin Ridley. So if you could potentially send them, say, a DJ Moore and Kyren Williams to get back Brees Hall, I think that would be kind of a no-brainer deal. Not even that, like, our team is 10 times better from it. It's like, oh, okay, no, we get a running back upgrade in the starting lineup. And at the same time, we open up that bench spot for us to potentially go out there and for us to potentially have some flexibility over the next 2 weeks, picking up guys and dropping them. But obviously, this is a phenomenal team. Looking at this with the league analyzer, we are the best team here. It's very tough for me to say anything else beyond this. If you wanted to make a smaller trade where you wanted to try to sell like Zach Charbonnet and Dalton Kincaid and go get Brock Bowers or Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid and go get Brock Bowers that way, that's a move that you could look to do as well. But really the only trade that a team like this could possibly think of is that marginal 2-for-1 deal to get a slight improvement inside the starting lineup. Not even because we need it, but more so we need the open roster spot so we can make that move through the bye weeks in terms of just picking up short-term fill-ins, like a fill-in for Jalen Hurts next week. But I think that's all I got for you. I really wish I had more for you, my guy. But like I said, I mean, this is an incredible team here. And congrats on being able to build something like this. Really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And hope that we get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon as well. Now, let's move this over for Eric 14. It says, easy as my father. We have discussed a trade for a running back. Haven't been able to make it happen. Well, we are doobie doggies. I was going to say, okay, Easy A is number 1 with the league analyzer, but this is a league where all the teams are very, very close. Like, especially the top 5 teams. The top 5 teams are all very close in value. And then beyond this, teams 6 through 12 are all close as well. This is a league where it is absolutely anybody's game. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth definitely does not matter nearly as much. We are sitting here with the 4th team in the analyzer. And also because it's a 2 wide receiver single flex, it is a spot where having an elite quarterback, having an elite tight end is going to be a little more important. Because looking at the elite quarterback and the elite tight end, they'll make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output as opposed to a league where you had a total of 4 potential wide receiver starters. So here with Kyler Murray is averaging over 50 rushing yards per game. Kyler Murray looks like he is just absolutely crushing at this point rest of season. I think you can be very excited about having him here at quarterback. Going over to tight ends, we are currently sitting with Kyle Pitts and TJ Hawkinson. So Pitts, I mean, obviously he hasn't been great, but with how bad the tight end position's been overall, it just simply doesn't matter. He's averaging like 4 targets a game. It's not much better than what you have with like Travis Kelce, but you had the big play and you had the touchdown. So through the first 3 weeks, he looks a little bit better than some of the other elite tight ends. Reality, I think, is like a mid tight end 1 rest of season, but having Hawkinson here as that potential late season upside anyway, I think does make a lot of sense. Going over to wide receiver, we have the anchor with CeeDee Lamb for us to build around. We have Adams, Kupp, Higgins, Ridley, Shaheed. So looking at the squad here, in terms of trading for a running back, 100% I agree. That is what we are wanting to do. Now the question, of course, is what does that price look like? Because right now we are having to start Rachaad White and Ramondre Stevenson. Not an exciting scene, to say the least. But to go through and look at a potential trade here, a trade would have to include us giving up a receiver to go get that upgrade at running back 1, at running back 2, and a 2-for-1 deal. Now, the issue with this is you go over to our wide receiver room. Devontae Adams is injured, and Cooper Kupp is injured as well. So this is a spot where There's just simply no way that we can afford to give up a wide receiver at this point. And if we were to give up a receiver, we would have to be going through and we would have to be selling probably one of the injured guys and not seeing much in return. Like going through and looking at the Easy A team. Right now they have Jordan Mason. I mean, it'd be an absolute no-brainer for them to give us Jordan Mason, right? Because there in that instance, we could package like Rachaad White and one of our depth options, get Jordan Mason. Their wide receiver 3 is Christian Watson. For whatever reason, they have Elijah Higgins as their wide receiver 4. So 100%, I think that, honestly, regardless if this person was your dad or not, I think that it would make a ton of sense for us to go through and sell them a wide receiver and Ramondre Stevenson, or a receiver and Rachaad White in a 2-for-1 deal to go get one of their running backs. Now, the issue, like we discussed, is we can't afford to sell Higgins. We can't afford to sell Calvin Ridley. Now that both Davante Adams and Cooper Kupp are injured, I mean, as of right now, we can't afford to move off of those guys. Now, obviously, once you end up getting back Kupp, once you end up getting back Adams, then maybe at that point we can reevaluate. And then at that point, it makes a lot more sense. But if you were to sell them right now, you are just going to be selling them for pennies on the dollar. In terms of what we have down there on the bench with this team, I like what we are doing, right? I think definitely at this point, Ezekiel Elliott is kind of falling into the range where he may end up looking like a player that we can move on from. He may end up looking like a guy that is not worth the roster spot at this point. But we're just going to continue to churn the best running backs available off the waiver wire down here with the last 2 spots with Ezekiel Elliott and Antonio Gibson. So again, overall, if you were going to make a trade, it's a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade from wide receiver to running back in a league where we want to start 2 receivers and 1 flex. However, I just simply don't think you're going to be able to get that deal done right now because nobody's paying for Adams. Nobody's paying for Kupp at the moment. We don't have the ability to sell Higgins or Ridley because of the injuries to the other receivers. I think that the main play for this team, and it's very boring, but honestly, I think it's what's best, is we just wait for these players to come back and be healthy. We're going to get better as the season goes on. We're going to add in Jonathan Brooks very soon. We're going to add, hopefully, Cooper Kupp back soon. Davante Adams back very soon. TJ Hawkinson in at some point. So I don't necessarily think that we need to be making that trade until we have the injured players coming back. And then at that point, we have a little more of the expendable depth where we can afford to go out and upgrade running back. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I know, obviously, I wasn't able to say much, but I just think you kind of have to wait for your injured guys to return. But let's move this over here from the Abomination League. Here, this is a trade where we are sending Jonathan Brooks, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers for Christian Kirk and Josh Jacobs. So we are upgrading from Brooks to Jacobs, upgrading from Johnston to Kirk, and we are paying Zay Flowers to get the job done. I am a Josh Jacobs stan at this point, where if we are looking at Josh Jacobs, this is a running back that should now be in a top 10 offense going into the future, that has Marshawn Lloyd and A.J. Dillon both on the IR. So you pretty much have that locked and loaded workload where the only guy you have to compete with is Emmanuel Wilson. I think he has the upside to see a receiving role for this team. So yeah, I go ahead. I take Josh Jacobs. I think some other people would probably see it a little bit differently where they want the upside of Zay Flowers and Jonathan Brooks. I just think that Josh Jacobs crushes rest of season here. Now, Gilbit's coming out with a team review. This is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. It's America's Next Top Waddle. Mason, I'm in 2 leagues. I'm crushing my other league. This league has been rough. It's a sweaty league, draft mistakes, and now not getting the waivers I wanted. 0-3, probably going to go 0-4 this week. Need to dig out of this hole. Who do we need to trade for, and who do we need to move on from? So obviously, once you are 0-3 and we are worried about falling to 0-4, the mindset begins to shift where instead of thinking about long-term upside, we're more so going to be focused in on, okay, how do we get some short-term production in? That way we can just stay in the race. We can stay in the hunt. And looking at this team with the league analyzer, we are the worst team in the league with the league analyzer. Does not help that we are number 12 here. And we are 0-3. It's going to make things extremely difficult. But going through and looking at the squad right now. Quarterback, we have Fields. So we are streaming QB from a week-to-week perspective. Obviously, if you wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks, you can go ahead and look to do so. If we see a quarterback that we like with the better matchup this week, you go ahead, you cut Justin Fields in a heartbeat. Once Fields was labeled a starter in Pittsburgh, I kind of kicked myself for not drafting him in 100% of my underdog drafts, as I thought, oh, okay, for a player to go as late as he has to be essentially a free option off the waiver wire, he's going to be a legitimate league winner looking at the rushing upside that he gives you. But he hasn't been running that much. He hasn't been running nearly as much as he did in Chicago. Makes sense. I mean, this team's built around their defense. This team's built around just not turning the ball over, winning the football game as ugly as they can. So it makes sense that they don't need Fields to go out there and rush as much as he did for the Bears. But definitely this does make a little bit of a difference here in terms of what we'd be expecting going into the future with the fantasy football upside that is for Justin Fields. Now going over to what we have at running back, Travis Etienne is my running back 2. I'm very excited about. Travis Etienne is my running back 1. Gross. Jalen Warren is my running back 2. Gross. Tajay Spears, my running back 3. Gross. Jaleel McLaughlin, I just picked up off the waiver wire in my league. Roschon Johnson was just picked up off waivers as well. So running back is horrible here with this team. We're streaming quarterback and we have garbage running backs. Going over to wide receiver, we have Garrett Wilson as somebody that at this point you just have to hold on to. Obviously, he has tough matchups coming up. Hasn't been great so far this season, but he's still giving me the market share numbers that you'd want. This is still an offense that should be much more efficient than they were a year ago. So once we get through this little bad stretch of matchups, I think Wilson will be much better. Going over to the receivers, the Tank Dell injury actually really hurts this team. Where we have Waddle, JSN as wide receiver 2 and 3. We have Tank Dell. We have Wan'Dale Robinson. So with this team being 0-3, about to fall to 0-4, the trade that I think you have to make, which I'm not super excited about, but I do kind of view as a no-brainer in this context, is I think you have to get some Waddle. I mean, you have to get out of Jalen Waddle and get some value here. I mean, Jalen Waddle's a wide receiver that I have in my own league. Jalen Waddle's somebody that I'm really hoping we get Tua back in a couple weeks with. And he does go back to being that low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. But specifically for a team where you are 0-3 right now, and we just have no value here at running back 2, I think we need to approach a team that can afford to wait for the Jalen Waddle upside and send them Jalen Waddle potentially with one of our other long-term pieces. Send them Waddle with somebody, say, like Jalen Warren, another injured player, obviously, this one at running back. And if we can go make a 2-for-1 deal there to get a better running back 2 and somebody that's going to help us out right this second, I think that's going to be the main plan. Now, obviously, much easier said than done. But going through and looking at some of these teams that can afford to wait, Like, if we can send Waddle and Warren and go get Kenneth Walker, it's a no-brainer. I know it's easier said than done, but I mean, this team could use the Jalen Waddle upside in the long term for sure. That team doesn't need the Waddle upside. This team doesn't need the Waddle upside. This team is Keon Coleman as their wide receiver 3. It's not like they have a running back that's super exciting to give us. They have Kyron Williams, but they won't. Or, I mean, we can try for Kyron. No harm, no foul trying. This team is Flowers, Xavier Worthy, Christian Kirk. I mean, this is a team that definitely could look for Jalen Waddle. If we can go make that deal for Derrick Henry, make that deal for Joe Mixon, and just get a viable running back in here right this second, I think we would look to do that. That's the main play. I mean, this is about to the point of the year where if you are sitting here with a garbage record, with no path to production in the short term, you probably need to go ahead. You probably need to pivot over to that immediate upgrade and not focus so much in on the long-term upside. But I really do appreciate you, my guy, and really hope that we are able to help you out in some way. But yeah, I think that we try to get some production in here right now. If we fall to 0-5, then we just kind of start focusing on the other league. Now let's move this over to our next team. We have a bunch of team reviews here. This is going to be from Susboy Checks, something like that. And real quick, also, ladies and gentlemen, we live streamed for over 6 hours last night. I mean, for about 6 hours. I believe we're running off 3 hours of sleep right now. So one, excuse me if it's taking me a little bit of time to get up. And two, if you could go down there, hit that like button for us. I'd really appreciate it. We are going to be answering some free questions in the live chat as well. And I very rarely are we asking for likes in a live stream, except on Sunday morning, because Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would really appreciate you do it today. Now, moving this over for Crangy's McBasketball, saying, I don't think I have any real team concerns outside of running back depth. I do think we have the best team, but I don't know how Jordan Mason's situation will be when McCaffrey comes back and it's fantasy playoff time. Well, appreciate you, my guy. The league analyzer agrees with us. We have the best team, and it's by a decent margin here as well. It's a 2 wide receiver single flex league. So we don't care about the wide receiver depth as much as we care about the running back depth. And then in terms of, we don't know the availability of Jordan Mason if McCaffrey does come back. It's a black and white situation where McCaffrey is active. Jordan Mason is not startable. So take that for what you will. Looking at our running back room, I don't see how we don't have enough depth here. I think you're in a great spot. Looking at this, quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. We have the elite level option we can play every single week. We have Brock Bowers at tight end, the elite option we can play every single week as well. Obviously, we'll need to go ahead and we will need to probably cut Tyler Algier next week when you do have Jalen Hurts on bye, and we just need a short-term fill-in, somebody to come in and play for us a single spot. Now, going over to what we have at running back, this is why we have one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team in the league, according to the league analyzer. We are currently sitting here with the combo of Bijan Robinson of Von Etienne. So we have 2 running backs that project out to be inside the top 5 rest of season, 2 guys that we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. We have Jordan Mason as that high-quality running back 1, but with no McCaffrey. Obviously, long-term, when McCaffrey's back in, Jordan Mason, poof, turns to dust, turns back into nothing, just a premium handcuff. But we have Jonathan Brooks to fill in as an RB3 here. We have Bucky Irving, Tajay Spears, Tyler Algier as guys down there with a ton of upside on the bench if their situations were to change. Going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Marvin Harrison Jr. So we have 2 top 10 receivers. We have Drake London as an extremely strong wide receiver 3. Like, if London was my wide receiver 1, I wouldn't feel great. But London to be our wide receiver 3 is phenomenal. Pickens to be your wide receiver 4 is great. It's not like we're rostering too many receivers here. We're rostering 2 additional running backs, what we are at receiver, which is exactly what we want in a league where you're going to start 2 receivers in a flex. And we have the elite tight end over there with Brock Bowers, either tight end 1 or tight end 2 rest of season, depending on how the Devontae Adams injury shakes out. So this is an absurd squad. If you think that Jordan Mason will be back this season, one thing that you could look to do is you could look to make a 2-for-1 tier up with Jordan Mason and a bench running back like Bucky Irving to see if we can go get that long-term upgrade. I don't think you need to do this by any means, but when your team is this strong, I definitely think we are prioritizing the fantasy football playoffs here. Looking for some teams that potentially need a long-term upside play over Jordan Mason and some added on depth. This Joe Mixon team, you could see them being interested in Jordan Mason and another depth running back piece where they currently have Mixon, Brian Robinson, and Devin Singletary. Obviously, Mixon may miss this week. Hell, we have Bijan and HN to play. Who cares if Mixon misses? I mean, if you wanted to go through and sell like Jordan Mason and Tajee Spears or Jordan Mason and Bucky Irving here to try to go get Joe Mixon, if you think McCaffrey's going to come back, I think that could be an interesting call. Obviously, I'd do that same trade for Jahmyr Gibbs in a heartbeat. I'd honestly do the same deal for James Cook, and this team's RB3 here's Raheem Mostert, and they have nobody beyond it. I think that this team could really benefit from us giving them additional running back depth. And if you just wanted to go pivot to that long-term upside over Mason, where you don't necessarily have to worry about McCaffrey coming back in. But I really do appreciate you, my guy. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Let me know. I'd be super happy to help you out any way that I can. But yeah, phenomenal teams. By far, the best team in the league. Now going over to 44 MSU. Always out here with us. Excited to submit this lineup for you this week, my guy. Here at wide receiver 2, we are looking between Waddle, Michael Wilson, T. Higgins, Brian Thomas, and Tank Dell. I think you probably end up going with T. Higgins this week. The passing volume in Miami should be one of the lowest volume passing attacks in the league. I like the situation that Michael Wilson's in, considering the McBride injury, and he has a great matchup going up against Washington. Don't know if you can go in his direction, though, when we're looking at a receiver like T. Higgins. And then when we're looking for the flex, this is where I think he does potentially come interesting. Here for me, I think this flex spot's really going to come down to these receivers with Waddle, Wilson, and Brian Thomas. Just looking at the projections that you have with these guys right now, last I checked, Waddle was higher lower 39.5 total yards. Waddle's still higher lower 39.5 total yards. Michael Wilson's higher lower 43.5 total yards with a higher probability of scoring that touchdown because of the offense that he's playing in. And then our other receiver with Brian Thomas will probably end up being more exciting than this. But Brian Thomas is at 43.5 receiving yards, a lower odds score a touchdown. So honestly, maybe you do go Michael Wilson. Like we said, you do have the interesting matchup against Washington. You do have no McBride, so the secondary receivers here should be seeing more volume in general. So I think Wilson could definitely be a viable play. Now let's move this over for Romash. Here, wide receiver, we're starting Jefferson Chase. Absolutely nuts. Tight end, we have Gesicki to fill in for Evan Ingram. Really, what we are having to choose is this second flex spot here. And this does look like it's probably a dynasty league with the amount of players that we are rostering. I think Kenneth Walker is the guy that initially stands out for us because with Walker, he has already been cleared to good to go. I think rest of season, he is the play over these guys by a mile. The other options would be Christian Kirk or Jacoby Myers. My hesitation with Kenneth Walker in the second flex spot is it's a very tough rushing matchup against the Detroit Lions. But to be honest with you, I think it doesn't matter. You're so far ahead of the rest of the field here with this team that you're going to get the guaranteed workload with Kenneth Walker. He was cleared on Friday. So if he's cleared on Friday for the Monday game, I'm expecting no hesitation whatsoever. Seemed like they were just being cautious with him in week 3 as well. So yeah, I think we go ahead and we take Kenneth Walker. But let's move this over and let's actually answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, go to the chat, drop them. Try to get to as many as we possibly can. And like I said, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. I mean, we live stream every single day. We went to bed like 3 hours ago because we live streamed for 6 hours last night. And we are back for another 5-hour stream this morning. So if you're ever going to hit that like button for us, please do it on a Sunday morning, where Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. Matthew, if you're having an issue syncing any of your teams, please just go over to what you have. Go over to the Discord, which the link is in the description, and you can send a message in the site issues section. And one of the developers of flockfantasy.com will be happy to reach out to you and help you out with whatever issue that you have. But Brandon says Braylon Allen or Cam Akers. So 100% just comes down to the viability of Joe Mixon. If Joe Mixon is active this week, then it's an easy spot to say, oh, okay, well, yeah, you have no option to start Cam Akers. Akers sucks at running back. Couldn't get the job done with no Mixon last week. If Mixon does play, like the last thing that we're ever doing is going through and playing Cam Akers. So you go Braylon Allen. But if you have no Mixon, I mean, Cam Akers did pretty much have every single touch on first and second down. So I think you would go Akers. Shane says Shakir or Pollard. Obviously, Shakir has been crushing this year, but it is primarily off of, a super high touchdown rate. He's been an extremely efficient receiver, but if you actually look at the target volume that's going in his direction, it's not like it's been through the roof by any means. So I'd probably actually go with Tony Pollard and get the guaranteed touches. Where Pollard was that sell high guy for us at the beginning of the season, but at the same time, this past week, it was actually very encouraging to see the split that he had with Tajee Spears, where Pollard was just pretty much the guy from start to finish. Now, moving this over to Tyler, says Jaden Reed or Deontay Johnson. We're definitely going to be going with Deontay. If you're looking at Reed, I'm extremely excited about getting Jordan Love back, but it sounds like Deontay Johnson is good to go. And at the same time, you had the guaranteed volume based off the opportunity last week. Looking at the implied team total, sportsbooks are currently projecting out that this is not just a 1-week fluke here with the Carolina Panthers. Sportsbooks are projecting out that this is actually going to be something that you can consistently expect for the Panthers. I don't want to say going forward, but right now. Let's move this over. Blue Val says London, Higgins, or Walker in the flex. In a full PPR format, I probably prefer Drake London. Rest of season, I think you prefer Kenneth Walker. But specifically this week, Kenneth Walker does have that tough matchup going up against a very tough Lions rush defense. It is his first week back. So I think you can go ahead, just play London. Steven says Andrews or Njoku rest of season. The issue that you have with Njoku is not only is he banged up, but at the same time, you're going to be dealing with the least efficient quarterback play in the entire NFL, or some of the least efficient quarterback play in the entire league. So it's very difficult to be excited about Njoku at this point. I'm more likely than not going to go ahead and take Mark Andrews. As crazy as it sounds, I understand that Andrews has been horrendous. This past week, he gave you the goose egg. He was the third tight end in snaps here in Baltimore. But it was a game where the Ravens got to a massive lead early, where they simply just didn't have to go out there and throw the ball at all. Going into the future, in games that are going to be a little bit closer between these two teams, I actually think that Andrews will be a little bit better. Okay. Keaton says Jackson Smith-Njigba or Garrett Wilson. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Garrett Wilson. Obviously, it's a very tough matchup that you have going up against Patrick Surtain and the Denver Broncos. We actually ranked or ranked too high, whatever you want to call it, Mike Evans last week, not giving enough respect to this matchup. So when we look at Garrett Wilson here, I'll definitely say there is concern for sure, but still the market share numbers in New York look great. We do expect this to be efficient quarterback play going into the future. If we look at Jackson Smith and Jigba, this is a wide receiver that could potentially be the third player in an offense with less efficient quarterback play. And he could be third in the target totem pole. Francis says, did you sleep? I think you were live at 1 a.m. Eastern. I fell asleep at that time. We were live well past 1 a.m. Eastern, my guy. We got about 3 hours of sleep. We're running on fumes right now, but we're trying to do our absolute best to answer as many questions as possible. So like I said, I never ask for anybody to drop a like on the stream, but if you're ever going to hit that like button for us, please do it today. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important. And if you're ever going to hit that like, now's the time to do so. But let's go back over. Of course, we're going to be answering a ton of free chat questions all day here, but we definitely need to get everybody their answers on the site, of course. And if you wanted to ever go through and get a guaranteed answer on flockfantasy.com, you can do that over there on flockfantasy.com, where all you have to do is go to the little comment box in the top right corner that says expert advice. Click that. You can ask start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you are wanting over there through the site and get a guaranteed answer on a live stream. And what's actually great about what we built out on flockfantasy.com is you can ask a question at any time of the day. I'll answer it in the live stream that day, and you'll actually get sent the clip from that live stream. All you have to do is copy and paste the URL into a browser, and it'll jump you to the exact time that your question was answered. So you can ask a question any time of the day. You don't even have to be in the live stream, and you'll still be able to get the answer very easily through the site. Now, I do want to remind you, if you wanted that team review, definitely the best way to go about getting that, or at least the cheapest way to go about getting that, is actually going to be taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will actually, Jamar Chase actually looks very interesting here to go higher than 75.5. But anyway, with promo code FLOCK, you also get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. That free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half total yard. Another free pick with Lamar Jackson, more than less than half total yard. And a free team review in one of these live streams that we are doing every single day through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you have an account set up with flockfantasy.com that has the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we can go ahead and we can accredit your account with the free team review. But let's move this over and get this going for Fins for the win. Again, to be really excited to check this out, my guy. Says, yo, Mason, I'm 0-3, and we are getting cooked. My homie won't trade unless it's a ripoff. And I need all the help we can get. Appreciate the content. Thanks, my guy. Thank you, my dude. And you are getting cooked. Not only are we down here at 6 in the league analyzer, not only are we 0-3, but there is a juggernaut team in this league that if we wanted to contend with, we are going to have an uphill battle. This team, number 1, Redskins for life, sitting with Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, Rashee Rice, Marvin Harrison, Cooper Kupp, Brock Bowers, Jaden Daniels. This team at 1 is freaking nuts. For you to contend with this squad, it for sure is going to be an uphill battle. And not something that'll be very easy whatsoever. Now, going over and looking at our squad. Good news, bad news. Good news is it's a league where you have to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So in terms of how we are attacking down here at the bottom end of the bench, I love what we are doing with running back. And also, if you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, with the shallow lineup, you actually have a little more randomness, where if you have to start 10, 11 guys every single week, those teams that are just the best teams in the league, it's going to be very difficult to take them down. It's going to be very difficult to beat them. Here at quarterback, we have Jordan Love. We have Baker Mayfield. Completely fine rostering both these quarterbacks, of course, and then just going through and playing the matchups between the two of them. I mean, I don't think you really have much hesitation there. Obviously, if you could afford to have an elite level QB, we would. But looks to be a spot where we can't afford it, so we're just going to be sitting here and playing the matchups between these two guys. Going over to running back, we have Mixon as our RB1, which is a fine spot. Don't want to act like it's not. We have Jordan Mason as the short-term RB1 here. Long-term, obviously, when Mixon is back in, then at that point, we will need to go through and reevaluate. But we have Rachaad White. We have Devin Singletary. We have Braylon Allen. We have Bucky Irving. So we have plenty of running back depth. And this is the exact way that you want to attack a league where we are currently worse than a lot of the teams in it. Where if we were to see a Breece Hall injury, all of a sudden we have an immediate RB1 we can put into the flex with a player like Braylon Allen. So when we are in a bad spot where we have one of the worst teams in the league, this is kind of the exact thing that we are looking to do, is rostering these high upside players that if their situation were to change, they could come out here and they could absolutely crush. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Tyreek, Garrett Wilson, Brandon Ayuk, and Yoshi Vosh. So wide receiver, we are completely fine. Now, with that being said, if we could potentially go out there and move on from Tyreek Hill and get back a player that is very exciting, I think we would. I mean, because if you are looking at Tyreek, obviously this is a receiver that once Tua comes back in, he is an elite level wide receiver one yet again. But for the time being, you have a wide receiver that's valued as a wide receiver one rest of season, that currently is, I mean, at best for us, a wide receiver 2 right this second. And if we're 0-3 and we need points in our lineup right this second, of course, we're not selling Tyreek for pennies on the dollar. But if you can pivot over to a wide receiver 1 that's actually going to be able to help us out here, I think that would be an interesting move. Now, what we need to do is we need to go to one of the teams that are absolutely crushers at the moment. And we need to go, hey, man, I'll give you a Tyreek. When Tua comes back, he will be a wide receiver 1. Just give me back some comfortable wide receiver production for right now. Going through and looking at this team, like if you could pivot from Tyreek Hill to Rashee Rice, obviously it's a no-brainer. If you could pivot from Tyreek Hill to Marvin Harrison Jr., honestly, you'd probably look to do that with your team as well. If we could pivot from Tyreek to Jefferson, it's a no-brainer. Pivot from Tyreek to Jamar Chase, it's a no-brainer. Pivot from Tyreek to Malik Neighbors and maybe picking up an additional smaller piece like Tony Pollard, I would really like that. The pivoting from Tyreek to St. Brown's a no-brainer. I think, honestly, you could throw another piece on where if you wanted to trade like Tyreek and Rachaad White to this team that only has 3 running backs currently to go get Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think you could look to do that too. Long-term, Wilson, Ayuk, Yoshi Vosh, I think we're fine here with the depth at the receiver position. Going over to tight end, we have McBride, tight end 1 rest of season. We have Cole Kmet in as that short-term fill-in. Well, once McBride is back, honestly, depending on how Cole Kmet plays this week, I think you could go ahead and you could just cut Cole Kmet and move to pick up another high upside running back or wide receiver from the bench. So yeah, I think that's the play. I think if we can try our best to pivot off of Tyreek Hill and get to another elite receiver, obviously it's much easier said than done. I think we would have to get creative with it. Like I said, if we were pivoting from like Tyreek to Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think you are having to add in that depth running back, but we can afford to add in a depth running back with this team. But ultimately, I think you're having to look at a way that we could potentially try to sell off some of the long-term upside that you have with Tyreek to get a player into the starting lineup that's going to help us win right this second. Because it doesn't matter if when Tua comes back, Tyreek is back to being a top 3 option. If we are 0-5 at that point, we're kind of out of the league anyway. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for everything, my guy. And really hope I get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon. Now, let's move this over. This is one of those free underdog team reviews from Da Bugelson. It says, need better running back depth. Well, real quick, we're going to have to actually refresh this, my guy, because the league analyzer is pulling in the previous league. And yeah, we're going to actually skip by that for just right now. We will come back to it. Don't worry at all. But instead, we're going to go over to some start sit questions. This first one coming out from John Hughes. We also have Mason, but we can't add him. Okay, so if we have Jordan Mason, obviously it's going to be a must-start name. Here, wide receiver, you're going to have to go ahead. You're going to have to play Chris Olave. Sounds like Olave was cleared, good to go last night. So obviously, we have maybe a little bit lowered expectations in comparison to what they previously would be. But still, you got to play him. And then here at running back 2, instead of J.K. Dobbins, we go ahead and we play Jordan Mason. And then, yeah, I play Sam Laporta at tight end. So I think we just go ahead, play Olave, play Jordan Mason over J.K. Dobbins, and then keep Kamara in the flex as well. Now, moving over to this next start sit question. This one's coming out from Muhammad. My guy, appreciate you. Going to be excited to check it out. This is really stuck here with the reports on Debo. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you. So it sounds like Debo Samuel will be good to go. Obviously, we're not expecting Debo to be at 100%. I wouldn't expect to get a ton of the manufactured touches around the goal line, especially since you don't have to, knowing that this is a game they're playing the New England Patriots where they could most likely win by multiple touchdowns. So if we're looking at Debo Samuel in comparison to some of these other receivers like Amari Cooper, it's not as easy as it would be in other weeks, but I still think we go with Debo Samuel. Here, running back between Ford and Steele, assuming Kareem Hunt plays this week, I think you just take the guaranteed volume with Jerome Ford in a full PPR format. And then for the flex spot going down to the bench, assuming it's a full PPR league, I think we were going to go ahead. We were going to take Amari Cooper. Amari, super inefficient quarterback play, which does cap his ceiling severely. But at the same time, you do have the target volume that you can bank on. Now, Padut's coming out with a start sit question. Much love, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out for you. Here, wide receiver starting Nico and Brandon Ayuk. Our backup option to pivot to would be like Ladd McConkey or Yoshi Voss, so we definitely stick with these two names. Dalton Kincaid, we're starting for sure. Running back, we have Jones and Gibbs. Our backup options to pivot to would be Zeke and Chandler. No, we stick with these two names. Going over to the flex, this is where things get difficult. It really does come down between Ladd and Yoshi Voss. I'm probably going to go Ladd McConkey. I'm not super excited about it, but I mean, with Ladd this week, to be fair, Justin Herbert is good to go. You're going up against the Chiefs. So even if the Chargers want to just run the ball, and play a slow game overall, play good defense, they're probably not going to be able to get by with it. And instead, they may end up having to drop back to pass. You may see some passing volume here in Los Angeles. Now, Vasker coming out and asking a start sit question. Wide receiver, we have Ayuk, Chase. Our pivot options, or the best name here would be Terry McLaurin. We're not playing McLaurin over either of those players. Running back, we have Ramondre, Dobbins, Steele. We're going to go Ramondre, gross offense, but the receiving role and just cheap volume. For quarterback, we will go with Baker Mayfield over Anthony Richardson this week in a 6-point passing touchdown format. If it is a 4-point passing touchdown league, going up against the Eagles DST, there I think it's a much tougher spot. In a 4-point passing touchdown format, you can make a strong argument for Anthony Richardson. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you play Anthony Richardson or Baker Mayfield this week? Obviously, I would expect Baker to have a much better real-life day, but specifically in fantasy, where you're going to get the rushing upside for A-Rich, I think it is maybe a little bit tougher. But yeah, would you go A-Rich or Baker Mayfield rest of season? I'm sorry, not rest of season, this week. And obviously this week, it's a tough spot with A-Rich going up against the Steelers. Baker, Richardson, Baker, Richardson, Baker. Baker. Yeah, I'm not saying Anthony Richardson's good at football, but I mean, you saw the Justin Fields season from 2 years ago, where if you're going to run the ball a ton, you can be horrible at football and still be elite in fantasy. It does look like the vast majority of people are saying Baker Mayfield. It's a horrible matchup for a Rich this week. I definitely prefer Richardson long-term than Baker in better matchups where you have the rushing upside. And then going over to what we have in the flex, if it's a full PPR format, I think you go McLaurin. If it's a non-PPR or half PPR, I think you could go Dobbins. Honestly, a lot of these names here are appealing. I think Dobbins gives you a higher floor. Can we see what the underdog projections are with these guys? Dobbins, right now, they have higher or lower 73.5 total yards. Obviously, the receiving volume won't be there. They have Terry McLaurin, higher or lower 58.5 receiving yards. But you get the added on receptions in a full PPR format. It really is going to be down between these two guys. Full PPR league, we probably just go Terry McLaurin, but don't feel like super confident with it. Now, moving this over to our next start sit question. This is a Cervantes. Says, I work at the Dick's at Bee Caves. I can still get you, my guy. Love to hear it. Start Mooney, Worthy, Pollard, Rashid, or Rashid at the flex. Well, thank you so much, my guy. And we will have another Austin meetup. I really hope that you are able to make it. And looking at what we have with the starting lineup, wide receiver, we have Rice and Lamb. Obviously, completely fine. Just rolling out these two guys. There's no way you would pivot to somebody else. Tight ends, we're going to have to pick up a streaming option over McBride. If we needed to cut somebody here, the cut would probably be either Samaje Perine or it'd probably be, yeah, it would be Perine. And then for the flex, it's either going to be Pollard or Akers. Probably end up going Tony Pollard. Hesitation with this is it should be one of the lowest scoring game environments that you have in the entire NFL. So we're saying Pollard, not super confident with it. You can make an argument for Akers, of course, only if you have no Joe Mixon in Houston. But let's move this over to Big Ben. Coming with a massive dono for a team review. Thank you, my guy. Says, hey, Mason, I'm currently 1-2 and potentially going to be 1-3. I traded Devontae Adams and Xavier Worthy for Marvin Harrison Jr. I think my receivers are pretty strong. I also traded away Laporta because I wanted to cut my losses with them. Do you think we can do any more moves to potentially improve the team? So first off, the Marvin Harrison Jr. trade, I absolutely love. I'm actually very surprised that we were able to get it done. I don't know what we got in return for Sam Laporta. I am like the player that I would want to see a big week from this week more than anybody else in fantasy would be Laporta. I have Laporta in pretty much, not every underdog draft. I have Laporta in a lot of underdog drafts. I have Sam Laporta in the Flock League. I thought he was a great value in round 4. It's not looking like that was the case. It's looking like we are just going to get crushed with this Sam Laporta take. But regardless, no longer on the team. Completely understand why. He's been horrendous. Going over to what we have with the squad. Currently, quarterback, we have A-Rich and Dak Prescott. I think it's a really good spot to play the matchups between these two guys. I mean, obviously, in a week where Richardson's going up against the Steelers, you go ahead and you play Dak Prescott. But you still have the rushing upside of Anthony Richardson the rest of the season. So, like we said, if A-Rich, even if he is bad in real life, he can still be a viable option in fantasy. And I don't want to completely count him out. He does look horrible through the first 3 weeks. But ultimately, it is 3 weeks, right? This is effectively his rookie season. So, quarterback, I think we are just fine with A-Rich and Dak Prescott. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Jacobs, ETN inside the starting lineup. So I'm completely fine with this as our RB1, RB2 combo. It's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So I'm also okay about building around wide receiver depth rather than that just having to sit here with more running backs on the roster to try to chase the home run. But yeah, running back room, I think is fine. Braylon Allen, Tajay Spears, both can be desperation starts if we really needed them. But obviously, at the same time, they actually give you just a ridiculous amount of upside if you were to have an injury to running back in front of him. Going over to receiver, you have Nico Collins, Marvin Harrison Jr. So we have 2 locked and loaded top 10 wide receivers. We have Godwin, DJ Moore as wide receiver 2s that we get to play in the flex spot every single week. And honestly, because wide receiver is this strong with this team, what I would personally look to do is I'm cutting Trey Tucker. I just simply don't see the path for Trey Tucker to make really any difference with this team whatsoever. Like, I would much prefer just rostering another running back off the waiver wire, picking up another guy of the Braylon Allen, Tajay Spears prototype, where if you were to get that injury, all of a sudden they do potentially become league winners, where even if they aren't stepping into that starting role, you could also look to potentially use them as that desperation play there at running back anyway. So I would really like to just cut Trey Tucker, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. We have the wide receiver depth where we can do that. And going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram and Zach Ertz. So we have the short-term plug-and-play guy for the injured Evan Ingram. Hopefully in the long term, we have the upside here with Ingram. So I think it's actually a team that looks a little bit better than what I thought it was going to be, according to the league analyzer. Clearly, we are just so damn strong at wide receiver. That's what we're built around. And because we're built around wide receiver at the top, I think what makes so much sense is to cut Trey Tucker, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I don't think that there's much to do outside of that. This week, we start Jacobs, Etienne, Nico, Harrison, Godwin. But like when we have DJ Moore on our bench, right? There's no world, even if Jacoby Myers now gets injured next week, where Trey Tucker becomes an even conversation to put into our lineup. Even if he has a massive spike week where he has 4 receptions for 100 receiving yards this week, you're still not going to be able to sell the dude for anything. So yeah, let's go get another running back. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. I think it's honestly a very well-constructed team where there's not much to do here. But get our QB decision right every week and chase running back upside on the bench. But let's move this over. Our next question is going to be a start-sit question from Rob. Here, wide receiver, we already started Neighbors. We have St. Brown, so there's no way, I don't care who else we have on the bench. We can't change anything there. Bowers is tight end 1 this week. It's tight end 1 overall, not a tight end 1. RB2 is very easily Najee Harris for me. It's a great matchup going up against Indianapolis. And at the same time, when you have no Jalen Warren, I think Najee kind of projects out to be a must-start running back. Going over to the flex between Akers, Pollard, Kittle. This is a great tight end room. I think we should probably look to sell one of the tight ends. But I think we're going to go ahead and just take the guaranteed volume that you have with Tony Pollard. Pollard is a running back in a bad offense. Is probably more talented than Cam Akers. Cam Akers is probably a worse running back in a better offense. I think the tiebreaker here for me between the two guys is Pollard's probably going to see a little more usage as a receiver than what you should expect with Cam Akers. Now, King was taken coming out with our next question. Say, Mason, what do we do this week? Ayuk continues to disappoint. Plus, I seem to start the wrong quarterback weekly. So here at wide receiver, we have Ayuk, DJ Moore, JSN, or Pickens to choose from. So not only does Ayuk now have Debo and Kittle good to go in his offense, but DJ Moore also has Keenan Allen. So I go with the wide receiver that I think is going to be in the higher scoring offense overall. I will go Brandon Ayuk, even though I agree he has been very disappointing through the first 3 weeks. He did have 10 targets last week in the Juwan Jennings 47-point performance. So, it's not that good. Between Purdy, Fields, I think we go ahead and you play Brock Purdy. Now that you have Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, all fully good to go in this offense, while it is a game against the Pats where it's not like they're going to have to go out there and they're not going to have to air the ball out aggressively, it's still a spot where Brock Purdy does give you a nice little floor ceiling combo. And then for the flex spot, we're just going to go ahead. We will take either DJ Moore or Brian Robinson. Most weeks into the future, it will be DJ Moore over Robinson, but I actually probably go ahead and play Brian Robinson this week because we have no Austin Eckler, and it's a great matchup going up against the Arizona Cardinals in what should be one of the highest scoring games of the week. So we're going to go ahead. We will take Brian Robinson. I think you go Purdy over Fields. I'm going Purdy over Anthony Richardson in my league this week. Okay. Now let's move this over to Nato. This is a flex question where we're looking at Higgins, Akers, Pickens, and Jerome Ford. So it's a very interesting call. We can go ahead and we can look at the projections that we have of some of these guys. I'm assuming that Ford's going to be the highest projection here on Underdog. Jerome Ford, you have higher, lower, 65.5 total yards. Obviously, he will have some receiving upside as well. Higgins, you have higher, lower 49.5 receiving yards. You should probably have a few additional receptions. Touchdown odds look about the same between the two. To be honest with you, I do not go George Pickens almost under any circumstance. It looks like Pickens has a similar touchdown odds and higher receiving line as well. But honestly, I don't care. I just think that there's more upside in the Cincy passing offense at this point than what we're going to have in Pittsburgh. So in my mind, it's either between Fields or Higgins here. I'm sorry, Ford or Higgins. I probably end up going with Jerome Ford if you're looking for a decent floor option. Where you did see the scaled back usage for Deonta Foreman this past week, but obviously a lot of that was game script dependent, where the Browns were trailing pretty much the entire time. But let's move this over. Our next team review is going to be one of those free Underdog team reviews from Embry Outdoors. Long-time member of the flock. Going to be excited to check this out for you, my guy. Says, looking to make a few moves. I like the team, but feel like it needs a couple more additions. What would you try to add? Jordan Love. Guy has JT, Mixon, Flowers, London, Cup, Dell. Then he has Purdy and Love. But he wants Debo or Reed straight up for him. What's a reasonable price for Love? I don't think buying Jordan Love right now makes a ton of sense. I think Jordan Love is kind of in a similar range to Dak Prescott, where you're that tier ahead of streaming option, where if you were to go through and stream the quarterback position, it's not like you have a massive gap in terms of the raw upside that you have just by playing the matchups and getting in a player like Jordan Love every single week. I would rather just put ourselves in a position where if we are paying up for a quarterback, if you are selling Deebo Samuel, you want an elite guy. You want somebody that's going to have a considerable amount of rushing upside. You want to be able to go out and get a player like Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson. You're not going to get Jalen Hurts. You're not going to get Josh Allen. But yeah, like even like rest of season, I don't even know who I'd prefer between Jordan Love and A-Rich. Jason says Love has the rushing upside. Maybe I'm wrong here. We can go ahead and we can look at what Jordan Love's done so far in his NFL career as a rusher. Let's pull up the Jordan Love game log. Do we want to take a guess in the only game that we have this season? How many rushing yards do you think Jordan Love had? In the game week 1, how many rushing yards do you think Jordan Love had? Zero. Correct answer is not 13. It's not 11. It's not 15. It's 0. Going over and looking at what you had last season. -1. -1. 3 rushing yards. 12. 1, 2, 10. 39, 0, 11, 7. He was running the ball a bit at the beginning of the season. And that completely stopped in the second half of the year and in the playoffs. So when we say he doesn't have much rushing upside, I mean, somebody says he got hurt, bruh. He got hurt at the very, very end of the game. You look at what he had in that contest. He had 34 pass attempts. Don't say, oh, he got hurt. That's why he didn't have any rush. He had 34 passing attempts. All right. He had a ton of dropbacks here. So, yeah, no, Jordan Love doesn't have a ton of upside in terms of running the football. Definitely, if we are trading Deebo Samuel for a QB, I want somebody like Lamar. I want somebody like Kyler. I want somebody like Daniels. I want a quarterback that will have that rushing upside. But yeah, we have A-Rich and Tua here in the long term. Obviously, in the short term, it's going to be a tough scene. But it is a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So it is a league where a quarterback actually doesn't matter as much in terms of the percentage of their lineup, your lineup output they're going to account for. Going over to what we have at running back, we are sitting with Achane and James Cook. So 2 top 10 running backs weekly, or at least rest of season. We have Jonathan Brooks coming in as quality depth. We have Zach Charbonnet, Jalen Warren, Rico Dowdle, Ty Chandler, Samaje Perine. So we are rostering a ton of these running backs that we can be excited about. So overall, to be honest with you, I don't think that there's much that we do with this team, because going over to receiver, we have Wilson, Debo, Deontay, JSN, Jaden Reed. And this is a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So I don't think this is a situation in which you need to sell one of these wide receivers. Like, we can get the wide receiver depth into our starting lineup. Going over to Dalton Kincaid at tight ends, we have the elite tight end. We're only having to roster one of these players. So I think that's a great team. I freaking love the roster construction with the way that we are attacking this. And if you wanted to go out, and I understand Richardson has just been painful to watch, my guy. And I'm not telling you not to upgrade over Anthony Richardson, because honestly, your team's good enough, or I think you can. But what I would look to do instead is try to use Richardson in a 2-for-1 deal and packaging with one of our depth pieces. Like, if you wanted to trade Jaden Reed and Anthony Richardson to go get Daniels, to go get Lamar, to go get Hurts, I think we can look to make that move. Or Zach Charbonnet with Anthony Richardson to go get one of those quarterbacks. I just don't like the idea of trading away one of our key receivers to go get Jordan Love, where I can't be certain that Jordan Love is a fantasy football upgrade over Anthony Richardson rest of season. Obviously, real life perspective, Love is significantly better, where there's a big difference between fantasy and real life. So I agree. I think that you have the depth where you can afford a quarterback upgrade if you really wanted one. But honestly, I think it's a great squad where I don't necessarily think you have to do much with it. But again, thank you so much, my guy, for being not only with us out here over the site today, but being a longtime member of the flock. Really hope I was able to help you out a bit here. Now, we are going to actually get some free questions going in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, go down to the live chat right now and just drop them. We'll try to answer as many free questions as we possibly can. And also, I do want to reiterate, we're running off like 3 hours of sleep. We live streamed for about 6 hours last night. Got up at like 6 something this morning. So you could get through, get another 5-hour live stream going this morning. Never really ask for y'all to go down there and hit that like button. But if you were ever going to drop a like in the live stream, right now is the time to do so. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. And we are only 1 like away from 600 likes. So go down there and hit that like button if you have not done so already. Okay. Now moving this over to the live chats. Trevor says Olave, Ladd McConkey, or Keenan Allen. Obviously, with Olave, can't be 100% certain with a receiver that, I don't want to say it was a game time decision, but gets cleared at the very last second here. I mean, last night to go through and play in this game. But I am going to go ahead. I will take Chris Olave. Ladd McConkey is in a low volume passing attack overall. You have Joe Alt injured in a tough matchup. Keenan Allen is possibly the third option in his receiving game with a rookie quarterback that has struggled behind a horrible offensive line. So I think it's Olave easily. And then you drafted Olave higher than these guys too. Dill says Myers or Rome in the flex. Crazy to say this after what happened last week, but I'd probably go Jacoby Myers over Rome Odunze. Specifically, if you were looking at Keenan Allen coming back into Chicago, not only Keenan Allen coming back to Chicago, but at the same time, obviously no Devontae Adams in this game. Now, Damon says Leggett or Garrett Wilson. So I completely understand being scared of this Denver matchup for Wilson, where Evans just got shut down this past week. And we've actually seen that a couple times for wide receiver ones against the Denver Broncos this season. But with that being said, my guy, you need to go ahead. I think you need to take Wilson over Xavier Leggett. Considering how many underdog drafts I took Xavier Leggett in this season, I mean, I would just absolutely love if we had Leggett coming out here and crushing Wilson this week. But for us to project it when we have not seen a single week from Leggett this year, you have to play Garrett Wilson. For the love of God, play Wilson. Clark says, is Mixon a must start if he plays? He's definitely a player you can start. I don't know if you'd call him a must-start option. just given the fact that if you're coming off an injury as a game time decision, especially a lower body injury where you have missed time, I think we probably need to be a little less excited about you and a little more hesitant. Okay. I Am Victory says Hurts or Daniels. So rest of season, I still pretty easily prefer Jalen Hurts over Jaden Daniels at this point. But specifically, if you're looking at what we have for this week, where with Jalen Hurts, you have no A.J. Brown, you have no Devonta Smith. With Jaden Daniels, you have a really strong matchup going up against the Arizona Cardinals. I think it's a spot you probably have to go ahead and you have to take Jaden Daniels this week. But rest of season, still give me Jalen Hurts, even with how good Jaden Daniels looked last week. Now, Top says Geno Goff or Justin Fields. So I know a lot of people have focused in on the quote-unquote inefficiency and the bad play of Jared Goff this year. To be honest with you, I think a lot of that skewed based off what you had this in week 2. And we're looking at a very small sample. This is still an elite offensive line. Jared Goff still was a very efficient quarterback last season over a much larger sample. So the last thing that I want to do is just go through and panic off of, a 3-game sample with with Goff. Goff is, I believe, a 3-point favorite here over the Seattle Seahawks as well. So I think you go ahead. I think you take Goff. Okay. Now moving this over to our next question. I Am Victory says Achane or Henry. We're definitely going to go Devon Achane over Derrick Henry in a full PPR format. Non-PPR league, you go Derrick Henry chasing touchdown upside in a game where you have no Tua. Blitz says Garrett Wilson or Jameson Williams. Definitely want to reiterate, we are lower on Garrett Wilson this week than we will be going into the future because of the tough matchup. But I'm still not panicking to the point where I think you can start Jameson over him. I think you do have to go Garrett over Jameson. Okay. Joel says Jordan Addison or Najee in the flex. I really hope Najee crushes Addison for my underdog teams, but to be completely honest with you, I hope Addison crushes Najee, but it's not happening. Najee Harris is easily the play here. You have no Jalen Warren. You have a great matchup going up against Indianapolis Colts. I think that there's no way that you could possibly play Jordan Addison over Najee Harris. I think Najee Harris has the higher floor and ceiling. I'm Cold says, should I drop the Steelers defense or Jets defense starting this week? I think the Steelers defense is one of the best defenses in the NFL going up against a quarterback that's, been at the top of the NFL in turnovers so far this season. So, no, personally, I think that you're in a spot where the Steelers defense is probably the best play in the league. Now, let's actually get back to some of the questions that we have on flockfantasy.com. And we'll definitely answer a ton of free questions in the chat. We're going to be streaming all the way till kickoff. But yeah, of course, if y'all wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of the questions that you have, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to look where you can ask those questions, you can go over to the top right corner in flockfantasy.com. There'll be this little comment looking button that says expert advice. You can go ahead and pick it. Click it. You can get a team review, a trade question, a start sit question. Literally, you can ask these at any time of the day, because if you are looking at what you have with the way that we set this up with flockfantasy.com is even if you're not in the live stream, when we answer it, we actually send you the clip of the live stream directly to you through the site. So you still get to see your answer regardless. Now, I will say if you ask a question right now, we're for sure going to get to it in this live stream relatively quickly as well. I don't think we're backed up many questions. But of course, if you wanted that team review, definitely the best way to go about that is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat or the link in the description and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you'll actually get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for this week. You'll get a free Daniel Jones pick, free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for today as well. I believe that is the night game. And you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way we can go through and credit you with that free team review voucher. But we're going to get this team review going for Glow Like Mike. This is green eggs and lamb. And also asking who we start this week. So let's first get the easy one out of the advice. Get the easy one out of the way. I apologize. Like I said, we're running off 3 hours of sleep. We live streamed for like 6 hours last night. Got a 5-hour one going today. But anyway, looking at this, at quarterback, you definitely start Kyler. Running back, we're going to be starting Barkley and Pollard. No, I'm sorry. We're going to go Barkley and Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, we go Harrison, Lamb, Higgins for one of the flexes or the wide receiver 3. Tight end, we're going to go Laporta, and it's a league where we can start 9 guys, and it's a 1 quarterback format. So we have Kyler, Barkley, Pollard, Lamb, Harrison, Higgins, Laporta. We need 2 more players. Wide receiver depth in this format is going to matter a lot. So Aaron Jones / Pollard, we play both of them. And then needing 1 more guy here, it's either going to come down to Keon Coleman or Braylon Allen for me. If you are looking at what you have with Braylon Allen, obviously he's been the better option. So looking at this, I think this is a spot where you need to go ahead. You need to take Kyler Murray at quarterback. And then, we're trying to think of some long-term trades we can make. I'm sorry, just getting a little bit confused here. Because somebody in the chat says we have McCaffrey news. So I'm getting a little distracted. Let's check out the McCaffrey news, and then we'll get right back to this. I'm very, very sorry, but when we see McCaffrey news, I feel like we kind of have to figure out what is dropping. Okay, going ahead, looking at this. Christian McCaffrey, searching this right now, seeing what the McCaffrey news is. So from Ian Rappaport, Christian McCaffrey is back from Germany, could run on hard ground this week. He should be back at least by early November. Okay, so hell, if McCaffrey's going to be back by early November, super positive news in comparison to what some people were saying previously. Where you fire up. I mean, you should be freaking pumped if you have McCaffrey now. Freaking pumped. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 800 likes in the stream. We never ask for likes, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. Now, going over to what we have with this team. Quarterback, we are sitting with Kyler and Caleb. Obviously, great spot here. This is Dynasty. We can build around both these quarterbacks this season and in the long term. It's a 1 quarterback format. We only need to play Kyler Murray here. And then obviously we are just chilling with Caleb. Going over to what we have at running back, we have the contending assets of Barkley, Pollard, Jones. Now, obviously, if you were a team that wanted to go and more so look for the long term, we would be looking to pivot off of these RBs. But for a contending perspective, makes a lot of sense to just go ahead, hold on to him, keep the best player in fantasy football right now with Saquon Barkley. Going over to wide receiver, the cornerstone assets in CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison. Players that we can build around this season, players that we can build around the long term as well. Keon Coleman, another cornerstone asset that you have. Higgins is a solid contending piece that we shouldn't expect to fall off for really anytime soon. Tight end, we have Laporta as a cornerstone asset as well. So this is a great team overall. is definitely a contending team in a dynasty league, especially in a one quarterback dynasty format. Obviously, Superflex would be a little bit worried. Looking at the league analyzer, we can tell that these are the two dominant teams at the very top. We are one of them. If you wanted to do anything here, I think it's potentially, if we get a little bit of a flash from Leggett and we can pivot over to a wide receiver that maybe is struggling, but we would expect rest of season here in Dynasty, gives us a little bit of a better chance to contend. And we're finding somebody willing to overpay for the rookie wide receiver. And we can pivot from Leggett to somebody like, obviously it'd be a no-brainer to pivot to like Devonta Smith, Brandon Ayuk, even in a dynasty format here on this contending team. I think that'd be a no-brainer. Going through and looking at some of these teams here at the bottom and figuring out if they have any shot to contend. This team's running back twos like Raheem Mostert. Like this team may have to burn this down relatively quickly. Like if you could pivot from Leggett to like Deebo Samuel, Stephon Diggs, Brandon Ayuk, if you really wanted to look to contend this season, that's something that we could do. Going over to this team after they lost Pacheco, their running back two is Singletary. Their wide receiver three is like Ridley. This is a team that's also possibly in a spot where they are having to go through, pivot over to a rebuild. If we can pick up Mixon on the cheap, trade a second rounder for Mixon, I think you have a great squad here. I think the main thing is when we have a team that's this strong, if you wanted to pivot off of some of these lower end options that are more long-term pieces and pick up an additional asset that's going to help us contend this season, 100% that's something that we can't afford to do here. Now moving over to this next start-sit question. This start-sit's going to be coming out from Connor. Here, wide receiver, we have London Jefferson. If we wanted to get anybody in, it would be Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is definitely an interesting play for us, but Juwan Jennings not going to be there. Running back, right now running back is struggling. We have the CMC, Pacheco, Brooks trio all banged up. Obviously, great news on CMC in the long term. But for the flex spot this week, I think you have to go ahead and take Zay Flowers. I don't see how we could potentially start Juwan Jennings now that Deebo Samuel and George Kittle are both good to go. Now, Brian coming out with a start-sit question says, traded Charbonnet for Pollard, great move. London for Tyreek, a great move. Teams 1 and 2 with unlucky matchups so far. Looking at wide receiver, Harrison is set up to absolutely smash this week. We go Tyreek over Wilson, even if you have the very bad quarterback play. You only need one big play for Tyreek. Definitely lowered expectations overall. We're going to go Laporta over Kmet. Clearly, Kmet had a better week last week than what we've had from Laporta all season now. But with that being said, you're still in a spot that you can go ahead and probably start Laporta expecting Kmet regression. Where if you are looking at Cole Kmet, this is a tight end that is not going to be an offense that sees 50 plus passing attempts again this week. Probably won't. And at the same time, Keenan Allen coming in will take some targets away from Kmet. Going over to running back, our RB2 at this point most likely is going to end up being Pollard or Mixon. Mixon's going to go. Steele, I'm not super excited about playing, just knowing that Kareem Hunt's going to be in here, and we don't necessarily know what the split's going to look like between the two. And I think here at wide receiver, we go with Garrett Wilson for the flex. Not excited about it, of course, given the matchup that you have. But, ultimately, this is somebody they took in either round 1 or round 2. I don't think we need to be panicking based off how bad the matchup is when the target volume has been there, and panicking and moving over to somebody like Terry McLaurin, who's only had, about 46 receiving yards per game this season. So I think we go Wilson, not with a ton of confidence based off matchup, but I think you can play him. Now, Dylan coming out with a question here. Really do appreciate you. Going to be excited to check it out. Wide receiver, we have Harrison, Ayuk, Godwin. Feel like these are locked and loaded options. If you wanted to pivot over to anybody, it would be Deontay Johnson over Brandon Ayuk, but I still probably go Ayuk myself. Running back, we have Brees, Gibbs as must-start names. For the flex, this is where things get interesting. Really, it's going to be between Deontay Johnson and Ramondre Stevenson. I would love to know what y'all have to say in the live chat. Could y'all please spam the chat? Are you going Ramondre or Deontay Johnson? Ramondre Stevenson or Deontay Johnson? Obviously, Ramondre, the guaranteed workload at running back in what should be a very bad offense. Deontay dealing with an injury currently. But yeah, no Thielen, and the offense should be better. Deontay, Stevenson, Deontay. Jenny says I'm starting Shakir sitting Ayuk. I don't agree with that. Deontay. It looks like everybody is on the Deontay side. So I guess you go ahead and you take Deontay Johnson. If it's a non-PPR league, then of course you could pivot to the running back. But Payne coming out with a start sit question. Let's go ahead and let's get this going for him. Wide receiver, you're saying I'm so down bad at running back. My flex has options, but we play the wrong guy every week. Well, let's figure it out. I've been playing the wrong guy with my league pretty much every week as well. But anyway, wide receiver, St. Brown, Harrison, locked and loaded. Tight end, I'm going Andrews over Komet this week, expecting that we actually have more passing volume in Baltimore comparison to last week, less passing volume in Chicago. And at the same time, like we said, I think Keenan Allen does take a considerable amount away from Cole Kmet this week. Going over to running back, this is ugly. We didn't start Singletary, so I think we go Rachaad White and Carson Steele. Looks like White's good to go. The report last night was that he had food poisoning, but feeling a lot better. And then for the flex spot, I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to play Terry McLaurin. I'm not super confident with these running backs because obviously White's been super inefficient. And Steele is having to deal with Kareem Hunt's. But with that being said, I mean, there's no way in hell we can play DeAndre Swift. I did it last week thinking it was a good matchup against Indy, and he had the guarantee to work. But yeah, there's no way we can do it again. But B. Kingstreak coming out with this start set question. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 900 likes in the stream. We're about to pivot back over and start answering some more free questions in the live chat. But please, if you have not gone down there and hit that like button, drop a like on the stream for us. We never ask for y'all to hit that like, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. We're running off 3 hours of sleep. We streamed for 6 hours last night, streaming for 5 hours this morning. But anyway, wide receiver, we have Olave, Flowers, Amari really is the names that we're choosing from here. I think I have to go ahead. I think I have to play Chris Olave. And then for the flex, Charbonnet is not going to be in consideration for me. I don't think you can start Juwan Jennings either with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle good to go. It's really between Zay and Amari, and I'm going to go with the player that I think has more efficient quarterback play. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Zay Flowers. And let's move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, go down there and drop them in the chat. We'd be super excited to get to as many as we possibly can. King says Aaron Jones or Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs, absolute must-start player for me this week. Must-start player for me pretty much every single week going into the future. You should have a very high workload in a backfield that only has Emmanuel Wilson to compete with. You have both Marshawn Lloyd and A.J. Dillon on the IR. Obviously, Emmanuel Wilson comes away with a receiving touchdown last week, but that's not inherently predictive of what you're going to have every single week going into the future. With Josh Jacobs, you're getting Jordan Love back into this offense, so it should go back to being a borderline top 10 offense every week. Elijah says Garrett Wilson or Allen Lazard. So obviously with Wilson, he's drawing the tougher defensive back matchup here, but I still go with Wilson. All the priors had Wilson as the guy coming into the season. While Lazard has looked good, the snap share has dipped down a little bit with Mike Williams expanding his role, and Wilson's playing 100% of the snaps. Like I said, I understand that it's definitely a much tougher matchup, but I'm going to go Wilson. Okay. Now, moving this over. Jonas says Dolphins defense or Niners defense. The Niners defense in my mind is the number one defense in the NFL this week. You're going up against New England. since you are going up against the Patriots, you have that 10-point spread, the worst offense in the NFL. You're one of the best defenses in the NFL. Obviously, the Dolphins are going up against Will Levis, who's been an absolute turnover machine, but I have no idea how you could play any defense over the Niners defense this week. Now, Andrew says Tyreek or Jacoby Myers. Obviously, Jacoby Myers is a lot more exciting now than he previously was with no Devontae Adams in this offense. But also, with that being said, it's a garbage offense. The same issue that you have with Tyreek Hill is going to be an issue that you have with Jacoby Myers. It should be one of the worst offenses in the NFL this week. So to be honest with you, I think it's pretty easily just going to be Tyreek Hill. Neil says 0-3 need to win desperately. Standard scoring, flex Hubbard or Braylon Allen. I stand by. I think Braylon Allen's an elite talent and obviously an elite handcuff if anything were to happen to Breece Hall. But at the same time, with Chuba Hubbard's a running back that's seeing 20 touches a game. I mean, a lot, at least last week he did. And he has that upside this week. Braylon Allen's playing about 30% of the snaps in New York. Obviously, Braylon Allen's gotten there over the past 2 weeks, but definitely not something we can consistently expect. And real quick, we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on this stream. Go down there and hit that like button if you have not done so already. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. Trailer Park Boys, happy to see us as start 2 in a 20-team league. Carson Steele, Jaleel, Algier, Roshan, and Emmanuel Wilson. I'll go Carson Steele for damn sure. He's an easy call over the rest of these names. And then probably going to take Roshan Johnson here as well. Brandon says full BBR, Michael Wilson or Jerome Ford. Definitely Michael Wilson's more appealing this week than he would be otherwise in a great matchup against Washington, as well as no Trey McBride in this offense. But when in doubt, take the running back with a guaranteed opportunity. Go with Jerome Ford. Okay. Now let's move this over. DG says Roshan or Akers if Mixon plays. If Mixon plays, you immediately drop Cam Akers. Like, there's no way we could consider Akers. Like, almost anybody would be better. Right now, I have Cam Akers penciled in to be the second flex in the Flock League for me. And if Cam Akers does end up missing, I probably have to start freaking DeAndre Swift. Yeah, looking at this, it will be my lineup will be disgusting, but I'll probably have to start DeAndre Swift. There's no way in hell you can play Cam Akers if Mixon's good to go. Okay. Let's see. Wong says, should I start Aaron Jones, Jacobs, or Jaden Reed? I go ahead. I take Josh Jacobs. Like I said, Josh Jacobs must start player here now that you have Jordan Love back. It's a top 10 offense. This is a running back that can catch the ball. This is a running back that will have the work in the red zone. You have the depth behind him thinned out, where now the only player that you have to compete with is going to be Emmanuel Wilson. But Matthias, welcome to being a member of the Flock. I know you've been out here with us forever. Really do appreciate you. Ty Zombie says, Flock is sleepy, bro. It takes 15 minutes to answer. I know. It is. It's getting a little tough out here. We are running on what I talked about in the live stream last night when we were like almost 6 hours in. It was like 2, 3 in the morning. I was like, why do I even go to sleep for 3 hours? Why don't I just run this in and stream all the way until kickoff? Which would have been crazy. Hopefully the 3 hours sleep helped us out a bit, but it doesn't feel like we got any sleep at all. But let's move this over and let's get some more questions from flockfantasy.com going. I do want to reiterate right now, I think we only have like 4 or 5 questions sitting out there waiting to be answered on flockfantasy.com. So if you want a guaranteed answer, you would actually get it extremely fast. If you go to flockfantasy.com, you can always, at any time of the day, ask a start sit question, a roster review, a trade question over here with the expert advice button in the top right corner. Just ask whatever you want. I'd imagine most people would want to start sit question right now. And also, if you wanted a team review, the best way to do it, by far, the cheapest way to do it, and actually something that makes so much sense just because the promos they're running right now, is going and signing up to Underdog Fantasy. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK as well, you'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. You'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick on top of that for the game tonight, more than less than half a total yard. A 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And you'll get a free team review in one of the live streams through flockfantasy.com. Where all you have to do is make sure that you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I can hook you up with a free team review voucher. But moving this over, Lena the Plug, this is the team name, Dogburn, coming out with a massive, massive dono. Thank you so much, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out for you. I will say real quick, this is an ESPN league. You can't link your ESPN league with the site, my guy. If you're having any issues, please just go ahead and send them in the site issues section of the Discord, which you can find the link to in the description of this live stream. And one of the developers would be very happy to go through and help you out with officially linking the ESPN team in. But if you link your ESPN team with the site, you'll have access to so many cool tools and stuff that you can play around with for free. And obviously, if I were to ever go and look at your team and stuff, I could look at all the other teams in your league as well. Now, moving over to what we have here at quarterback, we currently are sitting with Geno Smith. So this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I mean, quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So I would like a top end quarterback. Geno's definitely just a streaming option. Going down to what we have on the bench, I mean, it's not a spot where we are super excited about Anthony Richardson, but obviously we could look at the long-term upside that you have from A-Rich. It's just going to be tough to go ahead and play him this week going up against the Pittsburgh Steelers in particular. So yeah, we probably go Geno and then have Richardson for the long-term upside. I think Anthony Richardson is going to be the QB1 for this team most weeks. Now going over to running back, we have Etienne Bijan Robinson. So we have 2 top 10 running backs in fantasy, right? Very, very easy to go through and start these guys weekly. This is the cornerstone of this team, will be the top end at the running back position. I do like building the running back depth out here as well, considering the fact that you only have to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The wide receiver depth doesn't matter much. Right now, down on the bench, we do have Kenneth Walker. I actually think for this week in particular, I would throw Kenneth Walker over Ladd McConkey in the flex. Completely understand that we do have a very tough matchup for Kenneth Walker going up against the Detroit Lions here. But with a banged up Justin Herbert and probably no Joe Alt in this game, I just think it's going to be a very tough spot to be super high on Ladd McConkey. Obviously, we have the long-term upside here. But let's move this over and figure out what else we could do at running back. I mean, we have Charbonnet. We have the upside down there as well. We have Eckler. If anything were to occur to Brian Robinson, and Eckler would be the only guy left in Washington, then all of a sudden he's extremely exciting because you could assume that he has the red zone role and everything as a receiver, of course. Going over to wide receiver, we have a top 5 option in face. We have Rashee Rice, just freaking cooking right now. We have Jaden Reed with Jordan Love coming back in. Super exciting. We have the long-term upside of Ladd. We have Pittman, who doesn't look great right now, but possibly could get better if Anthony Richardson improves as the season goes on. Yoshi Bosch has been great as well. I think it's a great team. Going over to tight end, we have a streaming option with Frymuth, but also you have Hawkinson here for the long-term upside. So I think it's a phenomenal squad. In terms of trades to be making, I don't really see much. I definitely think we make an adjustment where we put Kenneth Walker into the starting lineup over Ladd McConkey for this week. I think we pick up another running back that's possibly an injury away from stepping into a serious workload. Like go pick up like Jaleel McLaughlin here with that open bench spot that we have currently with Austin Eckler on the IR. Obviously, 90% of the time, you'll just go ahead and you'll just drop whoever you pick up next week so we can move Kenneth Walker back off the IR. But if you can't pick up a running back that's an injury away from seeing that spike in value before the games kick off today, I think that would be very interesting just because it's essentially a free roll. It's a free little dollar scratch off, you know. We're not going to overlook the cost of nothing. And then in terms of what else we could be doing here, I don't necessarily think that there's much that you would have to. I think you're in a great spot with this team. We have the elite running backs. We have the elite receiver. We have the long-term upside here. I think you just put Kenneth Walker into the flex weekly and hope that Richardson looks better in the future and we would be good to go. But really do appreciate you. And I wish I had more for you, my guy, but you just have a great team. Now let's move this over to Tonkay's start sit question. Says, what's up, Mason? With Debo back, not feeling good about Juwan Jennings, can pick up Trey Tucker or Greg Dortch. I would go Juwan Jennings over Tucker and Dortch. And if you don't want to go Juwan Jennings, I'd go DeAndre Hopkins over Trey Tucker and Greg Dortch. So honestly, I'd probably start Hopkins this week. It's like you said, with Debo, with Kittle, both back in. And you have Ayuk. Presumably, Juwan Jennings is the fourth option in offense that doesn't have to throw the ball a ton this week. But I'm not going freaking Trey Tucker. I don't care. I'm running back James Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs, must start names. We're keeping these guys in at receiver, keeping Kincaid in at tight ends. Jordan Love versus Geno Smith. I do think it's a Jordan Love game here, even though it is obviously a very tough matchup against the Vikings. But I do really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out, my guy. Now going over to what we have with Jay Becker here in the live stream. It's a start sit question. Right now we are starting Harrison and Ayuk at wide receiver. If we wanted to get somebody in, it would be T. Higgins over Jackson Smith and Jigba. Can't start Higgins over either one of those receiving options. Going over to running back, currently the best play to get in the lineup would be J.K. Dobbins. I'm not starting Dobbins over Etienne or Montgomery. And then as we go down here to the flex, I think we probably go Dobbins and Higgins for our two flex spots. If you have no Mixon, you could definitely look to pivot and get Cam Akers into one of these, where the Texans are about touchdown favorites against the Jags. They should be able to run the ball in the second half, something they were unable to do against the Vikings, where the Vikings just boat raced them. But yeah, I think we go Dobbins, Higgins, and if you wanted to pivot to Akers with no Mixon, I wouldn't fault you at all for doing so. Now, Killer Kelsey coming out with a trade question. Say, Mason, this trade has already been accepted. I just want to know your thoughts. So London and Schultz versus Charbonnet, Pickens, Ridley. Going from Schultz. I mean, Schultz is barely worth a roster spot. It doesn't really matter. A London to Ridley is a massive downgrade. You're getting Charbonnet and Pickens at the same time. Since it's a league where you only start two wide receivers and one flex, I think I'd probably just prefer having the best option with Drake London here. Every single one of these names hopefully goes to your bench. I think we traded one starter for like three bench options. Obviously, in the case of Charbonnet, he has a ton of upside if you were to get an injury to Kenneth Walker. But outside of that instance, it's not like you're super excited about him. But let's move this over and answer some more free questions in the live chat. Of course, if you wanted to get any guaranteed answer, you can always do so through flockfantasy.com. But let's pull this up and let's get some free chat questions going. And I do want to reiterate as well, if you have not done so already, please drop a like on this live stream. It looks like about 10% of y'all have hit that like button. I mean, we live streamed for 6 hours last night. We are running off 3 hours of sleep. We're live streaming for 5 hours this morning, answering as many questions as we can. Never really asked for likes, but Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do it now. But anyway, Anthony says Jalen Hurts or Baker Mayfield. Anthony, I know you've been a long time member of the flock. We've had the same profile pick forever now. We got to upgrade the profile pick. We got to upgrade it. Here we are looking at Jalen Hurts in a 4-point passing touchdown format, honestly being the easy option. 6-point passing touchdown league with no Hurts. No Smith, no A.J. Brown. Hurts would be harder to go with. Now, Joshua says White or Chuba Hubbard as the RB2. It's just so difficult to know what to expect in Tampa this week, considering the fact that you do have Rachaad White dealing with food poisoning or coming off of dealing with food poisoning. On the other hand, you're looking at Chuba Hubbard dealing with the hamstring. So both players have their own ailments. Probably end up going with Chuba Hubbard, knowing that Miles Sanders isn't as much of a threat as Bucky Irving, where Bucky Irving has obviously been more efficient so far. Ben says Stroud or Daniels this week. I think you for sure have to go ahead. I think you for sure have to take Jaden Daniels. You have the rushing upside with Stroud. The passing volume hasn't been exactly what you'd expect. I think it's going to be better going into the future. But especially when you have no Tank Dell here, I think it's difficult to assume that Stroud's a lock for 300 passing yards and 3 passing touchdowns, which to compete with the quarterback that has the rushing upside of Jaden Daniels is kind of what you need. Margo says if Olave's out, Shaheed or Jameson. If Olave is out, you go Shaheed. However, Olave will be playing. So with Olave in this game, I go Jameson over Shaheed. Dylan says Jennings or Shaheed. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Jawan Jennings or Rashid Shaheed? We're looking at a wide receiver last week that scored 0 points versus a wide receiver last week that scored 47. Can you please spam the chat right now? Are you going to go Shaheed or Jawan Jennings? Obviously, you have Debo and Kittle coming back in, but we have 1 vote Jennings, 1 vote Shaheed, 2 votes Shaheed, 2 votes Jennings. Jennings, Shaheed, Jennings, Shaheed, Jennings, Shaheed, Jennings, Shaheed, Jennings, Shaheed, Jennings, Shaheed, Jennings, Shaheed. So it does look like the majority of the people in the chat are telling you to go with Shaheed, which I wouldn't fault you at all for doing that. Obviously, Shaheed is the wide receiver 2 in his own offense, whereas Jennings is now potentially the 4th option to go to in the passing game. With that being said, I have a monkey brain. And with my monkey brain, I don't know if I could allow myself to start a wide receiver who scored 0 points last week over the wide receiver that scored close to 47. I probably go Jennings. But I'm fully aware that I could be wrong and it could be a horrible call. Joshua says Jordan Love or Justin Fields. We are going to go ahead. We will take Jordan Love over Fields. And I'm actually playing a dev in the Flock League this week. I have not checked. He had Jennings in his lineup previously. I wonder if I know he checks the league. I know this guy freaking has Deebo Samuel in now. Yeah, he's already put Deebo in over Jennings. God dang it. I was hoping he was maybe going to be a little lazy and not notice, but on top of the game, this dude. On top of his game. Okay. 44 MSU says, did you see the Bama-Georgia game last night? Texas versus either would be good. I did not. We started streaming at the end of the 4th quarter. I could have set it up on another monitor before the stream, but I mean, at the end of the 1st quarter, the game was a complete blowout. I thought there was no shot. And then at the end of the 4th, everybody in the live stream was saying, oh my gosh, it's close. It's close. Like, what? And then we were following like the box score on the other monitor, but we couldn't set up the game at that point. I wish we could have seen the game. I'd imagine it would have been super fun to watch. Moving this over to Mr. Vargas says Najee or Chuba. I think both are set up in a good spot. I personally would go Najee Harris as a running back that I believe is slightly more talented and a running back that has that really good matchup going up against the Indianapolis Colts at the same time with no Jaylen Warren. So I think you could see Najee Harris just come out here and completely crush this week. Nick says Rome or Darnell Mooney. Definitely less excited about Rome now that you have Keenan Allen good to go in Chicago, but I'm still going to be playing Rome over Mooney. Dobbins or Kenneth Walker. Tough matchup for both running backs. Seems like you're going to have no Joe Alt in Los Angeles. Spread on the Seahawks game, last I checked, was the Seahawks are 3.5-point dogs. The Chargers are close to 7-point dogs against the Chiefs here. So it's honestly not the easiest call in the world. I may end up going with Kenneth Walker, but I will say, of course, that Kenneth Walker does have a super tough matchup. Carlos says, are Mixon and Akers both running back twos, assuming only one gets the snaps? Let's be on the same page. Make sure we're very clear with everybody here. If Joe Mixon is active this week, Cam Akers is not close to being a running back two. Cam Akers is somebody that you sent his butt to the waiver wire. You don't think twice about it. He's not worth the roster spot. He's not worth the consideration. I say this as someone who's currently planning on starting Cam Akers and hoping that Joe Mixon misses. Now, if Joe Mixon does miss, then yes, Cam Akers is probably a running back too. And if Joe Mixon does play, then yeah, you probably rank Mixon as an RB2 coming off the injury. So yeah, I know what you mean, my guy. Just want to make sure we're on the same page, because if I say yes to the way that you worded the question, some people are going to think that they can start Akers with a healthy Mixon. I just want to make sure that we're clear that you can't. But we'll get back to the free chat questions in just 1 second. Let's definitely go over and answer all the questions that we have on flockfantasy.com. And definitely want to reiterate, of course, if you ever want that guaranteed answer, I think right now we're only like 6 questions behind on flockfantasy.com. So you'd get it super quick. You'd always ask it through the site. If you wanted to do that, you would go over to the expert advice button in the top right corner. You'd get a team review, a trade question, or a start sit question. If you wanted that full-blown team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to the link in the live chat or the link in the description and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll be getting that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game at 3, I want to say. Plus, you'll be getting a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a free team review in one of these live streams that we're doing every single day. Just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we can accredit you with your free team review voucher. But let's move this start sit question over for Al24 Johnson. You're saying, should we replace Tyreek with Higgins, Myers, or Brian Robinson this week? So my guy, next time you want to go through and ask this, all you got to do is, like the wide receivers you're considering, put them down here. Or if you're wanting to know about a flex spot, you just put an empty flex and then you put the players that you're considering down below. That way you don't even have to type anything if you don't want to. But here I would probably play Brian Robinson, knowing that you have no Austin Eckler and what should be a very high scoring game environment against the Arizona Cardinals. Now going over to Gavin's question. Here we are starting St. Brown, obviously, at wide receiver. Absolute no-brainer. Wide receiver 2, I think we have to go ahead. I think you have to play Deontay Johnson. Now that it looks like Deontay is going to be good to go in a plus matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. Going over to running back between Taylor, Kenneth Walker. Taylor's going to be a must-start option. And we already played Devin Singletary in the flex. So a couple different things with this, my guy. Just in the future, definitely don't play anybody who plays on Thursday night in the flex spot. Even if your running back room's loaded like Taylor and Breece Hall. What you would do here is you would move one of the top end running backs down to the flex. And if you decide that you wanted to play Singletary, since he's good to go on Thursday night, you would move him up to one of the RB1 or RB2 slots. Just in case if anything happens in the later on in the week, you do have the possibility where you can pivot to another name here. But let's move this over to our next start sit question. This was coming out from M. Reese. Here for the 2 wide receiver slots, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Godwin as a must-start name. And I'd probably go Godwin and Evans over Wilson, knowing that Wilson has a really tough matchup going up against Denver. And for the flex between Jones, Pickens, Ridley, Wilson, we will go ahead and we'll play Aaron Jones. And definitely want to reiterate, again, even if you are loaded with your running backs like Derrick Henry and Bijan Robinson, if you're in a scenario where you decide that you want to play Devin Singletary or any player on Thursday night, you go ahead and you put that option into your starting lineup and you leave the flex spot open and you move Henry down here just in case something does happen. Because now let's say Derrick Henry was a surprise inactive, which obviously there's a less than 3% chance that happens. But if you get a surprise inactive with either Derrick Henry or Bijan Robinson, you can't get Wilson into the starting lineup now because you put Singletary into the flex. But if you started the Thursday night guy in there at RB2 and then moved the option later in the week down here to the second flex spot, if we really needed to, you could pivot over to a player like Wilson. Now going over to AG says, full BBR, who should we start? Thanks, Mason. Love the content. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. Here, running back. Well, let's start at wide receiver, of course. Nico Collins, must start name. Rashee Rice, must start name. Two guys that you can't even think about. You just have to jam them in, especially with no Tank Dell this week. Going over to running back, this is where things get interesting. Alexander Mattison and Zamir White in a garbage offense where right now it looks like it's a 3-man running back by committee. So to be honest with you, I know it's gross, but I actually play Chase Brown here. I go Chase Brown. I don't think that can really think twice about it. I mean, you can think twice, but my thought process is there'll be more touchdown opportunities in Cincinnati. While Chase Brown's playing a very low percentage of the snaps, he's been hyper efficient with his touches. And if we're chasing a touchdown, I know Madison had it last week, but you have no idea what the situation's going to be. It's only a 2-man backfield in Cincinnati as opposed to a 3-man backfield in Las Vegas. And there are just more points to be scored in the Cincinnati offense than what you have with the Raiders. Now going over to the flex spots, Deontay Johnson looks like a jam with the Adam Thielen injury and with this offense. I believe having a 21.5 point applied team total against the Cincinnati Bengals this week. Going over to what we have with the second option, it's either going to be between T. Higgins, Terry McLaurin. I think Terry gives you either floor, T. Higgins gives you the higher ceiling. So it really does come down to what you're chasing here yourself. But I do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Joe Lupo says, not sure to decide for the last flex between Kirk and Steele. Okay, so looking at this squad, yeah, we are dealing with Adams injury. So here, with this being a full PPR format, I probably hate to say this, but I would be trending towards starting Carson Steele, assuming that Kareem Hunt is active. If you have no Kareem Hunt, then it's very, very easy to just go ahead and play Carson Steele here. But assuming that Hunt is good to go. Herbert is playing, so maybe the Chiefs are forced to throw the ball a little bit more. Let's go with Christian Kirk, where you have no Evan Ingram, and we should expect a decent amount of passing attempts in this offense. But we'll get back to the questions on the site in just 1 second. Let's move over and answer as many free questions as we can in the live chat. So if you have any free questions that you want answered, please drop them to the chat. I'll try to get to as many as we possibly can. And of course, as well, if you have not done so, please hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. We live streamed for about 6 hours last night. We're running off about 3 hours of sleep right now. I never really ask for y'all to go down and drop a like on the live stream, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please do so now for us. But moving this over, first question, Josh Jacobs or Cam Akers. Even if you have no Mixon, Jacobs is a much easier play than Cam Akers here. I understand Jacobs hasn't been great so far this year, but you're in a phenomenal offense. You're not pretty much every single touch on first and second down. You're a running back that we've seen have the ability to catch the ball in the past. And this offense should be much better with Jordan Love under center than it was with Malik Willis. So Josh Jacobs is the easiest start for us you can possibly have. John says, should I trade Diggs for Kenneth Walker? I have Kenneth Walker ranked higher than Diggs in my rest of season rankings because obviously I think it's a little bit tougher to come by that option at running back, but obviously it's a little bit dependent on your league settings and your specific team as well. Now, Jam says, should we start Dobbins or Chuba Hubbard? Full PPR format, I think Chuba Hubbard probably gives you a little more work as a receiver. You have no Joe Alt. It's not the easiest decision to make, of course, but I do think we probably end up just going ahead and playing Chuba Hubbard. Trying to think. It's definitely not an easy spot, but I think you go Hubbard. David says, Jerome Ford, Najee, or Javonte in a full PPR format. Now, this is very easy for me. With this, I think we just very easily go ahead and take a Mr. Najee Harris. No Jalen Warren. Great matchup going up against the Indianapolis Colts. Should have the vast majority of work in this backfields. You can catch the ball. We saw the receiving volume there this past week. So yeah, honestly, I think it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and take Najee. Dominic says Kmet or Mark Andrews. So I have seen a lot of people dealing with this dilemma all week now. And completely understandable, right? Andrews gives you the goose egg. You drafted the elite tight end. He turns out to not be elite, but instead he is a bum. So now trying to pivot and find a different option. Cole Kmet, the hot waiver wire pickup, looks great last week. Kmet last week puts up more points than Andrews has put up pretty much all season now. So I think it's a very valid question. It seems like a lot of people, from what I've seen in the live chat previously, were on the side of Cole Kmet. I would be very interested to see what y'all still think. Could y'all please spam the chat? Because, I mean, we've had this question asked so many times where I think I give a slight edge to Mark Andrews, but I would love to know, would y'all prefer Cole Kmet or do you prefer Mark Andrews in your lineup this week? Kmet, Andrews, Kmet. T-Money says, I don't know, I have the same issue. I think a lot of people have it. Kmet, Andrews. Kmet, Andrews. Andrews, Kmet. So it does look like most people are on the Kmet side. My thing is, I think the passing volume goes down in Chicago. I think the passing volume goes up in Baltimore. Looking at what we have here with the projections on Underdog, Kmet is higher, lower, 27.5 total yards, higher, lower, 6.55 fantasy points. Andrews is higher, lower, 29.5 receiving yards, higher, lower, 6.75 fantasy points. So Underdog is giving a slight edge to Mark Andrews with their picks this week. But like I said, I think it's honestly up to you. I don't think there's a very easy answer there regardless. Okay. Now, Bearded Yoshi says, Rachaad White, Bucky Irving, Quentin Johnson, or Cortland Sutton. We need to pick one for the flex. We're definitely going to go ahead. We're definitely going to take Rachaad White. Obviously, White's been very inefficient. Rachaad White coming off of the food poisoning. It's not the easiest call in the world, but if it's a full BBR format, you have the cheap reception volume. Now, Riley says Deontay or Shaheed. Oh, you for sure go Deontay Johnson over Shaheed. Like, obviously, Shaheed has 2 spike weeks in comparison to Deontay with 1. But with that being said, in terms of predicting them going into the future, the Deontay Johnson spike week came off of volume, whereas the Shaheed spike week was just based off of efficiency and big plays, and the Saints scoring 40 points in weeks 1 and 2. So here, I think that this is honestly kind of a very easy spot for you to just go ahead and play Deontay Johnson. You have no Adam Thielen, and you have an offense that sportsbooks are currently projecting out score about 21.5 points with their implied team total. But let's move this back over to the questions that we have on the site. Then, of course, we're going to be going back and forth, getting the guaranteed answers on the site and all the free chat questions all the way until NFL kickoff. We were live for 6 hours last night. We're going to be live for 5 hours this morning, trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. So, of course, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. I mean, we never really ask for likes, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to drop a like, please do it now. And if you wanted a guaranteed answer on any of your questions, you can always get that on flockfantasy.com, where if you go over to flockfantasy.com, you can actually ask a start-sit question with this button in the top right corner that says expert advice, little comment looking button. You can ask a start sit question, a trade question, or a full-blown roster review. And I do want to reiterate, definitely if you want that full roster review, what I'd recommend, the best and the cheapest way to get it is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And at the same time, you'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game as well. And if you wanted that free team review after you use promo code FLOCK and make it minimum a $10 deposit on Underdog, just set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I can go through and credit you with a free team review voucher. But this next team review is going to be from Vinny. This is a 10-team league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. Right now, we are dead last with the league analyzer, and we are quite a ways behind the teams here at the very top. Like here, the teams at the top have, almost double the value that we have on this squad. So I'm assuming that it's going to be an uphill battle for us. And actually, you know what? F it, ignore the league analyzer. This looks like it is not a real dynasty league. This looks like it's a keeper league. So with this being a keeper league, the league analyzer is pulling in the dynasty league values. So definitely the league analyzer is going to be off here if you were actually trying to figure out what we should be doing this season, because in a keeper league, we do not need to be thinking as long-term as we do in dynasty. In a keeper league, it's definitely a lot more like a redraft format than it would be that traditional dynasty league. Now, going over to what we have at QB, we are currently sitting with Josh Allen, a quarterback that we can start every single week regardless of the matchup. Don't need a backup option here, clearly. Going over to running back, this is the worst spot with this team. Our running back one is either Chuba Hubbard or Zach Charbonnet. Our depth pieces are Jalen Warren, Austin Eckler, Keaton Mitchell, Emmanuel Wilson. This is a garbage running back room. And this is why the team is so low with the league analyzer. And 100%, if we had the ability to go through and pivot off of some wide receiver production to get an additional running back inside the starting lineup, that's 100% what we are looking to do here. Where if you wanted to contend this season, you have to address the running back position. You have no other option but to go out there and bring in a viable running back. As a wide receiver, we're sitting pretty. We have Tyreek, we have Reed, we have Debo, we have Higgins. We have 4 receivers we can start weekly. The issue is this team was supposed to have a ton of tight end production. We have both Laporta and Andrews. Obviously, the goal would have been both these guys crush early in the year. And then at that point, we could potentially package together Andrews in a running back or Laporta in a running back to go get a significant running back upgrade. But that just appears to not be the case right now. And it appears instead that you are just kind of stuck with both tight ends, neither as exciting options in this offense. So looking at what we can do here, I think the easy call for this team is obviously, one, if these tight ends pop this week and we can sell a tight end and go get a running back, it's an absolute no-brainer. But it's so much easier said than done. Reality is you're probably not going to be able to do that. So instead, what you most likely have to do is you most likely have to just attack the running back position with quantity over quality and see if we can get lucky and hit on the next Jordan Mason. If you can hit on the next Jordan Mason, obviously that solves a lot of these issues that you could potentially have with this team. So I think since that's our goal, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be cutting Jahan Dotson, cutting Jalen Tolbert, picking up a couple running backs off the waiver wire. And then obviously, if you were to get the ability, we want to go ahead. We want to cut one of the tight ends. I'm sorry, not cut one of the tight ends, trade one of the tight ends and pick up another running back. This is a team that is just absolutely decimated at RB. Like this week, we start Chuba Hubbard and Zach Charbonnet, but it's going to get very ugly very quick, especially as Jonathan Brooks comes back in. But I appreciate you, my guy. I really hope that we were able to help you out in some way here, and definitely wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the season. Now, moving over to this next start set. It's coming out from Austin. It says, what's up, King? Trying to dig out of a 1-2 start. 1-2 start. We have Kincaid, Brian Thomas Jr., or Keon Coleman for the flex. Love the videos. Much love, my guy. Really do appreciate you here. Looking at this starting lineup, I don't think we can flex the tight end. I understand when we have Bowers. Like, Kincaid is another elite tight end option, but if you just look at how tight ends project out from a week-to-week perspective in comparison to wide receivers, I think you have to go ahead. You have to take Brian Thomas Jr. here, especially as you have no Evan Ingram. So the expectation naturally is just, this is a spot where you have a few more targets going in the direction of the receivers this week in comparison to what you would have otherwise. Now, going over to a start sit question from Shaw, says, need help at the tight end in the flex. I could pick up Tyler Conklin, Schultz, or McBride's backup. Thanks. So thank you. I think we'd probably go Dalton Schultz, especially with no Tank Dell. Expecting Schultz to actually see a few more targets. For wide receiver, we're going to go Zay Flowers, but Jaden Reed is extremely close. I think you can kind of go back and forth. And like we said, we're going to go Dalton Schultz at tight ends. And then for the running backs and flex, it's a no-brainer. Gibbs, Barkley, Mason are just pretty much an auto start at this point. Okay. Now going over to Nate 93's question. And let me address this real quick. Kai says, just did my $10 underdog deposit. How long till I get my team review? So just full transparency, pulling back the curtain for everybody. What Underdog does is whenever you use promo code FLOCK and make it minimum a $10 deposit on Underdog the next day sends us the list that morning of all the email addresses that the previous day used code FLOCK on Underdog and made it minimum a $10 deposit. Then we go ahead and we accredit all those accounts with the free team review voucher, assuming that there's an account on flockfantasy.com that has that email address. So you should be able to get that free team review voucher tomorrow morning, my guy. And then obviously you can submit it for review as soon as you get it. Okay. But anyway, with wide receiver, St. Brown Neighbors crushing. We have a massive lead over everybody in the league. Running back 2, you go James Conner. James Conner disappointed last week in a very tough matchup. This week is going to be a much better spot against Washington. For the flex, we have Deebo Samuel, Ramondre, Deontay Johnson. Because we are so strong and we already have the blow-up game from Neighbors, we have the tight end 1 overall this week. We have Brees, James Conner at running back. We're definitely going to try to optimize if we can for the highest floor possible. Between Ramondre's higher, lower, 70.5 total yards. Deebo and Deontay Johnson. Deontay's higher, lower is 62.5 total yards. Deebo's 51.5 receiving yards, but you have the rushing upside with Deebo as well. I don't know if Deebo is the higher floor here, but I think we go ahead. We take Deebo Samuel. Should be a super high scoring offense. If you wanted to go with one of the guys that maybe is not coming off the injury because they could be perceived as a higher floor where we already had Neighbors and we're already crushing, I wouldn't fault you for it. But Blockchain Barrett coming out with our next start set. Really appreciate you, my guy. This is Darnell Mooney, Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, Jawan Jennings. Running back, we have Roshan. So I'm assuming that maybe you're asking for the flex. I go Xavier Worthy here over these other receivers. Now that with Jennings, you have Deebo and Kittle good to go. And I would start Worthy over Roshan if that's what you're asking. But say like next time you were asking for a flex and you were wanting to consider all these players, what you would do is you would just leave one empty flex spot and you would go through and you would include all the wide receivers and running backs that you would consider underneath. So you don't need to add another running back spot with Roshan here. But Adam coming out with a start set question. Here, wide receiver, we already started Neighbors. If we wanted to pivot off of London, we would be going to Jameson or Kirk. But no, we definitely keep London. We have Bowers at tight ends. Going over to quarterback. Ooh. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather start Justin Fields against the Colts this week or Caleb Williams? With Caleb, obviously, he had the 50 passing attempts last week. So he did look really good. And from fantasy, Neither quarterback showing a ton of rushing upside right now. I think Fields probably has more rushing upside. But yeah, Danny, we're considering it's always a 4-point passing touchdown. And it does look like everybody is on the Justin Fields train. Every single person. So that's the case. I'm going to follow y'all's lead. Let me see. Who did I have? Where did I have these guys ranked in our quarterback rankings this week? I had Fields QB 16, Caleb QB 18. So I had Fields as the guy as well. Flex, but I think it's honestly not that. I think it's not that easy. Like, Caleb has a great matchup against the Rams, and at the same time, Fields isn't running the ball nearly as much as what we saw in Chicago. But for the flex between Akers, Kirk, Jameson, Dowdle, Kupp, Zamir, Taysom, Jordan Whittington, if you have no Joe Mixon, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Cam Akers. If Mixon does play, I think you play Christian Kirk with no Ingram. So obviously it's going to come down to what we have with Mixon. But Danny says, and by the way, Danny, number one team in the Flock League, absolutely crushing everybody right now. Honestly, you should probably send your start sit questions to Fantasy Stock Exchange, which you can do that through the site, of course. And also, if you were wanting to spend like $3 on a start sit question, you could click on Fantasy Stock Exchange and myself and actually send them to both of us. But yeah, Danny may be the more qualified guy to answer your question. Says, Colts run a ton of single high, and Pickens sees his yards per route run rise from 1.2 versus split safeties to 3.42 against single high shells. So that's the kind of analysis that you'll get asking the guys on the Fantasy Stock Exchange a question. Here's the analysis you get with Mason. Chat, what do we think? Chat, what do we think? Chat, what do we think? I don't know. Chat, what do we think? So maybe you want to go ahead. Maybe you want to go with the Danny and Mixon ruled out today. Let's freaking go. I know it's bad to say. I know obviously we're not wanting to root for injuries. I know it sounds horrible for me to say this, but selfishly, I needed Cam Akers to be a viable option here this week. Looks like we can start Akers. Excited about it. Absolute no-brainer. Let's go ahead and if you have Akers, fire him up, ladies and gentlemen. Fire him up. Cam Akers, a running back 2. Should I be getting this excited about a running back 2? Maybe not. But if you saw how decimated my Flock team was currently, my team in the Flock League, you would know that your boy needed a running back 2 in a flex. Desperately. Now, Saul coming out with a start set question. Here, wide receiver, we're looking at Reed, Brian Thomas, Pickens, Higgins. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jaden Reed. I actually think the passing volume comes up here dramatically with Jordan Love under center. And looking at the market share numbers for Jaden Reed, it does look like he cemented himself as the number one option in this offense. We've asked the live chat this 1,000 times. It seems like everybody in the chat wants Kmet over Andrews. I go, ooh, Danny, let me know. Danny, what is your call here between Andrews, Kmet this week? I'm going Andrews with a slight edge, expecting the passing volume to go up in Baltimore week over week and the volume to go down in Chicago. Plus Keenan, I think, steals a bit from Kmet. But I would love to know it, Danny. Thanks. And then over in the flex here, I think we can take Cam Akers now that you have no Joe Mixon. Danny says, yuck. I'll have to take a look, but I think I have Andrews higher. Don't feel great about it either. Yeah, I mean, I think Kmet obviously was so damn good. The funny thing is Kmet scores more points last week than Andrews has all season. So I completely understand why people would want to go in the direction of Kmet here, but let's move this over and get back some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any questions in the chat that you want answered, please go ahead, drop them in the chat ASAP, and we'll get to as many as we possibly can. But DG says Cam Akers or J.K. Dobbins. You have a much better, obviously Dobbins is a much better running back. Let's all be on the same page. J.K. Dobbins is a much better running back than Cam Akers. But the receiving involvement may be comparable between the two of them. The Texans are about touchdown favorites over the Jags, whereas the Chargers are about touchdown dogs to the Chiefs. I think the game environment probably favors the Texans' RB room a little bit more. I probably go Akers, but there's a good shot that I'm just saying this because Akers is in my starting lineup this week, and I'm really hoping that Akers has a big week. Really, really hoping. Okay. Now, looking at this, should we start Pickens or Juwan Jennings? Juwan Jennings definitely way less exciting now that you have Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, both good to go. I mean, if you're looking at what you have with Deebo and Kittle, coming back into this offense, Juwan Jennings probably falls to being the fourth option here at best, where you have Ayuk, Deebo, and Kittle all ahead of him with the target totem pole. Now, AMG says Xavier Worthy or Jordan Addison in a full PPR format. I hope Addison crushes them for my underdog teams, but no Hollywood. We did see a season high amount of pass attempts last week for Mahomes with no Isaiah Pacheco. There is that outside chance that this is a team that looks to throw the ball a little bit more with no Pacheco in this offense when they are relying on Carson Steele instead. So I think I go ahead. I think I take Xavier Worthy, but it's not super easy. I hope I'm wrong. Jacob says Akers or JSN. I definitely go ahead. I take Cam Akers. I take the running back with a starting workload and what we expect to be one of the best offenses in the league. Then over what we have with JSN. Then he says, I'd go Addison. Naylor has sneakily been a top 30 receiver. I think Jalen Naylor has scored a touchdown every week this season, no? But the thing is, going through and looking at this in my mind, while Jalen Naylor has been viable, it's been off of 8 passing touchdowns for Sam Darnold through the first 3 weeks. Like, let's pull up NFL passing leaders 2024. Right now, is Sam Darnold at the top of the NFL in passing touchdowns? Yeah, Darnold is the number 1 QB in passing touchdowns. My thing is, I just don't think it's sustainable. I think Darnold comes back in. Jefferson dominates the target share here. So I completely understand where you're coming from, but I don't think it's sustainable. Now, Zachy says Dallas Goedert or Brock Bowers. This is tight end 1 and this is tight end 2 this week. I mean, these are the guys that will be at the very top of the position. Reason being is obviously no A.J. Brown, no Devonta Smith, no Devontae Adams. Even looking at their underdog projections this week, you'll see that their pick'ems are as high as what you have with some freaking wide receivers. Like, they project out like similar to wide receiver 2s. He's like the only guys you could possibly consider in the flex. Bowers all the way up at 52.5 receiving yards. 1.78x to score a touchdown. Dallas Goedert, 55.5 receiving yards. 1.64x to score a touchdown. Higher, lower, 10.25 fantasy points. Bowers, higher, lower, 9.55 fantasy points. So underdog pick'ems are saying Dallas Goedert, but honestly, it's neck and neck. I think you could honestly consider one of them for the flex. And obviously we say you never want to be playing a tight end in the flex, but this is a very unique situation. JL says, so glad I drafted Bowers in Dynasty. I had Kelsey. I wish I had more Bowers. Like, one of the most idiotic takes that I had was like, oh yeah, Brock Bowers is a great tight end prospect, but I would rather just, it literally could not have been worse. My tight end strategy this year was literally the worst tight end strategy you could have possibly ever come up with. Obviously, we're only 3 weeks in, but I'm willing to throw in the towel and just say I was a massive, the biggest clown you could ever possibly imagine at tight end. Where I thought instead of paying up for like the great tight end prospect in Brock Bowers, it made sense to just pay a little bit more for the best rookie tight end of all time with Sam Laporta. And clearly, we're sitting here 3 weeks into the season. I'm starting Sam Laporta. I took in freaking round 4 and feel gross about it. Whereas Bowers getting drafted 4 or 5 rounds later and is out here looking like possibly the tight end 1 this week. Danny says, what's crazy is in the flock league, if I had passed on Pitts, I was sorry. I'm sure, my guy. I'm sure. But Chris says, Cam Akers or Bucky Irving, for the love of God, you play Cam Akers over Bucky. I mean, if Rachaad White was out, then you go Bucky. But Rachaad White's playing, Mixon's not. You go Cam Akers. Mike says, Andy Dalton or Lamar Jackson. For the love of God, go Lamar with the rushing upside you have. The King says Godwin or Garrett Wilson. I actually think rest of season, I prefer Garrett Wilson, which obviously Chris Godwin's been much better up until this point. But this week, with Garrett having an extremely tough matchup against a defensive back that just shut down Mike Evans when I told people not to worry about Mike Evans, be very tough for me to go right back to that well. I think it's an easy spot where you can just go ahead and you can just take Chris Godwin for this week. Godwin for this week for sure. Okay. Now moving this over. Ali says JSN or Kenneth Walker. I'm going to go Kenneth Walker. I will say that I'm not super excited about Walker this week. First week back from an injury. And at the same time, you are having to go up against the toughest rush defense in the NFL. But let's move this back over and let's answer some of those questions that came through on flockfantasy.com over the last 10 or so minutes. And of course, real quick, let me ask from y'all. I never asked for y'all to hit that like button, but Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. I mean, we live streamed for 6 hours last night. We're live streaming for 5 hours this morning. We're running off of 3 hours of sleep right now. So if you're ever going to hit that like button for us, please make sure you do it on a Sunday morning. And if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always ask a question through flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to do that, it's with the expert advice button here in the top right corner. Here you can get a team review, a trade question, a start sit question, whatever you are wanting. But if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, and what I would recommend more than anything else, is taking advantage of the offers over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick for today, more than less than half a total passing yard. You'll get the free Lamar Jackson pick for tonight as well. And if you wanted that free team review on flockfantasy.com, all you got to do is make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I can credit you with that free team review. Because if not, I don't know who to get it to. But anyway, looking at this start sit question for Michael. Here it says, I'm stuck on which wide receiver to start and thinking all my running backs need to stay in. What are your thoughts and adjustments? So wide receiver, I would not want Juwan Jennings in here. I think you have to play Amari Cooper over Juwan Jennings this week. I think Juwan Jennings versus Rome Odunze is a very interesting call. And honestly, I wouldn't even go Rome now that Keenan's back in. I think I go Ridley and Amari and bench Rome and Juwan, even though they were the guys who absolutely crushed last week. And then for the flex, we definitely want to go with running back. We want to keep it with Aaron Jones, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, great RB room. And yeah, but I do think we pivot over to the veteran receivers here with Ridley and Amari. I definitely prefer Rome over like Ridley rest of season. I think Rome continues to get better, but this week in particular, I'd be a little bit hesitant. But Blockchain Brett out here with another team. Here at wide receiver, we're looking at Worthy, Juwan Jennings, Darnell Mooney, Keon Coleman. Worthy and Juwan Jennings, I think, are sadly the play. Obviously, we are... Danny says Rome is in his top 24 receivers this week. My God, have you seen the Underdog projections with Rome? Right now, you got Caleb higher, lower, 222.5 passing yards. Rome is higher, lower, 36.5 receiving yards. I think it's extremely difficult to project out Rome as a top 24 option before we see what you get with Keenan's involvement in this offense. I understand the Rams have been garbage defending against wide receivers. Danny says they're faded. That's one of my favorite higher picks. I definitely don't agree. I mean, don't disagree with the fact you can go higher 36.5 receiving yards on Rome there, but to start him with confidence, I think is very tough. And okay, you know what it actually looks like this team's maybe doing? It looks like this team's probably asking for us to submit a flex play. My guy, next time if you want a flex, all you got to do is leave one empty flex spot and then put all the players that you'd be considering underneath, and we can go through and get that for you. How I would rank these names, I go Worthy, Juwan Jennings, 1, 2, and then I'd probably play Worthy over Roschon. So if you just need one flex play, I think we go ahead. I think we play Xavier Worthy here. I think we go Worthy. Okay. Now, ER 4980. We have Terry Bowers, 100%. If you can trade away Terry McLaurin for Brock Bowers, you do it. Terry McLaurin averaging fewer than 50 receiving yards per game so far this season. Obviously, this past week, he looked phenomenal with Jaden Daniels having the full-blown breakout. But at the same time, you look at the larger sample, we have seen a very low average depth of target for pretty much everybody in this offense with Jaden Daniels under center over the first 3 weeks. Bowers looks like he's the top 3 tight end rest of season. Give me the positional edge you get at tight end here. Now, Johnsky coming out with a start-sit question. Says, who should we start at running back 2 and flex? And should we keep Terry at wide receiver 2? So running back 2, you for sure go Najee Harris with no Jalen Warren. Najee is going to be a must-start guy every single week. You have a great matchup against the Indianapolis Colts here as well. But yeah, I think you have to jam in Najee. And then for the flex, we're going to go right back to running back since you have no Adams and no Kupp. I think you have a great matchup for Zach Moss. Zach Moss at the same time is seeing 90% of the snaps here in the Cincinnati Bengals offense. So we will go Moss over Ramondre. Now moving over to Rambo's question, he says, I feel like we have too many options. Playing a good team, so we probably need a high ceiling squad. So going through and looking at what we have at wide receiver, if we're chasing ceiling, I'm going to go T. Higgins. Obviously, Yoshi Vosh ate T. Higgins' lunch last week. But going into the future, I still think that Higgins is the wide receiver 2 in this offense. I believe the Bengals have an implied team total of like 26 points here. So I think you can go ahead and go in the direction of Higgins. Running back Najee Harris is a must-start name with no Jalen Warren. And Brian Robinson is a must-start name with no Austin Eckler. So I think we play both running backs there, and I think we go Higgins if we're shooting for the upside. Now, it's Chavez coming out with a trade question. Says, got this offer today. What are your thoughts? I would rather have Devon Achane. Like, we had Achane, obviously, as that sell-high candidate last week coming off the massive game against Buffalo. But what we said then is if you can pivot over and instead get to a player like Jefferson, St. Brown, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, we do it. But there's no way in hell you're going for Debo and Pickens. Like, Achane is the winner here by a decent bit. So trade question coming out from Anavrin. Here says, I'm a little light on running back, but Leggett or Justice Hill for a stash and possibly bye-week usage. I would rather have Leggett with the injury that you have to Adam Thielen and the fact that this offense projects out nicely. And also, Deontay Johnson's banged up here a bit as well. If you were to see him re-aggravate that, Leggett could potentially be the wide receiver 1 in an offense that doesn't look super, super bad anymore. And also, Keaton Mitchell is possibly going to be back sometime soon. And in that case, if Derrick Henry were to go down, then Justice Hill's still probably in a committee just instead with Keaton Mitchell. Now, Shady coming out with a start-sit question. Here at wide receiver, if we wanted to get somebody in, it's probably Tyreek Hill. I don't think you need to start Tyreek over Metcalf or Collins, though. Tight end, we have Kmet. Obviously, you're playing Kmet over Hawkinson. Running back, Kenneth Walker is honestly interesting here. But operating under the assumption that this is a full PPR format, this is close. I think you have to go Tyreek. You have the tough matchup for Garrett Wilson. It's either Deontay Johnson or Kenneth Walker. Can y'all please spam the chat? Justin says it's a half PPR format. Okay, thank you for letting me know, my guy. Half PPR format, I think I give the slight edge to Kenneth Walker. Not super excited about it with him coming off the oblique. Not super excited about it with it being a very tough matchup against a very good Detroit Lions rush defense. So it's close, but I think we go Kenneth Walker, even if we're not super, super excited about it. Danny says he would go both receivers. If it was a full PBR format, I for sure go Deontay. Half PBR format, I think I'd give the slight edge to Walker. But honestly, I think it is up to you. Now, let's go back over and let's answer as many free questions in the chat as we possibly can. So if you have any free questions you want answered, please go ahead and drop them in the live chat right now. I'd be happy to get to as many as we possibly can here. Danny says, Lions pass funnel defense. He may be in a timeshare off the injury, but it's definitely a close call. 100% I agree with you, which is why I'm saying I'm not excited to play Kenneth Walker. The Lions have been the best defense in the NFL against the run so far this season. And at the same time, you're coming off the oblique, so we possibly could expect a little more Zach Charbonnet than usual. But I don't know. It's tough. Will says, start one, Steele, Reed, or Michael Wilson. Assuming it's a full PBR format where Kareem Hunt plays and we don't know exactly what the split's going to be with the rotation in Kansas City, I'd probably rather just go ahead and play Jaden Reed. And then we could reevaluate, of course, when we get more information surrounding the usage of Carson Steele, Kareem Hunt, etc., etc. Marco says, Hill, Flowers, Shakir, pick 2.5 PPR formats. I probably bench Shakir. Shakir over the past 2 weeks now has been a better option than Tyreek Hill. But that has primarily been off of touchdown efficiency rather than consistent target volume. Now, of course, you'd expect a player that's attached to Josh Allen to naturally have more touchdown opportunities than other receivers would in worse offenses. But at the same time, I mean, I think if you are looking at Tyreek, you only need one big play. He should have more targets than Shakir this week as well. And ultimately, Tyreek Hill is just a significantly better receiver than Shakir is. Okay. Gannon says, please help Ford or JSN in a half PPR format. I will go ahead and I will take Jerome Ford. Ford completely off the injury report, so it looks like you're going to have no concerns there whatsoever. Okay. Ayuk or Debo? Rest of season, I prefer Debo Samuel, but honestly, this week with Debo coming off an injury, I'd probably play it safe and take the guy that's we know is fully healthy with Brandon Ayuk. Now, of course, with that being said, Debo did look much better than Ayuk in the 2-game sample that we had in weeks 1 and 2. But ultimately, it's a 2-game sample. Debo's coming off an injury. Ayuk is fully healthy. I think we go Ayuk. Debo or Akers. I'm definitely going to go Debo over Akers here. I don't think like Debo is a player that you have to bench by any means. Swift or Akers. I have Swift and Akers both on my team. Swift's definitely on my bench. Akers is in my lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if Roshan sees more touches than Swift this week. Derek says, Steele or Rashad White in a full PPR format. Always happy to see you, my guy. Thanks for stopping by. And I will go ahead and I will start Rashad White here. Full PPR league, obviously White gives you the receiving equity. He is going to be splitting with Bucky Irving, but we don't know what the split's going to be with Carson Steele. It was not the easiest call in the world, but I mean, as well as you do have Bucky Irving dealing with a hamstring too. D Tubbs says Dobbins or Quentin Johnson in half PPR format. Much love. Happy to see you, my guy. We will go with J.K. Dobbins. Obviously, Herbert and Joe Alt being banged up. I mean, Herbert should play. Alt probably won't. Will negatively impact both players here. But I think Dobbins, you have the guaranteed touch, especially in a half PPR format. I feel like we've gotten a little lucky with the Quentin Johnson touchdown so far this season. And I say this with Quentin Johnston being one of my most drafted wide receivers on Underdog this year. We're getting him at like wide receiver 74. But with that being said, I mean, I think it's very difficult to assume that the Johnston touchdowns remain here for the rest of the season. Alep says JSN or Travis Etienne. You just take the running back that has the guaranteed workload. You just take Travis Etienne. Justin, good morning. Good morning, my friend. And let's go ahead and let's pivot back over and start answering all those questions through flogfantasy.com again. Definitely one thing, I'm going to be here and beg for likes. We only beg for likes on Sunday morning, but Sunday morning streams are by far the most important for us. So if you not hit that like button, I would really appreciate it if you go down there and give it a light little tap. Going over to flogfantasy.com, if you wanted to ask any questions, you could always do so with the little comment button in the top right corner with expert advice. You can ask for a start sit question, a trade question, a team review, and all of these get answered in the live stream every single day. If you wanted a full-blown team review, though, I definitely would recommend going about it with the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will also be getting that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Chargers. You'll be getting an additional free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And also, you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams. Just make sure you set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way, I'm able to accredit you with that free team review. But here with Alihia, something like that is the name. I apologize if I can't read, my guy. But here, tight end, we're looking at Greg Dulcich versus Frymuth. Frymuth, better offense. Dulcich, the target volume fell down dramatically this past week. I don't think you can play him. Going over to the flexes, Rachaad White, somebody that we have to play. DJ Moore, somebody that we have to play. Not super excited about either player, considering the context of Rachaad White being booty cheeks. And DJ Moore, you are having Keenan Allen come back into the offense. But then for the last flex play, I think we're probably going to go Christian Kirk. It's either Christian Kirk or Keon Coleman. But I mean, with Kirk, you do have no Evan Ingram this week. So I do think that you just have the very safe floor there. Now let's move this over to what we have with our next question. This is a start sit question coming out from Judson. It says, can't decide on which running back to start. Also, Jerome Ford on the waiver wire if he is a better option. No, I'd probably go ahead and play either Kenneth Walker or Ramondre Stevenson. Both are in really tough matchups. Walker coming back off the injury. I'd probably still play him over Ramondre, though, just because I think his offense is going to be much better. Quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts, and in the flex spots, we're starting Deontay Johnson and Amon-Ra St. Brown, which I think more likely than not we are going to keep as is. Now, Mark coming out with the start sit question says, I just traded for Jacobs on the low. Should I put Reed into the flex instead? Worried about Jordan Love this week. Okay. So I love the team that we have. And I'm not too worried about Love. I know it's a tough matchup, but I would start Ayuk and David Montgomery over Jaden Reed. Not because I'm worried about Jordan Love, but more so because I think Ayuk and Montgomery are in smash spots. Now, coming out with a team review from Robbie. Excited to get this going for you. Says, curious about the week 4 slot play. 0-3. Third divisional game this week. Can I ask y'all in the live chat, and especially Robbie, if you are in this live stream with us, what do y'all think about having divisions inside fantasy football? It's something that I've only done in one league before, and I didn't like it that much, but it was also a league that I wasn't like super close with the guys that I was in it. So I'd imagine that if you're like in a league with your close buddies, like the Flock League where there are a bunch of rivalries and stuff, I think that divisions could be really fun. Like, would y'all recommend playing in a fantasy football league with divisions? We got not a fan, hate. We removed divisions after 1 year. It's not bad for hockey. Football, it ain't great. Kind of lame. Don't like divisions. Okay, then maybe I don't try divisions in my own league. Like I said, I only played it in it for one league, with one league 1 year. And I didn't like it there, but I didn't know if it was just because I didn't really care about the people we were playing with. But anyway, checking out this team, in terms of who we submit this week, my guy, I mean, if we were getting anybody out of this lineup, we would want to be benching Braylon Allen here. I think he is the worst option that we have in the starting lineup. I'm going over to the options that we have on the bench. I think you can start Braylon Allen over Jamison Williams. I probably would go with the upside of Jamison. Obviously, with Jamison Williams, you have an incredibly low floor. We saw it this past week where ultimately he is that field stretching option where you are going to get some massive booms, but you are also going to get some pretty big bust at the same time. Okay. But anyway, with the team construction going into the future, and also another thing we pivot with in terms of the starting lineup is I would play Jordan Love over Sam Darnold. I think both quarterbacks are similar in terms of the amount of rushing upside that they have. I think both offenses are similar in the amount of points that are going to be going through the quarterback position from a percentage standpoint. And if you are looking at sportsbooks right now, you have the Packers favored over the Vikings by, I believe, about 3 points here. So I would play Jordan Love over Sam Darnold. But rest of season, I definitely think you just play the matchups between these two QBs. Obviously, fine to roster both guys with how good that Sam Darnold has looked so far this year. Going over to running back, we're currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, Devon Achane. So a very solid RB1, RB2 combo. Really no hesitation in saying that at all. Going over to what we have down on the bench, we have Zach Charbonnet, Bucky Irving as these desperation plays / guys that are premium handcuffs if the players were to go down in front of them. We say the same thing with Braylon Allen here, so absolutely love the running back room. Going over to wide receiver rest of season, Jefferson, very strong wide receiver one option. We have A.J. Brown as a wide receiver 2 on this team. We have Devonta Smith as a wide receiver 3. Nutso wide receiver room. Honestly, once we get through the Eagles bye week, I would love to see if we can package together like Amari Cooper and Kenneth Walker to go get a true elite level running back if possible. And going over to tight ends, we have Komet to play in the short term. We have McBride in the long term here as well. This is a nutso team. It's great. Obviously, dealing with the Brown and Smith injuries suck, but we're going to get both guys back after the bye week in week 5, so I think we'll be good to go. And then at that point, I do think that Amari Cooper becomes expendable depth for us, where we can sell him in a 2-for-1 deal with either a quarterback to get an elite level QB or with Kenneth Walker to get a top end running back. I think that would be very interesting. But thank you again for being a member of the flock. Really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here. But going over to this free team review, this is one of those Underdog promo team reviews. Purdy, Kittle, Liars. Says, hey, Mason, would love to know your general thoughts and possible trades. I'm 3-0, so looking to make an upside move here. Debating trying to move Kyron for CMC and Evans for Diggs. I would not move Kyron for CMC. Even if you are 3-0, I completely understand the thought process. I think you probably just need a little more value in return. Not sure if Dowdle Allen will work as running back 2 while waiting for CMC to come back. Yeah, I mean, we got word that it sounds like McCaffrey may be back in early November, which obviously is good news, but at the same time, to sell a locked and loaded running back 1 like Kyron Williams for him right now, I just think is something that we don't really need to take that risk. But anyway, going through and checking out the squad at quarterback, we currently are streaming QB with Brock Purdy. And one thing I do want to point out as well is this team is the number 1 team with a league analyzer. There are 2 juggernaut teams in this league, and we are one of them in a 12-team format. It's a league where we start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex as well, so the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. But since it's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I'd actually really like to upgrade over Brock Purdy if we could. I mean, hell, I'm starting Brock Purdy in my league this week, but if it's a league where you are this strong, my team is not nearly as strong as yours. I think if you could afford to make that 2-for-1 upgrade and get somebody over Purdy, it would be advantageous. In a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, quarterback's going to make up a high percentage of our lineup from a week-to-week perspective. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Barkley, Kyron Williams, both locked and loaded as top 10 options at running back. We have Braylon Allen, Rico Dowdle, Tyler Algier as some premium depth pieces. So honestly, absolutely love this running back room. And I think this running back room is one of the, I mean, obviously there are multiple reasons why we are the top team in the league here. Because going over to receiver, we have Malik Neighbors, we have Devonta Smith, we have Jalen Waddle, we have Roma Dunze, we have Ladd McConkey, we have Jacoby Myers. I actually probably would start Jacoby Myers this week. I'd throw him in the flex spot in this league. And then we have Ricky Pearsall for the long term. Tight end, we have George Kittle that we get to play. Obviously, if we get another absolutely garbage week from, say, Isaiah Likely at that point maybe could be a player that you go ahead and let go of. But as we sit here and as we try to project this out, it's going to be tough to come up with mini moves. The reason for this, my guy, is if you were to just sit on your hands and not do anything, let's map out where the team goes from here. Malik Neighbors, the rookie receiver, probably continues to improve as the season goes on. Braylon Allen, the rookie running back, probably continues to improve as the season goes on. Roma Dunze, the rookie wide receiver, probably continues to improve as the season goes on. Ladd McConkey probably continues to get better as the season goes on. Ricky Pearsall will be healthy and continue to improve as the season goes on. So looking across the board with this team, this is a situation in which we really don't need to be doing anything. And the team is just naturally going to get better as we sit here and wait. It's a team where, I mean, and same thing with Tua. I mean, Tua, you're going to get, with Waddle, you're going to get Tua back in, and Waddle will be more appealing as well. So looking at what we have here so far, I don't think you make any moves. And I hate to say that with the team. I think in the long term, as we get Tua back in, as Devonta Smith is healthier, when Rome continues to expand, when Ladd continues to expand his role, and the long term as this team is much better than it is today, then we can afford to make a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade over Brock Purdy. But when we're already dealing with injuries and so many of these guys being rookies, I don't like the idea of going and overpaying for McCaffrey. I don't even think a McCaffrey trade makes sense on this team at all. So I think you're probably sitting on your hands, and I hate to say it, but I think you have a great team. It's the best team in the league, and it's naturally going to get better as the season goes on, as long as we just don't play with the soap and as long as we don't mess with it. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my guy. But let's move over and let's answer some more of the free questions in the chat if we can. So please, if you have any questions in the live stream, go ahead, drop them in the live chat. I'm going to try to answer as many as we possibly can right now. Looking at this, we have Jaden Reed or Chuba Hubbard. You probably have a higher floor with Chuba Hubbard, to be honest. Nick says it would be Kyron for CMC and Mike Evans. Definitely a closer trade. I just think with that team, you're in such a good spot where you don't have to force something. I feel like we're forcing the McCaffrey trade if we make that. Kareem says Kyle Pitts or Sam Laporta. I have so much Sam Laporta this year that I'm starting him in the flock league. I'm so biased. I don't know if I can give you a decent answer to this question. I would love to know what everybody else has to say in the live stream here. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Sam Laporta or would you rather have Kyle Pitts rest of season? I'm sorry, this week. This week, are you going to go Laporta or Pitts? I probably go Pitts, knowing that Laporta is coming off a little bit of an ankle thing. Laporta, Pitts, Laporta, Pitts, Laporta, Laporta. Pitts, Laporta, Laporta, Pitts, Laporta, 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 It does look like most people are saying Sam Laporta, which I really hope that they are right. But to be honest with you, I'd probably go Pitts so we don't have to deal with any injury with Laporta. DN says, is CMC droppable already? Not even remotely close. CMC, we got word that he could be back early November. And it's an official report. Comes out from Ian Rappaport, somebody that we can actually trust, not just some random Twitter account. Now, moving over, this question's Amari or Deontay Johnson. If you actually look at the implied team total that you have from sportsbooks right now, sportsbooks are telling us that the Panthers are going to be a much better offense than the Browns this week. That's some of the least efficient quarterback play in the entire NFL with Deshaun Watson. You have no Adam Thielen here as well. So I think you go ahead. I think that you take Deontay. I think, honestly, I feel comfortable starting Deontay Johnson over Amari Cooper. Okay. Let's move this over. Shakir or Pittman? I go Shakir, as painful as it is to say. Pittman's just stuck in one of the lowest volume passing attacks in the NFL. What sucks is, like, not only has Anthony Richardson been extremely inefficient, but at the same time, the Colts offense this is what they probably should be doing, just because Anthony Richardson has been very bad. But they have been extremely slow as well. So with them being extremely slow and not running a ton of plays, you're looking at like a low volume, inefficient offense in Indianapolis. Whereas at least with Shakir, you're attached to a quarterback that could have a ton of touchdown equity. Elmler says Debo or Wilson rest of season. I actually updated my rest of season rankings over on flockfantasy.com yesterday once we had the Debo Samuel news. I think I'd probably go Wilson because, I mean, with Debo, you still have Ayuk, you still have Kittle. With Wilson, I'm not nearly as concerned about Lazard or Mike Williams. But Wilson does have some pretty tough matchups over the next few weeks, not just this week. Darren says Debo or Brian Thomas Jr. Please play Debo Samuel. I understand to be concerned with Debo coming off the injury in a matchup against the Pats where probably the passing volume isn't super high, but still I think you have to play him. Now, Jody, Romeo Doubs or Jameson Williams. I think we're going to go ahead. We are more likely than not going to take Jameson here. Obviously, with Jameson, he's the same player that you always knew he was. He's going to be an extremely volatile, week-to-week field stretching option where you are going to see some massive spikes, particularly when there's a lot of passing volume in this offense. However, you're going to have some of these weeks where you just have Jameson completely faceplant, but Jameson's still running a ton of routes, playing a ton of snaps, seeing targets in an area of the football field where you don't have to really worry about St. Brown. So I think we go Jameson. And real quick, we hit 2,000 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. I mean, we live streamed for 6 hours last night. We slept for 3 hours last night so we could live stream for 5 hours this morning, answered as many questions as possible. So, of course, if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. Probably the only way that we can get shown to possible new subscribers. I'm assuming that most people watching this are already subscribed by now, but if you hit the like button, maybe somebody else will come across it. Now, Big Worm says JT and Jameson or Harrison and McCaffrey in a non-PPR. In a full PPR format, it's Harrison and McCaffrey easily. Full PPR league, it's Harrison and McCaffrey by a mile. Non-PPR format, JT becomes a lot more appealing. I still probably go with Harrison and McCaffrey, but it's close in the non-PPR league. Sneckmech says Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels. We are going to go ahead and we will take Jaden Daniels this week with no A.J. Brown as well as no Devonta Smith in this offense for Jalen Hurts. Now, with that being said, it is also a very good matchup for Jaden Daniels. I have Jaden Daniels as the top 5 quarterback this week, but I would rather have Jalen Hurts rest of season. Louis says Laporta or Gesicki. I have Laporta as my tight end. I'm playing him over the streaming options. I would go Laporta. De Niro Dom says Carr or Stafford. Obviously, Stafford is just so damn good. I mean, at this point, to see what Stafford was able to do last week with all the injuries to the offensive line, with all the injuries to the receivers, like you can say that Stafford looks like he is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But with that being said as well, I don't know. You have all the injuries here. Sportsbooks currently have the Bears as 3-point favorites over the Rams. The Rams are supposed to be in a very bad spot with all their injuries this week. I know Derek Carr is coming off an abysmal performance, but I probably prefer Derek Carr. Okay. The Insane Andy says Tutu or Shaheed. I'm gonna go Shaheed. Obviously, boom bust option like Jameson, but a little bit worse, but still. Johnny says Waddle or Rome. Rome is a good matchup, but when you have Keenan Allen coming back in, and then we expect the passing volume to dip down as well, I personally have Waddle over Rome. I know a lot of people would disagree with that, though, and I think you could very easily go Rome. I'm just a little scared to play Rome before we actually see what the role looks like with Keenan. Indigo says Cam Akers or Michael Wilson. I will go ahead. I will take Cam Akers. I mean, with Michael Wilson, great matchup against Washington. Not only is it a great matchup, but at the same time, you have Noah McBride, so you're going to see the expanded role for all these secondary receivers for the Cardinals. But Cam Akers is stepping in one of the best offenses in the league and has pretty much every touch on first and second down. So I think we go Akers. Brandon says Lockett or Waddle. I will go Jalen Waddle here, but I will not feel good about it. Juan says Mahomes or Darnold. I will go Patrick Mahomes. I know Sam Darnold's currently leading the NFL in passing touchdowns. But with that being said, let's take a step back and let's think about what we are asking here. This is Patrick Mahomes or Sam Darnold. This is Patrick Mahomes or Sam Darnold. Go Patrick Mahomes, please. But let's go ahead and let's pivot back over and start answering some more of these questions on the site. And of course, if you ever wanted a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you can always get those all on flockfantasy.com. If you go over to flockfantasy.com and you want to ask a question, you can find that button too in the top right corner here, that little button that looks like a comment button that says expert advice. Go ahead, click that. You can ask a team review, a trade question, a start sit question, whatever you're wanting. Definitely, if you are wanting that team review though, the easiest or at least the cheapest way to get it will definitely be to take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you also get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for today's game. You get the free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and that free team review in one of these live streams. All you have to do is make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I know who to get the free team review voucher to. Now, Derek says Steele or Rashad White in a full PPR format. I will go Rashad White over Carson Steele, and just let you know next time, my guy, if you are going to submit this, just submit an empty running back slot, and then you can put the 2 running backs that you're considering down here. And then that way you don't even have to type anything, and I can go through and I can click who we want between the two, and it'll send it to you that way. But yeah, we will go with Rachaad White. Now, Booty Clap King coming out with a start-sit question here. And we are actually going to have to back out of this and go back in. And let's move this over. I apologize. Give me 1 second. Let me set this back up. As I do this, let's answer some questions in the chat. Wokester says, hey, should we start Stroud or Jaden Daniels? I am going to go ahead. I will start Daniels over Stroud here. It's not going to be super tough for me either. Daniels has more rushing upside than Stroud. Daniels has a better game environment than Stroud. Should be, I mean, one of the highest scoring games in the NFL this week, for sure. Like, please play Jaden Daniels if you have him. But yeah, moving this back over, like we said, we go White in a full PPR format. Booty Clap King here, wide receiver starting Harrison Jefferson. I'd be very, we're not even going to look through that. There's no way in hell that we look to pivot. In the super flex spot, we have Tyler Huntley. Huntley does have some rushing upside. And at the same time, he has Tyreek and Waddle, so I would start him over Bo Nix in the super flex spot. And if you could throw another quarterback into the flex, you for sure go Bo Nix. Like, if we can, it says considering Bo Nix here. Like, if you could start 3 quarterbacks, we throw Bo Nix in over these other options. But looking at the main players of interest, we have T. Higgins, Jerry Jeudy, DeAndre Swift, Jawan Jennings, Jaden Reed. And that's about it that we were interested in. And out of these options, Jaden Reed is a must-start name. T. Higgins is a must-start name. When we begin to get to these other pieces like Jawan Jennings, DeAndre Swift, Jerry Jeudy, Keon Coleman, it does get a little bit tougher now that we have the Niners guys back in. But I do think we go with Jawan Jennings, and we're also going to play with Keon Coleman and really hope that he is back to running the most routes and playing the most snaps in Buffalo, as we saw weeks 1 and 2. And we're not stuck in a situation in which, obviously, with Keon, you had the dip in overall playing time last week as a disciplinary thing based off him, I guess, showing up late. To show up on time, Keon, need you in our lineup. But we start Bo Nix over Keon if we can get another QB in. But Hutto Hippo says, McCaffrey included because I did not see Jordan Mason as the starting running backs. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know, my guy. Super excited to check this out for you. Tight end, you have to go Bowers over Laporta this week. It's painful for me. I am hoping more than anything that Laporta crushes him. But ultimately, with Bowers, you have no Adams, and he's been so much better than Laporta so far this season. And then here, in terms of what we are doing with the flex, between Amari, Cam Akers, Shakir, full PPR format, you probably go Amari. Non-PPR, you probably go with the touchdown upside of Akers. But full PPR, I think you probably have to go ahead and take Amari Cooper. Now, Sebastian coming out with the trade question says, Sub Mason, I'm 1 and 2, starting Nico, Garrett, Najee in the flex if I accept. We have A.J. Brown on the IR. So we're going to get A.J. Brown back in 2 weeks. Going DJ Moore to Garrett Wilson, upgrade. Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, downgrade. I think Garrett Wilson's the best player in the deal. Looking at the team, you are absolutely loaded here. We want to be making trades to get the best player in the deal. So let's go ahead and let's get Garrett Wilson. Baseball Nasty coming out with the trade question. This is DK Metcalf, James Cook versus Breece Hall says, some guy in my league just offered me Breece for DK and Cook. I'm 1 and 2, have Olave, Ayuk, Adams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. If we have Olave, Ayuk, Adams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, then 100% DK Metcalf is an expendable piece. Looks like this is a league where, I mean, if this was filled out correctly, you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter as much. I do think we have Josh Allen vulturing some of these rushing touchdowns going into the future for James Cook here. So I think, honestly, it's a very easy spot for us to just go ahead and for us to take Breece. Now, next question is coming out from the Owen. Here you're saying, hey, Mason, I don't know who to start this week. Debo or Zach Moss. Also, we have Mason, but it won't show. Okay, well, if we have Jordan Mason, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Jordan Mason at running back. So I'm going to leave this empty for you here. And then for the flex between Debo and Moss, I think it is tough. I think Debo has the higher ceiling. Moss just has such a good floor in my mind. Like going through and pulling up what you have with Zach Moss this week. Zach Moss on Underdog is higher, lower, 72.5 total yards. If it's a full PPR format, you probably have to take the receiving volume with Debo Samuel, though. But, I mean, Moss obviously is in a great matchup in an offense where he's getting a ton of work. Now, Ryan coming out with the next question. This is a trade question. Says, we're 2-1. Lineup is Mahomes, JT, Cook, Neighbors, Higgins, Kelsey, and Zach Moss. So, obviously, being 2-1, we can't afford to go and look for that long-term upside. Taylor to McCaffrey, massive downgrade. Moss to Jacobs, upgrade. Maybe if you were 3-0, we could think about doing this. But ultimately, you're really wanting to stick with the best player in the deal. You want to go Jonathan Taylor, even if we were getting the positive news with McCaffrey earlier today that he should be back early November. Frozen Grape stopping by says, thanks for the team review last night. Greatly appreciate the insight. Greatly appreciate you supporting the channel, my guy. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock, and I hope that I was able to help you out. Now, moving this over to the next start sit question. This is coming out from Can I Live 16. Says, hey Mason, would love to get your thoughts on the flex spot this week. Am I crazy for wanting to start Judy? Okay. Let's move this. So our options here would pretty much be Judy or Jordan Addison. We have no McBride. We have no Brooks. I think I go Addison over Jerry Judy in an environment where Minnesota may be forced to throw the ball here a bit. I am expecting that we do see a significant drop backwards with the overall play of Sam Darnold and the passing efficiency we see in this offense. But at the same time, with Jerry Judy's quarterback and Deshaun Watson, currently looking at some of the least efficient quarterback play in the entire NFL on that front. So I think we'd probably go ahead and take Addison. Now going over to Josh's question, says, need help with the team. We're 0-3 in a full PPR format. We have Akers, Amari in the flex, Burrow, Daniels in for quarterback. So I would go Daniels over Burrow relatively easily. I think Burrow is in a decent spot, but Daniels, you have the rushing upside. We're going to go Andrews over Ertz and Njoku. And then for the flex spot, it's either going to be Amari or Cam Akers for us. With it being a full PPR format, I definitely think you can make an argument for Akers. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Cam Akers or... Sorry, full PPR format, you can make an argument for Amari. Would you rather have Amari or Akers in your flex spot this week in a full PPR league? Full PPR league, I'd probably give the edge out to Amari. Non-PPR format, I'd probably go Akers. But I very easily could be wrong. Please let me know in the live chat if you can. Akers, Amari, Akers. Akers, Amari. Amari, Akers. Akers, Amari. So it does look like it's split. Like I said, I do think that it's kind of going to be up to you. The issue is, obviously, you have some of the least efficient quarterback play in the entire NFL right now with Deshaun Watson. But real quick, David says, did the Underdog code with Flock last night with the deposit? Got an email from Flock. When does the voucher become active? So typically it would already be active for you, but because we woke up and started live streaming at 7 a.m. this morning, I have not had a chance to send the email addresses over to the developers to get them hooked up with, get everybody hooked up with a free voucher. So after this live stream, I'm going to send over those emails to the devs, and we will get all those teams with a free team review voucher. Usually it's just the morning after you sign up to Underdog with code FLOCK. Now, if you did sign up after midnight Eastern last night, then it'll be tomorrow morning instead. But you'll get that free team review the day after you sign up to Underdog with code FLOCK. And as long as you have this an account on the site with the same email address. Because Underdog just sends me the list of the email addresses the next day. Now, Derek coming out with another start sit question here. Here at wide receiver, we're looking at Metcalf, Tyreek. So we have Thomas, Wilson, Hopkins to choose from. So Thomas would be the guy that we want to get in, but we're definitely not playing him over either one of those receivers. Going over to the flex, I actually do start Brian Thomas over Jawan Jennings at this point. It doesn't feel great starting Bo Thomas and Kirk. I mean, it's a little bit better knowing that we have no Evan Ingram. So more targets should be funneled through the receivers. And Gabe Davis is banged up here a bit as well. I mean, this is probably a Jags offense that does have to throw the ball a decent amount against Houston. And obviously, the Houston just gave Sam Darnold, I think, almost 4 passing touchdowns, if not 4 passing touchdowns this week. Now, Tin Henne coming out and does not fill out their stuff. So, my guy, please, if you're going to submit something, if you're in the live chat right now, I don't know how we could confirm that. But you didn't put any of the options for us to have. So if you want to respond to the email that you're going to get sent, whenever I hit mark as complete and hit next question here, and you want to respond to, hey Mason, I accidentally didn't include any of the players that I was considering, then you could, then I can go ahead and refund this for you. But yeah, just next time, make sure you double check that there are players here at the bottom. If you choose like the league that you want to ask about, you just essentially have to show us what your team is. So you only have to put like one player in and then the rest loads for you. But yeah, just respond to the email. That way I can get you hooked up with a free review. I'm sorry. That way I can get you hooked up with a refund. Now, NPS coming out with a start set. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Amari. I am a psycho, so I go Jaden Reed over Amari Cooper despite the Amari blow-up this past week. And you say pick 2 between Reed, Amari, and Terry McLaurin. So, yeah, I probably go with Reed and Terry, and I probably bench Amari just because we're expecting that the passing volume's not there in Cleveland. Okay. Now, Swag says, half PBR, horrible running back room. We'll see. We'll see. Wide receiver, pretty strong. We have Harrison and Ayuk. Running back, okay, yes, this is a horrible running back room. We have no Jalen Warren. We have no Austin Eckler. So we're choosing between Charbonnet and the Chicago backs. Out of me getting scarred of starting DeAndre Swift, I think we go Charbonnet and hope that maybe he has an expanded role with Kenneth Walker coming back from the oblique injury this week. And then over there, in terms of what we are doing in the flex, I think we go Jalen Waddle over the Chicago backs and over Ladd McConkey. Obviously, we just really want A.J. Brown back in this offense sooner rather than later. Now, J-Hack's coming out with a start sit question. Here, wide receiver, we have Ayuk, Rashee Rice, locked and loaded. Tight end, we have Laporta. Running back, we have 2 top options. Quarterback, we have Lamar. Yes, we play Lamar over Daniels. Really comes down to the flex. Are we starting London or are we starting probably Chuba Hubbard to be the best option to pivot to here instead? And no, I would go ahead and I would start Drake London. So I think it's a great team. I think we leave this as is. But let's move this back over and answer some more of the free questions in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions you want answered for free in the chat, drop them now. I'll try to get to as many as we possibly can. And also, if you have any love for the live stream, put it that way, go down there and hit that like button. We were live for 6 hours last night. We've been live for 3.5 hours this morning. I slept for 3 hours last night to make sure we can be answering as many of y'all's questions as possible. Looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So if you could go down there and drop a like on the stream, I'd really appreciate it. Now, Chris says Chase Brown, big day today. I think Chase Brown's a running back that should be rostered in all formats. Because if you are looking at Chase Brown, this is a running back that's an injury away from Zach Moss to being a starter in one of the best offenses in the league, where Chase Brown has been very efficient at the same time. He's been more efficient than Zach Moss has. However, with that being said, Zach Moss is the running back that is seeing 90+% of the opportunities in this backfield. So I think you need to go ahead and probably we need to bench him, right? Like there's no way that we can come through and put him in the starting lineup. I think Zach Moss is a must-start guy in a good matchup. But Zach Moss seeing 80+% of the snaps. There's no way you can start Chase Brown. I think you roster him, but you can't start him. Brian says Jahan Dotson or Keenan Allen. Jahan Dotson's not even worth the roster spot. If you have Jahan Dotson on your team, cut him. Jahan Dotson has 14 receiving yards this season. Let's go through this hypothetical. One, you can't start a receiver that has 14 receiving yards through the first 3 weeks. It's not like this is the first time we've seen him in the game with no Smith, with no A.J. Brown. It's not like he dominated last week. So there's no way you can start him this week, even if he performs well on your bench. Then you have to go into the week 5 bye, and then going into week 6, you have A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith back in, and it'll be an immediate cut at that point. So there's no reason to even waste the roster spot on Jahan Dotson. Go ahead, cut him, play Keenan Allen. I'm not super excited about it, but still. Okay. Sebastian says start Chase Brown or Cordell Patterson. Now, this is an interesting Chase Brown call. I would go ahead and take Chase Brown, even if Patterson's obviously going to have the expanded role with no Jalen Warren. Joe says Kelsey or Kmet. I would go Travis Kelsey over Cole Kmet. Obviously, Kmet scored more points this past week than Travis Kelsey has all season. But with that being said, now we are going to be getting in a little bit of more competition with Keenan Allen in the Chicago Bears receiving room. And also, it's very difficult to project out that you're going to have yet again a game with 50+ passing attempts for the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams, even if it is a pretty good matchup overall. Swift or Charbonnet. Oh my gosh. I started DeAndre Swift week 1. I started DeAndre Swift week 2. What's crazy with it is if you go through and look at the DeAndre Swift opportunity, it's there. He has just been the least efficient running back in the NFL this season. He's been worse than freaking Rachaad White. He's averaging slightly more than 3 targets a game. He's averaging slightly more than 12 carries a game. So he's averaging about 15, 16 opportunities per game. I can't tell you to start DeAndre Swift. Week 1, 3.0 yards per carry. Really bad. But it's his best mark of the year. Week 2, 1.3 yards per carry. Week 3, 1.5 yards per carry. He has 37 carries and one rushing first down. He's had 10 targets this year and 46 receiving yards. He's averaging 4.6 yards per target. DeAndre Swift is the least efficient running back in the NFL currently. Roschon Johnson's probably going to come out, eat his lunch. Like, obviously, yards per carry is not everything. I'm not trying to pretend that it is. But DeAndre Swift was at 4.6 yards per carry in Philly last year, behind a Philly offensive line that's better than it is now. That was better than it is now. And Barkley currently stepping into situations at 5.6. Like, Swift looks like he's just, he doesn't deserve any type of consideration. I almost dropped Swift this week. Tin Henney says, hey, Mason, I was lost. Where did I get the refund? Just respond to the email that was sent to you from mason.@flockfantasy.com. Respond to the email, my guy. Just say, hey, Mason, I'm Tin Henney. I'm the guy who didn't fill out the start sit question. And I'll be happy to hook you up, my guy. Damn, I went ham. We already answered that. We're going to go Daniels over Stroud. Flex Debo or J.K. Dobbins in a full PBR format. In a full PBR league with the tough matchup for Dobbins, I think we do go ahead and take Debo Samuel. Obviously, it's an environment where we don't necessarily expect that we have a ton of passing volume in San Francisco, just given the fact that this should be a matchup where they blow the Pats out of the water, where, I mean, they are favored by 10 plus points. Darnell Mooney or Trey Tucker. So with Trey Tucker, obviously, is a little more appealing now that this is like the correct range of Trey Tucker. All the Trey Tucker questions I've been asked so far this stream has just been immediately shoot down, say no Trey Tucker. Let me look up what you actually have with the projections on these guys. Tucker, you have higher, lower 36.5 receiving yards. Higher, lower 7.75 fantasy points. Mooney is obviously that kind of boomer bust option. Mooney's at 38.5 receiving yards. Higher, low 7.95 fantasy points. I think Mooney's the better player. I think Darnell Mooney's in the better offense. Now, of course, Trey Tucker, with no Devontae Adams, all of a sudden is the wide receiver 2 in Las Vegas. But Darnell Mooney's also the wide receiver 2 in Atlanta. So you probably just go Darnell Mooney. Let's do this. Nicholas says, would you trade Kyren and Lazard? So just let you know, in these deals, Kyren is literally worthless. I'm sorry, no, not Kyren. Lazard's literally worthless. It's just, do you prefer Kyren or Jonathan Taylor? Kyren or JT and Tank Dell. I would rather have JT and Tank Dell. I think you make an argument for JT straight up over Kyler Murray. And Lazard is barely worth the roster spot. Like, there are a bunch of receivers you can find off the waiver wire that are similar to Lazard. Even though Lazard's been great so far this season. I mean, it's just good luck trying to predict when that production is going to come. Nicholas says, if White doesn't play, Bucky, Higgins, or Reed in the flex. White is going to play. And actually, that reminds me, we should have actives, inactives dropping right now. So let's actually pivot over and let's see who is active and who is inactive. The easiest way to look at this, and honestly, I would say this regardless of if I was sponsored by them or not, it's just the God honest truth, is literally just head over to not the official Underdog Twitter account, but the Underdog NFL news Twitter. This is where they drop like pretty much every little piece of relevant fantasy football news regarding like injuries and stuff. It's not like an advice account or anything. But Jordan Love officially active for week 4. Rachaad White officially active for week 4 as well. Keenan Allen active. Drake May, quote unquote, still a ways away from being on the fields. Kamara and Olave are going to be good to go this week. Mixon obviously will not be playing. McCaffrey expected back by at least early November. Shefty said the Raiders rejected multiple teams inquiring about Devontae Adams for trade earlier this offseason. Now, obviously, it's different than in the season now. And we will keep you posted. Russell Wilson is inactive, so obviously a much better play if you wanted to start Justin Fields. But as we get more information, I think we will let y'all know. But let's move this over and answer some more of the questions with the site. And of course, if you ever wanted any guaranteed answers, you could always go to flockfantasy.com and get all your questions answered pretty much every single live stream. And yeah, I mean, if you didn't know how to do that, just flockfantasy.com, links in the description if you need it. But looking at the button in the top right corner here, it's the little comment looking button. You can hit that. It says expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you do want a team review, highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, however, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game at 3. And you also get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And yeah, you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way we can go ahead and accredit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over for 10. Henny, okay, so this is the start sit thing filled out correctly here. Obviously, I'm assuming that we already played CeeDee Lamb here. I would go with Olave over Ayuk. And now that you have Debo and Kittle good to go, I would not have said that previously, but now I think it's a little bit different. Looking at running back, we're going to go ahead. We are going to take the easy call of Brian Robinson with no Austin Eckler, and what should be a very high scoring game. Going over to our next RB between Cam Akers and Ramondre Stevenson. I think it's extremely tough Let me see if we can. Does Underdog have the Acres projections out yet? I know they didn't previously. They have Acres higher, lower, 61.5 rushing yards, which is higher than what you should have with Stevenson. Stevenson, they have higher, lower, 52.5. We can assume that Stevenson has the receiving upside, but Acres has the usage in terms of specifically at the goal line with more touchdown upside. So if it was a full PPR format, I think you can talk yourself into Stevenson. Non-PPR, probably go Acres, but really will be up to you there between the two options. Going over to quarterback, I'm going to go with Anthony Richardson over Fields and Carr. Don't feel great about it. When we asked the live chat earlier, everybody wanted Fields over Anthony Richardson, but I do think that you possibly have a little more Anthony Richardson rushing upside than you do Justin Fields at this point. And then for the flex, we're just going to go over to Brandon Ayuk. If it was a non-PPR format, you could talk yourself into Ramondre Stevenson, but in a full PPR league, we go Ayuk with lowered expectations because we have everybody back in this offense, of course. But checking out this team for C Mac and Cheese. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be super excited to check out the squad. Says, hey, Mason, you absolutely crushed my team in the first team review. I knew I was cooked. So give me a confidence boost here in my other league. This one goes based off of total points instead of head-to-head. But this is still a 16 playoff. Do we need to make any moves? Thanks, my guy. No, thank you so much, my guy, for being a member of the flock. I'm going to be excited to check this out. So first thing is, we got great news with McCaffrey this week, where it does look like McCaffrey will be good to go at the minimum early November. So it's not like you're going to be out with no McCaffrey rest of season here. Lamar, we have the elite quarterback. We're able to start him every single week, regardless of matchup. Obviously, don't need a backup here in this instance. Going over to what we have with some of these options at running back, we have McCaffrey for the long-term upside. We have Jordan Mason for the short-term play. We have Aaron Jones as a quality RB2. We have Zach Moss as that quality bench asset as well. This is a phenomenal running back room in terms of how the value is distributed. Going over to the receiving situation, this is a spot where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter that much, specifically because you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Right now we have Nico Collins, Chris Olave, Amari Cooper, Jalen Waddle, Rome Odunze, Christian Kirk. So looking at this, if we think that Rome Odunze is now viable, I think that you could view Amari Cooper as a sell high candidate. Like if we could potentially move off of Amari in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade there over Aaron Jones, I think that would be interesting. Obviously, it kind of depends on what happens in the game today. I know we're not going to be able to go through and, I mean, we could try to sell Amari in the next hour, but probably looking unlikely. But my thing with Amari is specifically for this team, after this week, Rome should even be that much better. I think Rome continues to improve his rookie season. Waddle at the same time is 1 week closer to getting back Tua. We're starting Nico and Olave every week regardless. I don't even know if we start Amari this week. I may even go Zach Moss over Amari in the flex anyway. So we're going to attack one of these teams that really needs some help at wide receiver. Like going through and checking out this squad. They have Pittman as their wide receiver too. Amari would help him out big time. So if you wanted to send like Amari and Jordan Mason and see if we can get to Jahmyr Gibbs, that'd be a no-brainer. If we could send Amari and maybe Braylon Allen to get to Kenneth Walker, that'd be a no-brainer. This other team at wide receiver has Jameson as their wide receiver 2, Quentin Johnston their wide receiver 3. Hell, so right now they're starting Jameson Williams and Quentin Johnston this week. I guess they're maybe going Jacoby Myers, but this seems garbage at wide receiver. If we could send them Amari and a running back and get that upgrade to Kyron Williams, I think we can afford that. Or if we can send them Amari and Aaron Jones and go get Kyron Williams, I think that'll be a no-brainer. And honestly, it may make sense for this team as well, where they could get that wide receiver starter where they're not having to rely on Jameson Williams. They're not having to rely on Quentin Johnston. And obviously, we're still giving them a viable running back play and return. Going over to tight end, we're sitting pretty. We have Kincaid. We have Likely. Another super disappointing performance from Likely. You probably go through and cut him. But overall, I think it's a great team, especially now that we get the positive news regarding the McCaffrey availability. And I just think that, yeah, when we are having some of these wide receivers hitting down on the bottom end, like Rome Odunze, it does make maybe Amari Cooper coming off the massive spike a potential sell high candidate where we can pivot over and get an upgrade elsewhere in the starting lineup, because you don't necessarily need the depth wide receiver play when we have this much upside as is. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me, my guy. And yeah, congrats on having a really strong squad here. I remember reviewing another team for you. Definitely remember the name. I didn't remember if the other team was good or bad, but I guess it was no bueno if you're saying that. But anyway, we got Steven coming out. Appreciate you, my guy. You're going to be super excited to check this out. Tight end, we have Conklin and Likely to choose from. I go Isaiah Likely. I know Tyler Conklin had his week more recently than Isaiah Likely. Likely went week 1. Conklin was weeks 3. But honestly, I think that there's going to be more passing volume here in Baltimore this week. And Isaiah Likely is much more intriguing than what we saw last week. And then for that flex here, I think we're really choosing between maybe just 2 names in either T. Higgins or J.K. Dobbins. If it's a non-PPR format, I think it's an easy spot to go Dobbins. In a full PPR league, I think we could consider Higgins. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have T. Higgins or J.K. Dobbins? Would you rather have T. Higgins or J.K. Dobbins? Valentis says, how do I sync my ESPN team to Flock? If it's ESPN, you're going to have to get some like little private cookies. So you're going to have to download an extension on flockfantasy.com. So it'll have to be on your desktop or on your laptop, whatever you have. It's a pain in the butt that you can't do it on your phone, but you only have to do it once, then you're good to go. If you're having any issues, you can send a message in the Discord, which the link's in the description. But we got T, Dobbins, T, Dobbins, T, Dobbins, T, Dobbins, T, Dobbins, T, Dobbins. Like I said, non-PBR format, I think we go Dobbins. Full PBR league, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play T. Higgins. Now, West Panda coming out with a start set. Says the obvious pick is Debo, but do we think he'll be good with the snap count this week, and is Higgins safer? I don't know if Higgins is safer. I'd probably go Debo Samuel. I mean, if you're looking at the underdog pick'ems this week with the projections that you have here, Debo's higher, lower 51.5 receiving yards, higher, lower 12.25 fantasy points, whereas T. Higgins is higher, lower 9.95 fantasy points. Obviously, you have more touchdown upside with Debo Samuel, or at least I don't say obviously, but at least I believe so. But I mean, you have a great squad, so I don't want to fault you if you think that Debo is at risk coming off an injury. If you wanted to just take T. Higgins knowing he is fully healthy now, you can. Now, Dyson Day coming out with the start sit question. Here at wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, London in. Tight end, we have Komet filling in for Evan Ingram. Main thing that we're looking at will be for the 2 flex spots. I think that, honestly, with no Cooper Kupp here, it puts us in a spot where you just absolutely have to start Deontay Johnson, who is good to go and has a great matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. For the flex, we are looking at a no Devonta Smith, no Cooper Kupp. It's going to be a little bit painful. I think we go with Carson Steele. I'm not super excited about it, just considering the fact that with Steele here, you are having to deal with Kareem Hunt coming into this offense, and we don't know exactly how this running back room is going to be split this week. So if we could avoid starting the Chiefs running backs, I probably would look to, but I don't think you can avoid it here. Now, big route coming out. Happy to see my guy. So start sit between Taylor and Akers. Definitely don't know what we are asking. If it's Jonathan Taylor or Cam Akers, it's Jonathan Taylor by a mile for sure. But Connor coming out with a question. Here, wide receiver, the best option for us to get in would be Terry McLaurin. We can't start McLaurin over Godwin or Harrison. Tight end, I do go Laporta over Komet myself. Running back, I think Brian Robinson's a must-start guy here with no Eckler. And going to the flex, it's either Jaden Reed or Terry McLaurin. With Jordan Love back in, I think Jaden Reed has a little more touchdown upside than Terry McLaurin does. I think McLaurin gives you a safer target floor. I think McLaurin gives you the floor. Reed gives you the upside. So honestly, I think it comes down to what you need And then quarterback, yeah, we're for sure starting Burrow over Fields. Now, going over to James's question. Here, this is a spot where we need to fill out a receiver. We have Rome with Keenan added back into the offense. We have Waddle with a turd for a quarterback. We probably go Waddle, hoping that we get a big play. And the running back, obviously, we're locked into Barkley, Kyron, and Jordan Mason. Phenomenal running back room. But yeah, I think I go Waddle over Rome now that Keenan is back in. Okay. Now let's move this over to Aster Fantasy. It says 1 and 2 stuck at quarterback in a flex. I feel like Seattle will get points, so I like Walker. I don't know about Fields or Zay. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's check this out. So quarterback, I go Richardson over Fields myself. Obviously, Richardson's in a horrible matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I actually just traded for Anthony Richardson in the Flock League, and it's funny that I just traded for him, and now I'm freaking benching the dude for Brock Purdy now that Debo and Kittle are good to go. Okay. One second, sorry, figuring out something. So looking at the flex, if it's a super flex, then obviously we go with Justin Fields. But if not, we have no Devonta Smith. We have no Eckler, dealing with a couple injuries. Rigodad already played. Then yeah, 100%, I think you have to go Zay Flowers. I think Zay Flowers is in a better spot going up against the Bills this week, where we should expect that you have some more passing volume in Baltimore. But let's submit that and let's get some free questions in the live chat answered. So please, if you have any questions, go ahead, drop them in the chat. Would be happy to answer as many as we can. So we have Fields, Caleb, or Jared Goff. So I think you go Goff. I know some people are making a fuss about the fact that he has been inefficient so far through the first 3 weeks. It's primarily due to the Tampa game that you had in week 2. Look at the larger sample. This is consistently a team that projects out near the top of the NFL in total points scored every single week, according to Las Vegas Sportsbooks. Caleb, good matchup, but he's not running the ball that much. And Fields isn't running the ball as much as he did in Chicago. Big Worm says Steele or Swift in a non-PPR format. We for sure go with Carson Steele over DeAndre Swift, especially in a non-PPR format where the main thing we are chasing is touchdown upside. Now, obviously, if we are looking at what you have specifically with Steele this week, I'm not as excited about him considering the fact that you have Kareem Hunt coming in, so we don't really know what the split's going to be between the running backs. I think Steele's probably still my favorite option to be the RB1 here, but it's just not a guarantee. It could be a 3-man committee. Shakir or Shaheed in the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Shakir. I think both players are kind of touchdown or bust, but if we're going to go with the touchdown or bust option, I want the player that's going to be in the offense scoring more points. And personally, I do expect that that is going to be the Shakir team. I mean, I don't think it's a hot take to say that there will be more points scored in Buffalo than there will be in New Orleans. Marco says Najee or Dobbins. If you have Najee Harris is a must-start player this week. With no Jalen Warren, Najee should absolutely crush, and a great matchup against the Indianapolis Colts. I think it's a very easy spot to take Najee. Kelly says Anthony Richardson or Jordan Love. Probably go Jordan Love this week because Anthony Richardson has a horrible matchup against the Steelers. I think you could make an argument for Anthony Richardson the rest of season if you see Richardson picking up the rushing involvement. Phil says Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts. We go Daniels this week, Jalen Hurts rest of season. Akil Patel says Pollard or Zach Moss. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Zach Moss. Honestly, pretty easy for me as well. Moss seeing 80+% of the snaps in Cincinnati. Great matchup against Carolina Panthers. Should be a great offense. You have a 26-point implied team total in this Cincy offense. I think you want to start as many guys as you possibly can. Kent says Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I actually go ahead and I take Brock Purdy with all his weapons back, with Jalen Hurts having none of his. However, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown league, the rushing upside will be tough to compete with in that format of Jalen Hurts. And in a 4-point passing touchdown league, I think you go ahead and you take Jalen Hurts. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to answer as many questions for free in the live chat as we can. All I ask is please go down there, hit that like button. We were live for 6 hours last night, answering as many questions as possible. We've been live for about 4 hours now, going to be live until kickoff, answering all your questions. So if you can go down there, drop a like on this live stream. It will help us out a decent amount. Now moving over, Xanders is Pickens or Terry McLaurin. Probably prefer McLaurin at this point. Ryan says Sutton or Jacoby Myers in the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jacoby Myers. I mean, Myers isn't like an auto start for me across all situations, because if you are looking at Jacoby Myers here, you're going to be dealing with a very bad offense with bad quarterback play. But at the same time, I can't say, oh yeah, the quarterback play is going to be bad in Las Vegas, so bench Jacoby Myers and play Courtland Sutton, right? And there'll probably be more points scored in Vegas than there will be in Denver. Okay. James says, where do I enter in code FLOCK for a deposit on Underdog? One, if you go through the link in the live chat, it should automatically enter it for you. But pretty much when you make an account, there should be a promo code spot. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I've been playing on Underdog for like 5 years now. So whenever I set up my Underdog account, it was a long, long time ago. I definitely did use code FLOCK, but I don't exactly remember. I'm assuming just whenever you click the link in the live chat, you'll see it. And also with the link in the live chat, it'll automatically apply as well. But obviously it's only for new accounts too. Oz says Dallas Goedert or George Kittle. I definitely prefer George Kittle rest of season. But this week in particular, when you're sitting here with no AJ Brown, when you are sitting here with no Devonta Smith, I think you have to take Dallas Goedert. Ryder says Zach Moss or Cam Akers in a full PPR format. I have Cam Akers starting in my second flex spot in the Flock League this week. I think it's a pretty good situation in which obviously it's a game that the Texans are favored heavily. They are touchdown favorites. Akers should see pretty much everything on first and second down. But with that being said, Akers probably doesn't have the receiving equity that Zach Moss does. And we have seen the production from Moss so far this season. And also, Moss is probably a better running back as well. So I think you go ahead and you take Zach Moss. Okay. K-Ton says Pickens or Garrett this week. So Garrett Wilson, definitely a super tough matchup going up against Denver. I ranked Mike Evans way too high in this same matchup. Lockdown corner that you're going to have to deal with. Definitely nervous about it. I still probably go with George Pickens. The target shares are very similar for both receivers in their respective offenses. The main difference is that there should just be significantly more passing volume in New York for the Jets than there will be for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I'm going to go ahead. I will play. Garrett Wilson over George Pickens. Don't feel super confident with it, but I'm doing it. But we have a bunch of start-sit questions we need to get through on the site. So let's get through those, and then we'll go back and answer some more free questions in the chat. And, of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you could always do so over there on flogfantasy.com. If you were wanting to submit a question, you can go ahead and go over to the site, hit this little comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can get a team review, a trade question, a start-sit question, whatever you're wanting. Again, if you are wanting that team review, it's definitely way cheaper to just take advantage of the promo that we have on Underdog, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game today. And on top of it, if you're new to Underdog, you're going to be getting that additional free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard. And code FLOCK will hook you up with a free team review where we are breaking down teams in the live stream every single night and every single day. Just make sure you set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I know who to credit with the free team review voucher. But let's go over to this start-sit question from Harvick. Says, Swift, Sutton, Lockett, Gabe Davis, Walker on the bench. Do we start them over Pickens in the flex in a half PPR format? Yes, I 100% go ahead and I put Kenneth Walker over George Pickens in the flex spot. Here, my guy. Clearly, it's a very tough matchup against the Lions. I don't think it's the easiest call in the world, but especially in a half PPR format where the receiving usage doesn't matter as much. And yeah, next time you don't even have to type that out, my guy. If you just look at the players that you'd be considering down here, if you just put them all, we can go ahead and we can just click whoever you want. Whoever we want for the flex. Now, Lupa Pie says, major questions on Ayuk and Higgins. Who is the better option today? I would prefer Brandon. Actually, wait, we have Rashee Rice. Obviously, we start Rice here. I guess it's down for the flex. And yeah, there's no running back for us to really consider with CMC banked out. Between Higgins and Ayuk, I would prefer Brandon Ayuk. You had the 10 targets for Ayuk last week. I know it was a letdown that you had all the volume going through Juwan Jennings. Obviously, you have Debo and Kittle back in San Francisco. But also with T. Higgins, you have Jamar Chase. Yoshi Bosch is getting used as well. So it's not like Higgins is the only guy in Cincy. Now let's move this over to 1K11. It says, for tight end, Ertz, Conklin, Gesicki, Schultz are available. Didn't know how to select that. Fly Eagles Fly. Much love, my guy. Appreciate you. Tight end, I think we are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Dalton Schultz, knowing that you have no Tank Dell this week. Or honestly, you could go with Gesicki. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you either Mike Gesicki or Dalton Schultz in your lineup this week? I'm assuming most people would rather have Gesicki. But please let me know in the live chat. Are you going to go Schultz or Gesicki? Tron says, what's the over-under to Roshan touches? The Underdog picks that they have out right now, Roshan's higher, lower, 44.5 total yards. Higher, lower, 11.5. Those are yards. Where's his carries? They don't have a carries pick out right now for Roshan unless I'm missing something. So I don't know, my guy. His higher, lower fantasy points is 7.5. But looking at the chat, we have Gesicki, Schultz, Gesicki, Schultz, Gesicki, Schultz, Gesicki. So it does look like it's split. If you had Tank Dell playing, I think it'd be an easy spot to go ahead and take. Oh, is that funny? When I was trying to show the Underdog picks, I just put myself full screen instead. It's been a wild past 24 hours with how much we've streamed. But anyway, looking at this, wide receiver, you had no Smith this week. I think you have to go ahead and play Olave. He's officially active. Tight end, I think Schultz or Gesicki. I probably go. It's honestly just up to you. It's tomato. You're throwing it. It's like you're playing roulette. Who knows? We're going to go Aaron Jones for one running back slot. The other running back slot, we're going to go Chuba over Akers. And then remember, never play a Thursday night guy in the flex. I would have played Devin Singletary there at RB2 just so we had more options later in the week down here. And then we go Cam Akers over these other options for the flex, which would include Yoshi Vosh and Ladd McConkey, now that you officially have no Mixon. Now, official Rob coming out with a start-sit question. Here, wide receiver, I think Brandon Ayuk is somebody that you have to start. I'm assuming we already put Lamb in as well. Tight end, we have Kelsey. Running back, Jacobs, Gibbs are must-start names. Quarterback, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Josh Allen. And then for the other flex spot, I think we go with David Montgomery, where this Detroit Lions offensive line continues to show that they are arguably the best O-line in the entire NFL with just a ridiculous amount of rushing upside every week. Now, Beast Mode coming out says, also, what trades do you think we can make? Should we trade Tyreek away? If you're 0-3, I don't mind the idea of trading away Tyreek Hill if you get a decent price point. I mean, in terms of the starting lineup this week, we're probably going to be going London. I'd probably start Tyreek over Deontay Johnson, even if it's disgusting. We go Laporta over Kmet. Running back, Achane's a must-start option. I go Kenneth Walker over Pollard and Charbonnet, even in a gross matchup. And then down for the flex spots, we're going to go Deontay Johnson and Drake London. Assuming if it's a full PPR format. If it's non-PPR, I think you could pivot over from one of the receivers to Tony Pollard. But yeah, if you're 0-3, I don't hate the idea of moving away from Tyreek. Now, CVIT coming out with this question says, do we start Keenan or Mooney or Dobbins in my flex? And then also Mark Andrews or Zach Ertz. Okay, next time, my guy, you actually don't even need to type all this out. If you just put the players that you were considering underneath here, we can go through and we can fill everything out for you. But I'm going to go Keenan Allen over Darnell Mooney. No, we're going to go J.K. Dobbins over both Keenan and Mooney. And then Mark Andrews or Zach Ertz, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Mark Andrews. I would be interested to know what quarterbacks are on the waiver wire in comparison to Derek Carr, though. Now, moving over to this next start-sit question for Phil. Always happy to see you, my guy. I'm here, wide receiver. We're going to be going with Godwin as kind of a must-start guy at this point. I think we're going to go London over Ladd, even though Herbert's good to go. Tight end, I'm taking Andrews over Kmet. Seems like most of the people in the chat are going Kmet over Andrews. Running back, Brees, must-start name. ETN, must-start name, just based off of volume, even if you're not super excited about it. And then for the flex down here, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Chuba Hubbard, get the running back that's in the much better offense in a pretty good matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals at this point. You have an applied team total of like 21.5 points here for the Panthers. Now, P. Betty coming out with the question says, other quarterbacks available are Fields, Dalton, Caleb, Rodgers, iffy on Olave with the hammy. So real quick, I think if we're looking at what we have here at wide receiver, you can start St. Brown and Evans 100% if you are worried about Olave. And then in terms of quarterback, we probably do go ahead and just take Baker Mayfield here. And then for this flex spot, if you're iffy with Olave, I think Najee Harris is a very easy play with no Jalen Warren, where you should just have a massive role in what should be a very good matchup against Indianapolis. Now, Ogwad says, I also have Jordan Mason. I'm considering starting at RB2 or the flex. All right, let's go ahead and let's pull this up. I'd imagine we have Jordan Mason. We play Jordan Mason. Wide receiver right now, we're starting with Jefferson and Harrison. Love to see it. We go Kincaid over Kelsey at tight ends. Running back, we're going to go Achane over Gibbs. And then for the flex spot, we're going to put Gibbs here. But if you wanted to go Jordan Mason, I think you actually probably play Mason over Gibbs. Now, with that being said, I would very easily prefer Jahmyr Gibbs rest of season here. And you know what? What the hell am I saying? We have no Tua this week. So why am I possibly putting Achane in here over Gibbs? We go Gibbs in the flex spots between Achane or Mason. I'd probably go Mason and bench Achane. It is tough. Do we know if Raheem Mostert's playing this week or not? Now, Alexander coming out with a start-sit question here. Wide receiver, I think you have to go with Stephon Diggs. Ayuk would have been my initial answer. But now that we have no Tank Dell and everybody in San Francisco is actually playing, Diggs looks to be the name. We're going to go Ayuk over Metcalf, even though people will probably hate it. And then going down to the flex spot, this is a situation which I think you have to play DK Metcalf, knowing that this is a really strong rushing defense for the Detroit Lions, and they pretty much are funneling everything through the pass. Now, DK Jones says, we have Andrews and Gesicki on the waiver wire. Should we bench Andrews Also, between the 3 wide receivers, who is the best start? So next time, my guy, all you have to do is fill out, just put one empty wide receiver slot, and then you can put all the wide receivers underneath. But between Michael Wilson, Michael Pittman, and Quentin Johnston, I would prefer Michael Wilson with no Trey McBride in a really good matchup. And then no, I'm not going to be cutting anybody to pick up Gesicki. If you have Andrews, I think you play Andrews, and we probably cry a little bit on the inside when we do it. But I think the passing volume is going to be a lot better in Baltimore this week than it was previously. But I think we are through. I think we only have 2 more questions on flockfantasy.com to get through right now. So let's take a little bit of a break there, and let's answer all the free questions we can in the live chat. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there to the live chat, drop any free start sit questions that you want answered. And also, it looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So if you could please go down there and drop a like on this live stream. We have live streamed for 6 hours last night. We are live streaming for over 5 hours today. So, I mean, over the past 12 hours, we have live streamed for 16 of them. Or not 16. Over the past 16 hours, we have live streamed for 11 of them, trying to answer as many questions as we can of yours. So if you could drop a like on the stream, Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. I really would appreciate it. It's the only way we can get new subscribers and get pushed out to new people now is on Sunday mornings. But Aiden says David Montgomery or Brandon Ayuk. I think you can play it safe with Montgomery. Obviously, Montgomery's had a touchdown every single week so far this season. And this is just one of the best offensive lines in the entire NFL where you have so much efficiency as a rusher for Montgomery. I am freaking excited for kickoff to get here. I have some phenomenal leftovers from a restaurant in Austin that I picked up food from last night. I'm starving. Sit down, watch some football, eat my leftovers, calm down, rest the voice. It's going to be glorious. Yeah, I can't keep thinking about the food. I guess I'm really hungry. Bobby says Laporta or Tyler Conklin. I think we for sure go ahead. I think we for sure try to take Sam Laporta over Conklin. I don't know why I'm saying we try. It's very easy. All you got to do is click a button in your app and Laporta's in there. I don't know Conklin obviously dominated this past week, but you look at weeks 1 and 2, Conklin gave you legitimately nothing. He is playing 90% of the snaps every single week though. So I completely understand wanting to go through and wanting to take Conklin. But no, you go Laporta. Freight Train says Rome or Quentin Johnston. I think Rome's less appealing now that you have Keenan Allen back in. But honestly, no, you still go ahead. You still play Rome over Quentin Johnston. I mean, you have a hobbled Justin Herbert. Not only do you have a hobbled Justin Herbert, you have a very tough matchup against a really good Chiefs defense. And at the same time, you have no Joe Alt. I am very afraid of going through and starting in Quentin Johnston. I'm afraid of starting almost anybody in Los Angeles. The only player in the entire city of Los Angeles that I'm excited to start this week is Kyren Williams. Outside of that, I don't know if we are interested in pretty much anybody here. Okay. Let's go ahead and move this over. Sajin says JK or Walker in the flex. Walker has a very tough matchup here. So, I mean, as we were saying that we are worried about Dobbins, it's not as easy to just say, oh, yeah, let's go ahead and let's jam in Walker. No, I mean, not that easy at all. I think we go Walker still over J.K. Dobbins, just expecting there to be significantly more points scored in this offense. Okay, Tyler says Terry McLaurin or Deebo Samuel. I prefer Deebo over Terry. I know Terry obviously was great this past week. Jaden Daniels looked like the best quarterback in the entire NFL. But still at the same time, if you look at the larger sample of what we've had so far this season, Daniels has been checking the ball down very often. The average intended air yards with his throws have been extremely low. You're averaging fewer than 50 passing yards per game. I'm sorry, 50 receiving yards per game. Currently for McLaurin. I don't think McLaurin's like some must-start player at this point. Jack says Jalen Hurts or Sam Darnold. Obviously, we are lowering expectations dramatically with Jalen Hurts, with no A.J. Brown, and with no Devonta Smith. I still think you probably go ahead and start Hurts, though. And let me make sure that let me ask y'all a couple questions about my starting lineup. Because now we have Akers good to go with no Joe Mixon. I'm definitely a little more excited about this. The sleeper's really not... Sleeper still has Akers projected for 5.6 points. It's pretty much useless. I'm saying Akers is useless. I'm just saying the sleeper projections. The thing is, like, really the only real starting lineup questions I have at this point are surrounding my quarterback position. Who would y'all rather have a quarterback this week? Would y'all rather start Anthony Richardson or Brock Purdy? My initial plan was to go through and start Richardson, but that was with the expectation that we were going to have no Deebo, no Kittle. But Purdy. Yeah, so it does look like everybody's on the Brock Purdy side. I'm with y'all. I have Purdy in my lineup. But I'm not super excited about it. It is a 4-point passing touchdown format, my guy. It is. But yeah, it would be different if it was maybe a different matchup than the Steelers defense. But the Steelers defense have allowed the fewest points to opposing quarterbacks so far this year. Now, to be fair, the Steelers have played the Falcons, the Broncos, and maybe did they play the Bears? Who was the third team that the Steelers played? No, the Chargers. The Chargers with an injured Justin Herbert. So honestly, if we are thinking through this, I'm not saying that I'm playing Anthony Richardson, or I'm not saying that Anthony Richardson's a good play for anybody here. But maybe we don't want to overrate the Steelers defense. Where if you are looking at the Steelers defense, they played Kirk Cousins with his first game ever as a Falcon. They played Bo Nix. And then they pretty much played Taylor Heineke. Steven says Shaheed or Addison. I'd probably rather have Addison over Shaheed. By no means do I think either receiver is like some must-start play, somebody that you need to get in your lineup. I think both are options that you could see a pop from, super low floor. I think Addison's a much better player. I don't think the passing volume is very different in either offense. And both are effectively the number 2 options in their offenses. Now, Samuel says Akers or Jerome Ford. So if it's a full BBR format, I would expect more target volume to be going over to Jerome Ford in comparison to Cam Akers. The thing is, Akers will be playing in a much better offense that has more opportunities for touchdowns. And at the same time, with Cam Akers, you don't have like Deonta Foreman, where if the Browns get to a large lead, you could see the outside case of Jerome Ford kind of getting boxed out by Foreman at this point. So I go Akers over Ford. It's not super easy because of the Ford receiving usage. Joe Daddy says, don't dog the Steelers, Big Mace. I'm not. I was just like, for what I'm saying essentially is, my previous thoughts with the Steelers is elite defense, the number one defense against opposing quarterbacks so far this season. You can't start anybody against them. Like, that's my baseline. And then I go, oh, okay, well, actually, if we think about it a bit, it's not like they played anybody good. Maybe if Herbert was at 100%. But, well, I think Mike says, prediction, Richardson rushes for 75 or more yards. To be honest, what really sealed the deal with me not wanting to play Richardson this week is going over and looking at the underdog picks. They have Anthony Richardson only higher, lower 35.5 rushing yards. They have A-Rich higher, lower right now 15.75 fantasy points. Whereas if you're looking at Purdy's up higher, lower 17.05. So I hope Richardson gives us 75 or more rushing yards. I hope Richardson crushes since I just traded for him. But I think in this matchup in particular, I'm not starting him against the Steelers. But let's just move this over. It's not like we have a ton of questions on flockfantasy.com right now, but I definitely want to make sure that we can get through all of them for anybody who did ask. And of course, if you wanted a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, whether it's a start-sit question, a trade question, a full-blown roster review, whatever you're wanting, you can always get that through flockfantasy.com. The way that you do that is actually with the button up in the top right corner that says expert advice. If you hit that, you can ask a start-sit question, a trade question, or a team review, whatever you are wanting. If you are wanting that team review, though, definitely make sure you're taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. It'll be by far and away the cheapest way that you can get that team review. Or if you go and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. We'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of it, you'll get an additional free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard. Just make sure you use the link in the live chat or the description and use promo code FLOCK. And if you wanted the free team review on flockfantasy.com, also set yourself up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we are able to credit your account with that free team review voucher. Okay. Now let's move this over to wide receiver. Wide receiver, we currently have Christian Watson. Over to I'm a Flockers team. We're really choosing two guys between Watson, Tucker, Pickens, Juwan Jennings, and Xavier Worthy. I think George Pickens will be a must-start player here. And between Juwan Jennings, Xavier Worthy, and Christian Watson, I am not... I am not interested at all in starting Trey Tucker. I just don't see where the upside comes from. I think you have a very low floor. He's a wide receiver 2 and one of the worst offenses in the league. I'd rather chase the ceiling of a player that's in a good offense, like Xavier Worthy, Juwan Jennings, or Christian Watson. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Juwan Jennings, Xavier Worthy, or Christian Watson in your starting lineup this week? I am probably going with Xavier Worthy now that you have Debo and Kittle both good to go, but it feels very bad. Underdog right now, they have Worthy higher, lower, 36.5 receiving yards. Oh yeah, we can't go Worthy. They have Jennings at, only 31.5 receiving yards higher, lower. The man drops 47 points last week, and he's at 31.5 receiving yards higher, lower. You have Christian Watson. I'm not saying that it's an easy spot to take the higher. It's just crazy how when the situation changes, the projections do. Jennings, Worthy, Watson. Jennings, Worthy, Watson. Literally, look at this. Jennings, Worthy, Watson. Jennings, Worthy, Watson. Jennings, Worthy. It's a split pretty much across the board. I think we probably go with Xavier Worthy. I think he's in a great offense. I think he has that large role with no Hollywood Brown here. Let's go ahead and let's take Worthy. Now moving this over for JGMG. Here, this is a squad wide receiver. We have Rashee Rice, Nico Collins. Going down to running back, we're playing Montgomery over Dobbins. And then down in the flex, I think we go DJ Moore, assuming it's a full PPR format, over Dobbins, where Dobbins does have the very tough matchup. And at the same time, you have a hobbled Herbert and I believe no Joe Alt. Now, Marker Word, always happy to see my guys says Laporta or Ertz for a tight end. And Michael Wilson, Mike Williams, or Yoshi Bosch. So tight end, I'll go Laporta over Ertz. And then for the flex, I am going to be going with Michael Wilson, which it should be a really good situation knowing that you have no Trey McBride, as well as a great matchup against Washington. But 1 second, I will literally be back in probably give me 22 seconds. Count it down. I just had the craziest back pop ever. Y'all have no idea how good that was. But let's move this over and let's answer some more free questions in the live chat real quick. And then if we have any more come through the site, we can definitely make sure we get to those. But moving this over, Joel says it was 44 seconds. I'm sorry, my guy. I apologize. But anyway, Choppa says Ford or Michael Wilson. I will go with Jerome Ford over Michael Wilson. But honestly, like I said previously, if you were desperate for a second flex spot or something in a little bit of a deeper league, I think you could very easily go ahead and play Michael Wilson. Now, moving this over to what we have with some other questions. Asherville says Higgins or Deontay Johnson. I'm going to go Deontay Johnson. No Adam Thielen, and in a spot where, I believe the spread on this game is only about 4.5 points. It's not like the Bengals are going to score dramatically more. I think Deontay Johnson's set up to have a really good game. K Money says Jalen Hurts or Andy Dalton in a 6-point passing touchdown format. 6-point passing touchdown league, Jalen Hurts is definitely less appealing because obviously we're not expecting the passing volume to be there whenever you have no when you have ooh, you want to come in? You can come in, girl. When you have no AJ Brown, when you have no Devonta Smith, I still think we go Jalen Hurts. I don't think I can tell somebody with good conscience to start Andy Dalton over Jalen Hurts. Like sometimes we just want to take a step back and ask ourselves like, really, what is the question here? Okay. So moving this over, and yes, we got the dog coming in. She weighs approximately 100 pounds, so she can bust through the doors very easily. Yes, the dog can open the door. It scares me a bit, but she can slam 100 pounds into the door and it opens right away. The Waffle broadcast says Kittle or Kincaid. I'd probably go Kincaid, play it safe, knowing that Kittle is coming off an injury. If you had no Deebo Samuel, it would be George Kittle by a mile here. But knowing that Deebo's going to go in this game as well, I don't think it's nearly as easy to go with that call. Let's move this over. Daniel says Roschon Johnson or Bucky Irving. It's so tough to know what to expect with the workload for either running back. If you look at Roschon Johnson, reports are coming out saying that he is going to expand and he's possibly going to take more from DeAndre Swift this week. Wouldn't blame this team for doing that at all with how bad DeAndre Swift has looked. At the same time, Bucky Irving's looked a lot better than Rachaad White, but there's so much up in the air that Bucky Irving's dealing with a hamstring. Rachaad White's dealing with getting food poisoning. So I think it's almost impossible, at least for me. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I think it's almost impossible to know what to expect with these guys. We can look at what the underdog projections are. Bucky Irving is higher, lower, 53.5 total yards. Roschon's higher, lower, only 44.5. And we'd expect that probably the Bucs offense is better. And you have a larger sample with Bucky. So maybe you go ahead and talk yourself into Bucky Irving here. Platinum Sports says Jahan Dotson or Jalen Waddle. This is a PSA. If you stop by this live stream right now, I am here to save you. I am here to make sure your Sunday is not a disaster. For the love of God, you do not start Jahan Dotson under any circumstance. We saw Jahan Dotson 2 weeks ago with no A.J. Brown. We saw Jahan Dotson this past week with no A.J. Brown and with a banged up Devonta Smith. And to go through and look at the game log for what you have with Devonta Smith. Week 1, 1 target, 0 receiving yards. Week 2, 1 target, 6 receiving yards. Week 3, 3 targets, 8 receiving yards. Now, maybe you say, well, Mason, look at the upwards trajectory from 0 to 6 to 8 receiving yards. Maybe he's going to have 12 receiving yards this next weekend. Maybe he continues to steadily climb to the point where at the end of the year, he's averaging 30 receiving yards. Do not start the freaking dude. Don't even roster him. Because if you think about the range of outcomes here, what's going to happen is you're going to roster Jahan Dotson. You're going to put him on your bench this week because there's no way in hell that you could start him. And then he has the bye week next week, so he's going to clog Rosh's spot. And then afterwards, A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith are both healthy. No way you can start. There's no point you can... Don't even worth rostering him. Drop him. Assuming it's a regular redraft league. And yes, Matthew says, guys, hashtag fade the flock on Dotson. Yes, fade the flock on Dotson. If y'all are excited about Dotson, I will say I would definitely rather just go and look at his underdog pick rather than actually putting him in your starting lineup. You know what? F it. I am so confident. We're going Jahan Dotson fewer than 29.5 receiving yards this week. Here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to submit this right now because I want to keep the Patrick Mahomes pick live in my lobby so we can keep on promoting it. But we are going to take the Mahomes to have a yard, Terry to not hit 58. He said this once this season. He's averaging fewer than 50. And we're going to go Jahan Dotson fewer than 29 receiving yards. Jahan Dotson, fewer than 29 receiving yards. Lock of the year. Lock of the century. And this will be 15 to win 90. So we are taking that. I'm going to not take it right now because we are going to be saving the... And for the love of God, do not take... Fade the flock. Do not take the Dotson thing because I don't need that line to move lower on me. Nork says alternate line lower than 19.5. I wonder what odds you could get on that. Christopher says Dobbins or Chase Brown. For sure, go J.K. Dobbins, for sure. If you had no Zach Moss, then I'll tell you to go Chase Brown. But J.K. Dobbins right now is seeing 10, 20% of the snap. I mean, probably 15 to 30% of the snaps in this backfield. Okay. Jonas says London or Zach Moss. Full PPR format, you can definitely talk yourself into Drake London here. Non-PPR league, I think you probably have a little more touchdown upside with Zach Moss and what should be a very good matchup. At the same time, a very nice role in an offense that projects out to score 26 points this week. And real quick, guys, we are closing in on 3,000 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream. We streamed for 6 hours last night, slept for 3 hours over the night, got up super early to live stream for another 5 hours and answer as many of your questions as we possibly can. Never ask for any likes, but on a Sunday morning live stream, that would be awesome if you could drop them. And let me see if we have any more questions on flockfantasy.com to go through. We actually do have a few more questions on flockfantasy.com, so we will move this over and we'll get some of the questions done. Then we'll go back to the live chat free questions. Of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed question to any of your guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you could get a guaranteed question to any of your questions. But anyway, guaranteed answer to any of your questions. You can go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the little button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can get a team review, a trade question, a start sit question, whatever you are wanting here. And if you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, you could actually just get a free team review that way. We're over there on Underdog, which is where we're going to be taking Dotson to not have 29.5 receiving yards. You can find a ton of cool pick'ems. You get the free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard with code FLOCK. You also get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And yeah, 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. That free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you go through the link in the description and in the live chat with code FLOCK. Now, marker word, we already answered this. We are going to go Laporta here, my guy, and we will go Michael Wilson. Now, let's move this over to Works. This says, start sit question says, Trey Tucker seems like a sneaky plug and play off the waivers. We lack receivers. So it's a 14-team format. So I don't mind us looking for a sneaky play here. But I'm definitely going to go with Jackson Smith and Jigba over him for sure. And then for the flex between Trey Tucker, Darnell Mooney, Michael Pittman, Ladd McConkey, it's gross, but I go Michael Pittman. Even in a tough matchup. The thing is, yes, it's a very bad offense that you have here in Indianapolis for Pittman, but it's also a very bad offense that you have with Trey Tucker as well. Both are bad offenses. I think when it's all said and done, Pittman's probably the wide receiver one in his. Trey Tucker's maybe the third option in his behind both Jacoby Myers as well as Brock Bowers. So I think it'd be very difficult to get Trey Tucker in. But let's move this over to our next question. This was going to be coming out from JGMG. Says, thanks, this is for a different league. We also have Jordan Mason. All right, so if we have Mason, we go ahead. We're going to play Jordan Mason. Let's put Josh Jacobs in the running back slot, though. Wide receiver, you for sure go with London and T. Higgins. I think it's very easy to play him over guys like Juwan Jennings now. I'm going over to the flex. We're going to play Jordan Mason. I'm actually going to leave this empty just so we can be very clear. We play Jordan Mason in the flex spot, my guy. But yeah, phenomenal team. Now, Price Holmes coming out with the next one. Says, who are we more confident in starting? So going over to wide receiver, we're looking at Diggs, Evans, JSN, Olave. I go Diggs now that you have no Dell. Tight end, I'm assuming we only have to pick one of these names. I probably go with Mike Gesicki in the better offense. A running back, we're going to be going with Gibbs as well as Aaron Jones with the guaranteed workloads. And quarterback, if this we go Geno over Caleb. If it's Superflex League, obviously we play Caleb as well. But we're actually going to leave this empty. Well, we'll just leave Caleb there. Just play Geno over Caleb I meant to only ask about one quarterback. Now, Cali Kid, always happy to see you, my guy, says, need a flex and a running back too. So looking at this, our RB2, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take the guaranteed volume that we have with Ramondre Stevenson. The Carson Steele, I think, could be very interesting in a much better offense, but I don't know what the role is going to look like with Hunt good to go. And then for the flex spot, I think I go Rachaad White. It's disgusting. I don't want to. If you didn't go Rachaad White, it would definitely be either Pickens or Carson Steele. Because that wide receiver, I would prefer Pickens over Brian Thomas. But appreciate you and really hope we were able to help you out some way with this, my guy. Now, let's move this over to our next. Let's actually get some free questions in the live chat going. We'll get some free questions in the chat, then we'll go back to guarantee all the answers on the site. But if you have any questions, please drop them in the live chat. Be happy to answer as many as we can. Mike says Najee or DJ Moore. We go Najee. Nick says Moss or Najee Harris. For sure, Najee Harris. For sure. Jacob says Jerry Jeudy or Xavier Legette. I think it'd be very tough to play Legette this week before we see what the role. I mean, it could be Jonathan Mingo over Legette, to be honest with you. Now, with that being said, Legette's one of my most drafted wide receivers on Underdog. We are getting him as like a wide receiver 6. Really hope he can turn out to be a wide receiver 3. If so, we are just absolutely crushing. But I don't know. You can't play Legette till we see it. You have to play Jerry G. Have to. Braden says Akers or Shakir in a full PBR format. I go with Cam Akers. Like with Shakir, obviously he's been great. But like we can go ahead and pull this up. Has he been great off of volume or efficiency? He's been great off of efficiency. Like looking at Khalil Shakir here. So far, you're sitting with a total of 14 targets through 3 weeks. He's averaging about 4.5 targets a game. Akers should project to see about 15 opportunities and a game where the Texans should be able to win. Now, Curtis says pick 2, Ford, Chuba, or Carson Steele. I think we probably go, if it's a full PBR format, Ford and Chuba. I'm really getting a little bit nervous here about Steele in a tough matchup against the Chargers, where at the same time you are dealing with I don't know. I just don't know what the expected role should be before Kareem Hunt. If Kareem Hunt comes in and he sees 8 touches, it kills Carson Steele. Because Steele already has nothing on third down. That's all Samaje Perine. The best case for Steele is Hunt comes in and he only takes the Perine role. But we just have no idea. Right now, the picks on Underdog. Where is Carson Steele? Higher, lower, 51.5 total yards. Obviously, we'd assume that he would be the guy to get the touchdown. Kareem Hunt, they have as a very low market, only higher, lower, 13.5 rushing yards. But the thing is, if this does turn into a full-blown three running back by committee, there's no way Steele can get there. Like, obviously, it's a phenomenal situation, but I don't think we've seen the talent profile of Carson Steele to assume that he can get the job done in a running back by committee with 2 other backs where he doesn't have the receiving usage. Okay. Now, moving this over, Jalen says Deontay or Brandon Ayuk. Probably go Deontay Johnson now that you have both Deebo Samuel as well as George Kittle good to go, but not super confident with it. Okay. Dan says Deebo or Amari. I'm going to go Deebo over Amari. One is in a garbage offense. The other is possibly in the best offense in the NFL this week. Can we see what the updated implied team totals are for the Niners now that they have all their players back? Implied team totals week 4. I don't know if these have been updated. Yeah, the Niners are now projected up to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And the Niners with an implied team total of 26.5 points. Arizona at 26. Cincinnati at 26. Houston 25. These are the offenses that you want pieces of. These are the offenses you don't. The Pats, the Broncos, the Chargers, the Raiders. These are the teams that we're avoiding. Except if you have a player that's getting all the opportunity, like Ramondre Stevenson, obviously you can play him in New England. You're not that excited about it because the floor is really low, but if he's getting all the opportunity, you can't play him. And these are the offenses that we want to go through and we want to be jamming in. Okay, Laval says JSN or Jawan Jennings. I actually I maybe would have answered this, Juwan Jennings, but literally the only reason that I am saying you cannot start Jennings here and you have to be looking at probably JSN instead is going through and looking at what you have with the underdog pickup this week. Juwan Jennings, the projection's like 33.5 yards. Jennings is higher or lower 31.5 receiving yards. Juwan Jennings looks like a player that you just have to bench in this matchup. I mean, also, of course, more importantly, when you have Debo and Kittle, good to go. West Coast says, how did you look that up? It's just on Underdog. These are just the Underdog picks. I actually use this a lot. Obviously, the purpose of this is you can go through and you can take higher or lower on these Underdog picks, but I actually use this a lot. Just have reasonable expectations in submitting my own lineup. Like, this is a big reason right now why I'm starting Purdy over Richardson, is just looking at their picks. Okay. Moving this over. Alf says, do we start Deontay, Amari, or Kenneth Walker? Full PBR format, we go Deontay Johnson. Non-PBR league, I think you can go with Walker. Dan says Amari or Chuba. Probably go ahead and take Chuba Hubbard. Like, going back to what we have with the implied team totals, typically what we had seen in the past and why we were saying like Deontay and Chuba Hubbard were these guys that you needed a bench early in the season was typically you had the Panthers consistently projected out to be near the bottom of the NFL with total points scored every single week. Now, the Panthers aren't that. The Panthers are projected alongside teams like the Vikings, the Steelers, the Seahawks. And honestly, if you look at the projections that you have this week from sportsbooks, last week the Dolphins were like a bottom 5 team here in terms of their implied team total. The Dolphins have been steamed up a decent bit. Vegas is kind of expecting the Dolphins to be a reasonable offense here in a similar range of the points scored of like the New Orleans Saints, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Jags, the Giants, the Browns, the Panthers, the Vikings. So that's why I think like I think Tyreek's probably somebody you have to start. Obviously, it's not typically where you'd see Miami with Tua as a top 5 offense. But you probably need to go ahead and you need to start Tyreek, and Waddle's not the worst option in the world if you're extremely desperate. Justin says, do we play Olave today? I think you play Olave. I would. Now, Sorny says Christian Kirk or Jahan Dotson. For the love of God, do not start Jahan Dotson. 14 receiving yards this year. That's what you have. Start Christian Kirk. Please. PSA for everybody. Dotson's not worth the roster spot, let alone a spot inside your starting lineup. Okay. So let's move this over. We actually have a few more questions coming through flockfantasy.com. So we will get these answered and we'll go back to the free questions in the live chat. And of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always do that through flockfantasy.com. The link you can find in the description, or you can just type in flockfantasy.com, go over to the expert advice. You get a team review, a trade question, or a start sit question. If you wanted that team review, definitely the best way to do that is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy, where with Underdog, you can go there and check out any of these higher lowers. My freaking lock of the century this week is Jahan Dotson, fewer than 29.5 receiving yards. But if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you also get our free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. We get the free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And you'll get that free team review in a live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you have an account on Underdog Fantasy. Your account on flockfantasy.com matches your email address on your Underdog account. That way I can go through and credit you with a free team review. But Elias says, am I wild for considering Laporte in the flex this week? Oh, you are 100% you're wild. We cannot consider Laporte in the flex. We for sure go with Jordan Addison or Rachaad White here. I would probably go with Rachaad White over Jordan Addison. I love the confidence. I hope Laporte comes out and is that good, but it probably is not happening. Now, Nadester coming out with a start sit. We have Lamb, Nico at wide receiver. I'm going down to the flex. Really what we're choosing is between Olave, Keenan, Dobbins, or Higgins. Full BBR format, give me Olave relatively easily. Should be a tough spot for the Chargers offense with no all and banged up Herbert. Jason coming out with our next question. Here at wide receiver, JSN would be the guy we want out. I would consider Waddle for JSN, to be honest with you. Going down to the flex, I think you have to play Rachaad White in that second flex spot. And then Waddle JSN is something I think kind of go back and forth with. I don't have a super big preference, so we can just leave it with the same guy that you have in JSN. Now, Danny coming out with a question. Here we have Higgins, Jaden Reed at wide receiver. Looking at the option that we would get in the lineup, it would be either Waddle or Worthy. I'm not playing either one over those options. Going over to the flex, we have an interesting running back we can look at. DeAndre Swift's probably the best RB. So you know what we're probably going to do here is I think we go ahead and we play Jalen Waddle. Not super excited about it, of course. Definitely lowered expectations, but I think you have a wide range of outcomes on Waddle and a wide range of outcomes on someone. I like pretty much everybody on the bench. And look at the Jennings pick. Like we showed on Underdog, the Juwan Jennings pick is higher or lower 31.5 receiving yards. I don't think you can play him. Bruneman says, should we start Walker, Travis Etienne, or T. Higgins in the flex? Full PPR. Okay. I think Deebo Samuel's in play, to be honest with you. We go Etienne. We go Travis Etienne with Etienne. Not a good offense. Tough spot where they are about touchdown dogs against the Houston Texans. But with that being said, I do think that Etienne has the guaranteed opportunities in his backfield. Going over to John says, hey, just a suggestion here. Wanted to have Carr, Huntley, and Dalton, but can't pick free agents. Okay, we'll definitely make sure that we can add that for you in the future, my guy. Up here, in terms of quarterback, we are going to be going with Derek Carr. For the flex, I think we could consider moving out of Christian Kirk in the starting lineup. I think we go Kenneth Walker in the flex. And if you wanted to get Kirk in the starting lineup over Shakir, I actually wouldn't fault you for it. Now, T. Lewis coming out with a question for the second flex spot. Are we going to go Hubbards, Akers, Romer, Judy? Thanks. Thank you, my guy. Really excited to check this out. Just let you know in the future, you don't even need to type this out. You could just put the players down here that you're considering. I can click it, send it to you, and you see everything through the site as well. I think we probably go ahead and start Chuba Hubbard, assuming that it is that full PPR format, where Hubbard will probably have a little more receiving involvement than what you have with Akers. Now, let me refresh this and see if we have any additional questions coming in. Cali Kid coming with another one says, happy PPR, need help in an 18 team league. So I'm assuming these options will be gross in an 18 team format. We probably go Debo over Tyreek. Running back, we go with, I probably go Akers over Pollard with how much better the offense should be. And then for the flex, this is a nutso team in an 18 team league. We're going to go ahead, we're going to get Tyreek Hill. This is better than my team in a freaking 12 team format, my guy. But let's move this over. Wombly says, which Bucs running back do I start? If you actually look at the projections on Underdog right now, they do currently have, I believe, Bucky Irving projected higher out than Rachaad White in terms of total rushing yards this week. They have Rachaad White currently at higher lower 34.5 rushing yards. They have Bucky Irving higher lower 37.5 rushing yards. But since you have the receiving involvement from White, where White is higher lower 3 receptions, I think you go with Rachaad White, assuming it's a full PPR format. Definitely, they are closing in slowly but surely. This is the direction they're going in our rankings. The biggest bird says Keenan or Akers in a full PPR format. We're going to go ahead. We will take Cam Akers. A great matchup, uncertain role that you are going to have with Keenan Allen. Okay. Hakeem says Cam Akers or Sam Laporta. You do not play a tight end in your flex spot. I have Laporta in a lot of Underdog drafts. I have Laporta in the Flock League. I really hope Laporta does come out and Laporta crushes. But the reality of the situation is, nope, can't do this. You need to instead have Cam Akers. Ty, welcome to being a member of the Flock. Happy to have you. Leon says Ramondre or Shaheed. Definitely go with Ramondre. Neither's in a great offense. Ramondre gets you the guaranteed touches. Okay. Nick says Keenan, Hopkins, or Bucky at the flex. Full BBR format, I'd probably go Keenan. Don't feel super confident about it, though. Cooley says Love or Fields. I'd rather have Love over Fields. Obviously, very tough matchup, and it is his first week back in. But you do have an implied team total of like 23 points, and Fields isn't running the ball much. Okay. Christopher says Dalton or Baker. I personally would probably go Baker Mayfield. I know the matchup's not as good as what you have with Andy Dalton, but I think it is in the range of outcomes for the Panthers to come back down to earth a bit. Okay, Alex, good luck as well, my guy. Happy to see you out here. Mark says Love or Goff. This is tough. I probably go Goff since Love has that very tough matchup. And at the same time, Love is coming his first week back from an injury. I do think we get probably a little more efficient play from Goff into the future. But it looks like we just had another question come through with the site. So let me make sure we can answer this real quick. It's coming up from Chase. Tight end, we're looking at Goddard or Kittle. Rest of season, give me Kittle this week. I think you have to go Goddard. And then for the flex spots, Jordan Mason is an auto start. We don't even need to see who else is here. And then for the other flex, this is difficult. Brandon Ayuk would have been the easy option for us if you had no George Kittle, no Deebo Samuel. But now that they are playing, I think instead we probably pivot over to Chris Olave over Ayuk. Okay. But let's move this over. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and come up and cook up a little something here with our underdog pick this week. Here's what we're doing. If y'all want to tail something, this is what I would tail. Everybody should have the free Mahomes pick more than less than half a total yard in their lobby. We're going Mahomes to have a yard. Terry McLaurin for fewer than 58. We're going to fade the monstrous game that he had this past week, where he only had 6 targets. He's averaging 6 targets a game, 17 receiving yards, 22 receiving yards, 100 receiving yards. We're going to fade the McLaurin hype in the primetime game where he crushed a bad Bengals secondary. And we're going to be going fewer than Jahan Dotson receiving yards, where Dotson so far this year is sitting with 14 total receiving yards off of 5 total targets. We're going less than 29. That's 15 to win 90. If anybody wanted to tail, that's what we're rolling with right now. 15 to win 90. Mahomes to have a yard. Terry to have fewer than 57. Dotson to have fewer than 29. I know most people don't like going with the lowers. I completely understand. It's not as fun, but I actually really like those picks. And of course, if you wanted to check out any of these picks on Underdog, if you want to get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, you also get an additional free Lamar Jackson pick if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy with a link in the description or the live chats. Code FLOCK will also get you hooked up with a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And code FLOCK at the same time will get you set up with a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address so I know what account to give that team review voucher to. But Ryan says TD only league, Love or Cousins. Tough spot. I'd probably go Jordan Love. I don't know why we're playing in a touchdown only league, my guy. This isn't 1992. West B says Ladd or Leggett today. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Ladd McConkey. I mean, if you are looking at Leggett, I completely understand the path to upside here, but he's at best kind of the wide receiver 2 in this offense behind Deontay Johnson based on what Deontay did last week. Trust me, for my personal bags, I mean, it would serve me quite well if Leggett was able to leapfrog Deontay, but it looks like it's highly, highly unlikely. So I think we just go ahead and I think that we kind of pencil in Ladd as the wide receiver 1 for Justin Herbert. While yes, Justin Herbert is currently hobbled, he is still Justin Herbert. Okay. Ryan says it's my dad's big money league, 40-year league. They refuse to change it from touchdown only. A 40-year fantasy league is by far and away the coolest thing I've heard today. Means this league started in the 70s. If I played in a league, that's I do not fault them at all for not changing it from a touchdown only league. If a league's been together for 40 years, that is incredible. I am extremely jealous. Hopefully the Flock League can one day, we can say that. I've never heard of a fantasy league being around that long. I thought people started playing fantasy football in like the 80s and 90s. And I knew you had to do it through like the newspaper, and obviously you had to go through, and that's why it was touchdown only, just because it was the easiest thing to look at. LJ's calling cap, but we'll see. Devil Bat says Ford Akers or Jordan Addison. Full BBR format, if you wanted to go forward, not going to fault you. I think he has more receiving usage than Akers, but at the same time, I guess 40 years ago is the 80s. You're right. I guess 40 years ago is the 80s. Your boy's getting old. Ryan, yeah, but I think you can go Akers with more touchdown upside. Ryan says, 1984, my dad is a founding member. They used newspapers to keep score. I definitely brag about it. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you, my guy. And yeah, that's what I know. My dad he told me that he had played in a league where, like, yeah, it was just all through newspapers, and that's why it was touchdown only. But that's incredible. But he's definitely not in that league anymore. Not even close. Pond says Akers or Judy in the flex. Oh, for sure you go with Cam Akers over Jerry Judy. Not close in my mind. Not close. Chris says, you're my new favorite YouTuber. Much love. Much love, my guy. Seth says Najee Harris or Zach Moss. I think you go Najee Harris, no Jalen Warren. Good matchup against Indy as well. Walker or Ford. I probably go Walker, but I'm an idiot. I mean, Ford has more receiving upside and a better matchup. Steven says, bro, Zay Flowers or Jerome Ford. I probably go with Zay Flowers, expecting there to be a little more passing volume. I'm cold. Is looking at Ford, Addison, or Worthy for the flex. We go with Jerome Ford there and get the guaranteed touches. West B says, love your perspective, my guy. Quality content, Leggett or Brian Thomas. Much love. We will go Brian Thomas here as well. Well, let me just double check, make sure we got through all the questions on flockfantasy.com. There are actually some questions coming in real quick. Din League, we need to choose between Higgins, Rowe, McLaurin. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Terry McLaurin. Kest with the trade question. We're looking at Love, Reed, A.J. Brown versus Debo, Adams, Charbonnet. A.J. Brown, by far and away the best player. Devontae Adams trending downwards. I think we go A.J. Brown. L's Chippin here says Garrett Wilson or Brandon Ayuk. I go with Ayuk, even with the guys being back. And yeah, we keep the flex as is with Mason. C. Porter coming out says debating between Pickens, Dobbins, and Reed. I personally go with Jaden Reed over Pickens and Dobbins this week. But let me see if we had any more come through the site last seconds. And no, we did not. Looks like we are pretty much wrapping up here. Much love. Wishing y'all all the best of luck today, ladies and gentlemen. If you wanted to check out any of those picks over there on Underdog Fantasy, get that free Patrick Mahomes selection, more than less than half a total yard. Get the free Lamar Jackson pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. You can do that with the link in the live chat, the link in the description. Code FLOCK will give you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus code FLOCK will get you that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on the site so we can credit you with the free team review voucher. And yeah, plus you get the free picks. If you wanted to tail us, my favorite pick today is Jahan Dotson to have fewer than 29.5 receiving yards, which means everybody here should hammer that he is going to have 29.5 receiving yards because that's how that works. But much love. Really do appreciate y'all. Wishing you the best of luck today. And really hope we get to see you out with the video tonight after the game ends. We'll be dropping our recap video as we always do.